Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of your holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. And a pleasant good morning to all as we continue our Senate deliberations on the 2026 estimates. Senator the Honorable Seville Francis, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant morning to everyone in this honorable house, to the young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Allow me to say a very special, extra special good morning to you. And to the members of this honorable house, I also want to thank you for your support and for allowing me to resume my presentation today, and for the love that you've shown me during a difficult moment. But nevertheless, Madam President, I am here and I'm ready to deliberate on the matters before us. Madam President, today I rise with a deeper sense of duty and honor to present the progress of our youth sector in this year's budget, a budget themed towards a Vision 75, powering progress through people's participation and innovation. Madam President, there are many things that stood out to me when I think of the theme for this year's budget presentation, towards a Vision 75. Madam President, when we think about Vision 75, I am foreseeing that one, probably most of us in this room would not be alive to see Vision 75 unfold in its true potential. Madam President, we are celebrating, or we've celebrated 50 years of independence last year. So it means that 25 years from now, that is the Vision 75 we're looking forward to. And if my math is correct, the Bible gave us a particular time to live on this earth. So it ultimately means that Vision 75 targets our youth. And that's one of the reasons why this theme is so significant and personal and dear to me. Powering progress through people's participation and innovation. And if we're looking forward to Vision 75, Madam President, the people we are referring to here, Madam President, must be our young people. Madam President, if we are truly powering progress through people, then we must begin with the people who hold the greatest renewable energy in this country, Madam President, our youth. Because, Madam President, a nation cannot walk into its future on borrowed legs. It must stand on its youth. And as we prepare to declare 2026, the year of the youth, let it be known that 2025 has been the year we laid the foundation, rebuilt the systems, and positioned our young people as co-architects of Vision 75. Madam President, the greatest renewable energy source in Grenada is not solar. I'm sorry to say to Honorable Karen James, it's not solar. It's not wind. It's not our geothermal projects, Madam President. It is not even the oil and gas that we may have. Madam President, it is the unstoppable brilliance of our youth. Madam President, our ministry's allocation totals to $69,627,843, Madam President. And if I may break it down, initiatives and programs amounts to $28 million. Our recurring expenditure amounts to $29,027,843. If Vision 75 is our national horizon, then our young people are the wind in our sails, driving innovation, broadening participation, and ensuring that Grenada's progress is not only powered, but people-powered, Madam President. Madam President, I think it is prudent to make my presentation in such a way that it illustrates practicality of how our ministry has already been serving the youth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique with this theme in mind. Divine intervention, if you call it, Madam President. And that will further show how we are confident in the 2026 budget projections and how it will be utilized. I'll begin with highlights of our 2025 achievement. And I would like to break it down on the 3 strong pillars that holds our young people and drives this economy. Madam President, no longer are we seeing our young people as just mere persons in our population, but we are seeing them as national stakeholders. We must, Madam President. I want to begin with our staff, Madam President, and how we have restructured. You see, I take it very personal, not just for myself. I take it very personally on behalf of my coordinator of youth. I take it very personally on behalf of my permanent secretary and the staff of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but more importantly, the Division of Youth, Madam President, and I'll tell you why. You see, we have inherited a system that we must rebuild. Madam President, even if you purchase a house, you must add your personal touches to it. Your vision, your dreams, your aspiration obviously will be different. And so, Madam President, while some may say that nothing is happening at our ministry, that is far from the truth. You see, Madam President, a hurried bird never builds a proper nest. Madam President, it was very prudent for us to move forward. We had to stop, or pause rather, reassess, and then refocus, Madam President. So, by refocusing, I want to focus on our staff, Madam President. Because if they are not empowered, the young people that we are trying to empower, it will not work, Madam President. And for the first time in our history, and I'm saying it boldly, for the first time in the history of the Ministry of Youth, beginning 2026, each constituency, through the Community Youth Associates, will have access to a dedicated budget of $20,000 per constituency, Madam President. That will be disbursed on a quarterly basis, $5,000 per quarter. Why is that important, Madam President? I'll tell you. This initiative is not just about funding. It's not just about throwing money, Madam President. It is about transformation. And transformation not here just in the broad sense. These associates will now be actively involved in developing project proposals, honing implementation skills, managing budgets, and monitoring and evaluation of their projects. It doesn't stop here, Madam President. You see, this approach ensures that community impact remains our primary focus, while simultaneously equipping our staff with transferable personal and professional skills. Madam President, it's sad what we've inherited. We have invested in the capacity of our staff through comprehensive training in project management, reporting mechanisms, and implementation strategies. Madam President, our youth associates are not just mobilization officers for events. I can tell you the transformation is very visible. Madam President, let me emphasize that if we want quality output, we must have quality input. Madam President, we have inherited a system where these remarkable youth associates, and I'm telling you, they work hard, Madam President. They were left to fend for themselves. Whenever they want to undertake a project, Madam President, they had to write letters asking for sponsorship and pleading for assistance. Madam President, this is unacceptable. This left our associates vulnerable to ridicule and exploitation. Madam President, that is a no-no. This is a professional system, and we have to professionalize our staff. Madam President, one of my proudest undertakings in 2025, together with our staff at the Division of Youth, was our staff retreat, Madam President. A perfect blend of socialization and empowerment. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, Madam President. In fact, one staff member said to me the night, in my 15 years in the Ministry of Youth and Sports, this is the first time I've experienced something like this. There is something different in here. Madam President, that speaks volumes about the cultural shift that we are driving in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Before I move on, I must pause to recognize two towering pillars of strength who often walk behind the scenes but are always available, Madam President, at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. sometimes too, or on weekends, even while answering her phone while she's in church, Madam President. Whenever the duty calls, our permanent secretary, Ms. Kim Frederick, who is sitting in the gallery, and Ms. Colin Perriman, I salute these two women today, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to say to you both that your guidance since my entry into the ministry is etched in my heart, and I deeply appreciate your unconditional support. Madam President, I move forward to our youth budget consultations because it's very significant. We're debating our budget here today, right? Madam President, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, we undertook a series of youth budget consultations across the state. And when I say across the state, we had young people from across the state participating, ensuring that our young people were not mere observers, but they were actually part of the policy direction that will shape their future. This consultation was not just a symbolic gesture to say we did this, Madam President. It was very substantive. We had young people from rural communities, SGU, TAMCC, NULO. These youth voices inform priorities on education, entrepreneurship, technology, and social development. Most of the plans for 2026 and beyond, Madam President, are rooted in the ideas and recommendations emerged from these sessions. It was not just a talk shop. We took notes, we evaluated, and we are planning to ensure that their voices are reflected in the execution. Madam President, that exercise was a clear indication that when we create spaces for genuine dialogue, young people rise to the occasion. They were bold, they were brave, and they demonstrated a deep understanding of national issues. They challenged the norms presented. They proposed innovative solutions and took full advantage of the opportunity to influence governance, Madam President. It wasn't just a talk shop, as I said, it was empowerment in action. And that reaffirmed our belief that Vision 75 will not be achieved by government alone, but through a partnership with a generation that will inherit and lead this nation into its next era of progress. Madam President, as we are on the progress of our young people, the National Youth Parliamentarians and our National Youth Ambassadors continue to lead through participation, volunteerism, and advocacy. These programs reflect the ministry's ongoing support for youth participation and leadership development. Some of the key activities included, Madam President, are representation in national consultations, leadership workshops, and regional and international meetings. Madam President, sorry, I think I need my extra eyes. Madam President, it was a distinct privilege to attend the first Commonwealth Youth Consultative Dialogue held from the 4th to the 8th of August 2025 in Windhoek, Namibia. This trip was a testament to what happens when our young people are given opportunities to excel and what can happen when they are included. Madam President, if the National Youth Parliament Program is supposed to be a reflection of our current parliamentary system, then it ought to be treated equally, in my opinion. Madam President, it is often said that the parliamentarians travel a lot. Well, Madam President, if the senior parliamentarians traveling, our youth parliamentarians are getting the opportunity to travel as well. And so, Madam President, it was a wonderful experience to have 2 youth parliamentarians traveling with me to Namibia to be part of that consultative dialogue, Madam President. Ms. Kerry-Ann Marrast and our Youth Prime Minister, Joshua Andal, we represented at the highest level, Madam President, and I am telling you, we left a mark. Madam President, I am sure if you ask them, they will tell you about the bonds they created, the networking opportunities, and the fruitfulness of their experience. This is what we call empowerment through people's participation, Madam President. Madam President, I felt extremely proud every time protocol was being observed and we hear Youth Prime Minister of Grenada, Mr. Joshua Andal. Madam President, you hear the ring to that? It's a wonderful song, Madam President. Madam President, this program, the Youth Parliament program, is a sustainability plan for the future of civic leadership in this country, Madam President. It is one of the things that I love most about this program. Madam President, one of the things that we boast about is it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is, you are free to be a part of the National Youth Parliament program. Madam President, we even had one member who was elevated to a full-fledged caretaker, Madam President. That speaks volume. Madam President, I am personally proud to see a young person, especially a young woman like me, stepping into this gigantic responsibility. Madam President, I have personally congratulated Mrs. Japal George, and I am excited about our country's future with people like her stepping to the forefront, Madam President. Madam President, other activities of the National Youth Parliamentarians and Youth Ambassadors include the execution of community initiatives such as first aid training, mental health webinars, school supply drives, and community enhancement projects. Both programs offer participants access to grant funding to implement meaningful initiatives in their communities based on current needs. I also want to thank Ms. Janella Edwards and the other staff who are involved and the House of Parliament who has been lending support to this program. Madam President, as we discuss people's participation, we cannot do that without financing. And as we discuss access to grant funding for our NYPs and NYAs, allow me to expand further, Madam President. 3 stakeholder groups have been benefited from our community grant fund. The 3 key stakeholders are community organizations in every constituency, the National Youth Parliamentarians, and the National Youth Ambassadors. A total of $225,000 was allocated for these initiatives, with $15,000 per constituency. We've received a number of project proposals, Madam President, and while we face challenges, they were the good kind that we welcome, Madam President. And you know what that challenge was? Most of the proposals were so outstanding that selecting among them proved difficult. In fact, the sheer volume and quality of submissions clearly demonstrate that we are on the right track, Madam President. And I'll quickly touch on the National Summer Recreational Program in collaboration with the National Sports Council. This program offered a dynamic mix of activities designed to engage and inspire young people. Participants enjoyed a variety of sports, including cricket, athletics, boxing, swimming, table tennis, lawn tennis, and chess. Beyond sports, the initiative provided hands-on experiences in skill-based areas. So we're not just focusing on skill-based at the highest level, but we're ensuring that our children and our young people in a more recreational manner has access to skill-based experiences, such as pastry making, sewing, agro-processing, drama, dance, songwriting, and crafts. The program culminated with a vibrant national showcase at the Grenada Trade Center, where youth from across the island proudly displayed their talents and achievements. And this is going to be an annual initiative to create a safe space during the summer vacation to enrich the environment for children and youth, Madam President. Our Youth Month activities also happened this year, and at the ministry, we recognize the importance of our youth to the development of this nation. And so we know the importance of celebrating people when it is most deserving. And so we hosted a series of activities to commemorate our Youth Month under the theme, Our Youth, Our Strength, Our Grenada. Madam President, the activities were well attended by our youth throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and P.T. Martinique. We started with a church service at the Grand Rye Catholic Church. We had our youth and ended with our youth caravan and concert at La Sagesse Playing Field. Some of the other events included Health Walk, Youth Infusion, Youth Sports Day, Financial Literacy Webinar every Tuesday, and so on. Madam President, Carriacou was not left out of the celebration. On Friday, November 28th, myself, the Permanent Secretary, and Assistant Coordinator of Youth, we journeyed up to Carriacou to celebrate with our young people up there, and they successfully hosted a youth award and cocktail ceremony where young persons were celebrated in various fields such as agriculture, culinary arts, fishing, etc. Madam President, on mainland Grenada, the Youth Awards will be held next year, and we have successfully launched our National Youth Awards program with a soft logo launch, and last Monday we had our media launch as well. The platform for nominations, they are now open, and we encourage every young person to participate. Madam President, we have done other things that may not fall under major achievements, but I will like to highlight them because they're significant. Madam President, I think it's safe to say that as adults, we have to hold ourselves accountable. There are lots of things happening within our ministry, Madam President, but probably we need to beef up on our PR so that people actually know what's happening. School and community engagement, mental wellness sessions, youth stakeholder consultations on the suicide prevention plan, financial literacy seminars, cybersecurity training, training for young people for emerging sectors, modernization in youth leadership programs, strengthening national service, volunteerism, and civic responsibility, expanding participation at regional levels, CARICOM, Commonwealth, African Union, etc. Madam President, so we are doing things in our ministry. I am also happy to report that myself and another young person, Mr. Kwesi Pope, we are now full-fledged members of the CARICOM Young Professional Program, and we are now certified as CSME ambassadors of the CARICOM Young Professionals Program. And so, Madam President, we have been lobbying for our young people to take advantage of the opportunities that exist within the region under the regime of free movement. And we like to term it mobility with purpose. Madam President, that is something that is commendable from our ministry's standpoint, Madam President, in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam President, I move to the second pillar of innovation, youth as creators, builders, and problem solvers. Madam President, young men who once stood on the margins are now writing themselves into the nation's story. I am speaking about no other program than the Empower 4.0. Madam President, the Empower program continues to be a beacon of hope and a model for youth empowerment and employability training, transforming lives and communities across Grenada. Madam President, this initiative is about restoring dignity to our young men and giving them second chances. In November 2024, approximately 400 young men enrolled for the one-year cycle. Participants received training and life skills development in diverse fields such as air conditioning and refrigeration, plumbing, electrical installation, music, graphic arts, bartending, pastry making, and building maintenance. Madam President, 1 year later, on November 5th, 2025, more than 200 participants graduated, with most already securing meaningful employment. Madam President, every graduate is eligible for grant funding up to $3,000 to support business startups to further education, and the processing is currently underway, Madam President. Madam President, I heard in the other place that we had a lot of attrition. Madam President, yes, attrition occurred, but rehabilitation is never in a straight line. It takes courage to rise, and these young men are rising. Madam President, I like to clear the air, because what I heard somewhat demonstrated that attrition only happened in Empower 4.0. But if we had 4.0, we had 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, correct? Madam President, let me give you the stats, because numbers don't lie. Madam President, 1.0, 525 started, 340 completed. 1.0 was not under this administration, Madam President. 2.0, neither. 405 started, 224 graduated, Madam President. Cycle 3.0, 405 started, 224 graduated. Are we seeing a pattern, Madam President? 4.0, 592 registered, 484 started, 209 graduated, including 20 participants at our correctional facilities, His Majesty's Prison, Madam President, and they are preparing for graduation. But Madam President, I will go further with evidence. You know what is different and significant about 4.0, Madam President? Madam President, after reviewing, I'll tell you this. Recruitment of participants. Under the previous 0.0s, before the 4.0, here's what happened. Participants are recruited through constituency offices. Madam President, and we know that back then, it was hard to distinguish what was party office and constituency office. Madam President, you know what is different? Open call for participants under the 4.0, Madam President. Young people are not supposed to be used as political toys. Madam President, all recruitment and registration was done by the Division of Youth. Madam President, open call. Our staff went out into the communities, into the constituencies, and every young man that is interested had the opportunity, Madam President. Madam President, the recruitment of facilitators for the life skills program and the training and the hard skill program, Madam President. Facilitators are recruited by their MPs before the 4.0 version, Madam President. Under the 4.0, open call for facilitators. It was advertised, Madam President. The National Training Agency headed the recruitment committee together with persons from the Division of Youth, Madam President. That is transparency, Madam President. That is transformation, Madam President. That is not victimization, Madam President. And I can go on and on and on to show the significant difference. But we're focusing on attrition, Madam President. But I move on, because unlike the leader of government business, I don't have more than an hour. Madam President, this is part of the challenge we face. These programs were designed to be compassionate, and they are, filling gaps created by systems that in some cases have failed our young people, and in others where they themselves have failed to seize opportunities. Madam President, for some, there's a refusal to embrace responsibility, because we're talking attrition. They join for the stipend. We can't blame them, Madam President. Some fail to attend the mandatory sessions. Some disrupt activities, Madam President. And when policies are enforced, they attempt to leverage their voting rights to absolve themselves for accountability. Madam President, that cannot be the system and the future we are creating for our young people. We have to hold them responsible and accountable just the same way as they hold us accountable. Madam President, you know why they did that? Because they know in the past years, a single phone call to the MPs could overturn decisions that says, put so-and-so back into the program. No, because they know that is a vote sure. Madam President, our young people deserve better. Madam President, in the words of my esteemed colleague yesterday, even in my absence, her words were, compassion without responsibility is negligence. I agree, Madam President, I agree. This is a principle we must uphold. Our duty is not only to provide opportunities, but to ensure that these opportunities are met with commitment and accountability. Therefore, we must ask the hard questions. We must strengthen mentorship and guidance for our young people, helping them to understand that empowerment is a partnership, one that requires effort, discipline, and responsibility on their part. Only then can these programs truly transform lives and communities. Madam President, I even heard, where is the measurable impact? We can't measure it. Madam President, how were we supposed to measure the impact in the past when all the documents were gone?
That's good.
Madam President, why did they delete the documents? We want to measure the impact so we can improve, Madam President. Let us talk truth. Let us stop masking the truth, Madam President. Let us talk. We want to talk about impact. Ask Mr. Strawn at His Majesty's prison about the recidivism rate in the prison in our Empower participants, Madam President. The transformation is there. We can measure the impact. Madam President, I love a good success story, and we have many in the Empower program, you know, but I have this one bartending participant, Madam President. He was one of our top performers in this program. He even went on the GIS Spice Morning program to recount his experience in this program and to give public praise to our ministry for this opportunity, Madam President. He was one of the participants who was entangled in the law, but this program gave him a second chance at life. Madam President, I'll tell you this, he did not stop there. Just last week, he went to one of the secondary schools in St. Patrick for the Boys Week and the Boys Week Career Guidance Day, and he spent almost the entire day mentoring the young men there. Madam President, that is transformation. That is measurable impact, Madam President. Madam President, the Empower program is turning vulnerability into victory and young men into nation builders, Madam President. Madam President, last year I said context is key, and I'll forever say context is key because it will never go out. Madam President, the Elevator program. There is a reason the program was named Elevate Her. These are real women, real challenges, real progress. Madam President, there has been misinformation about the Elevator, but I'm here to say that ignorance dressed up in confidence is still ignorance, Madam President. And I'll tell you the program realities, the facts, Madam President. 143 participants are actively enrolled in this program. The target was 200. Dropouts due to childcare, maternity, health challenges. Yes, Madam President. You know why? Because these are real women with real life challenges. But we have provided psychosocial support through our psychosocial support unit. Madam President, participants lacked basic documents like bank accounts, documents to even open a bank account or credit union, Madam President. Real life barriers they had to deal with, and we had to help them overcome, Madam President. Not everyone had the patience. A program that runs for 12 months cannot fully rehabilitate a person, but we are trying, Madam President. Madam President, we had stakeholder engagement with financial institutions to make this a reality because, Madam President, in some instances, you know how hard it is to open a bank account. You have to make appointments, you have to do all of that. And Madam President, the staff at the division and the persons responsible for this program, they would have been assisting by making sure that they have the documentation they need to go to the bank and, make appointments for them and doing all these things just to ensure that they have the stipend, Madam President. Because you see, the bad news is very easy to spread like wildfire. So one person has a challenge and that is reported, and it is seen like it's a big wildfire, like everybody is having challenge getting their money. Madam President, that is not the case. From our end at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, at the Division of Youth, their monies are available. The challenge is getting them to comply with the requirements to get their monies. Madam President, some of them want to use their parents' bank account and all of that. We know what our payment and our procurement system is in the public service, Madam President. We have to be realistic with our young people and stop setting them up for failure because they will fail in the real world. And that's not what we want, Madam President. Madam President, if I heard in the other place about, the maternity leave and all of that. Let's be real, Madam President. We're elevating her. We're elevating the whole woman. Madam President, If you take a 12 to 18-month program and a participant becomes pregnant, a pregnancy is 9 months, Madam President. You have maternity challenges. You want to go on maternity leave. You're struggling with childcare, lack of doctors, all these things. You will naturally fall behind in a program, Madam President. Tell me, is it prudent or is it a wise practice for us to give someone who has not been attending classes and doing all these things a certification at the end to say they are qualified or competent, Madam President? And then they take that to the workplace, and Senator Rahman having challenges in the business sector because why? They're not competent, Madam President. But you see, those are some of the practices of the past. And we are saying we are failing our young people if we fail to hold them accountable and responsible. Madam President, we are not blaming vulnerable women for systems that were never designed with their realities in mind. Instead, we are dismantling those barriers and building pathways to opportunities. Madam President, I have heard the chatter. I have heard those who claim the program is ineffective. And I ask respectfully, which program are they referring to? Because it cannot be the same one that I've been visiting. Madam President, let me speak about the program success thus far. We're not completed, but we have successes. Madam President, 6 participants, based on their performance thus far, were advanced to China for training. Additional training opportunities, Madam President. Madam President, we have positive feedback from those at the Labukan Creative Center, Madam President. We have 10 women enrolled in the CARICOM Boost program. And for those of us who don't know what that program is, let me just tell you real quick, Madam President. It is a regional food security project. CARICOM Boost, Women and Youth in Agriculture. Madam President, the goal of this project is to contribute to achieving the objectives of the 25 by 2025 initiative by capitalizing on the potential of youth and women to serve as agents of transformation of the region's agri-food system. And I'll tell you this, Madam President. Just yesterday, while we were here, the elevator participants engaged with Global Affairs Canada, funders of the Gender Responsive Climate Smart Agriculture and Food Systems Initiative. And you know what this partnership delivers to them? 18 shade houses, 15 cold storage units, agribusiness training, business registration support, technical assistance from trained agronomists, Madam President, and I can go on and on. And they're saying that we don't have a transition plan and an exit strategy. Madam President, that is far from the truth. Madam President, I'm saying the program is not yet completed. What does that say? This is not a rushed program. Madam President, 10 young women have already engaged the Ministry of Cooperatives into forming cooperatives to strengthen economic resilience. Are we not elevating these women, Madam President? We are teaching them to not, when they're finished with this program, come to us for a job. They are already taking from the life skills training the opportunity to advance themselves so that when they finish with the program, they are already making advances in life. Madam President, that is strategic, Madam President. Madam President, I have personally visited these women in classrooms, on their farms, with my boots on, in the rain, running and sheltering under fig leaf, Madam President. Not for politics, but for purpose, Madam President. Madam President, if it was for political mileage, it would have been plastered over social media. I am not here for that, Madam President. I have listened to their concerns in the classroom, but their gratitude and commendation was even louder than their concerns, Madam President. Madam President, I heard that this is a rushed program, but it's not rushed when you understand the assignment. It is readiness. You see, Madam President, some confuse movement with panic because they never witnessed proper planning, Madam President. And I really didn't think that we were going to come back here this year again and talk about the Imani transition, Madam President. But I heard that we cannot measure the impact. And I didn't walk with a tape line this year. I should have. Madam President, let's talk about the Imani transition. Measurable, managed, and meaningful. That is the difference. Madam President, I heard one person say that they don't know what we are reimagining when we said we are reimagining the Imani program. For too long, the Imani program has been discussed with more emotion than evidence. But you cannot fact-check feelings. You can only respond with measurable results. And the results speaks loudly. Madam President, the transition began in December 2024. We're in December 2025. We started with trainees in the private sector. And today, my dear colleagues, prepare to knock the table. 100% of those trainees have been placed. And not just placed, Madam President, they have secured full-time employment with their former training enterprises. Talk about measurement, measure that. Madam President, 49 stakeholders partnered with us to make this placement possible. And I say thank you to every one of them for their cooperation and commitment. 66 trainees have moved from training to permanent employment, either directly or through external recruitment challenges. Clock it. Madam President, the transition for trainees at state-owned enterprises is on the way. We have engaged them, we received positive feedback, and expected the majority of the 143 trainees to complete their transition by early next year. Following this, Madam President, we will address the largest group, 929 trainees in the public sector. And I'm also happy to report that we've already started because 40 Imani trainees who function as coaches has now been transitioned fully into the public service. Clock it. We want measurement. We want impact. This is what we reimagined the Imani program to be. Because you are supposed to create an exit strategy, Madam President. We are cleaning it up, Madam President. And remember I said that this transition started December 2024. We're in December 2025. And we've done all of this. Madam President, we have achieved a significant reduction in the program size, and that is commendable. We inherited a program that was on life support, and today we are teaching it how to run a marathon, Madam President. Madam President, the Imani Secretariat at our Division of Youth, I thank you for your hard work. You have transformed chaos into clarity, and delivered results that speaks for themselves. Madam President, the Youth in Business program, I must touch on it. Madam President, if we are serious about building a youth economy, we must equip our young entrepreneurs with the tools to succeed. That is why the Youth in Business program, and as we call it, the Youth-trepreneurs, delivers $2 million in allocation for this program. Through this initiative, participants can access grant funding up to $3,000, which can be used for critical startup needs as much as possible. For those ready to scale up their businesses that already exist, we offer loans up to $30,000 at an interest rate of 1% on the reducing balance, repayable up to 5 to 7 years with a 6-month grace period. Madam President, these funds can be used for machinery, vehicles, working capital, you name it. Madam President, the grant disbursement goes directly to the suppliers. No ratchet fee in the thing, Madam President. Madam President, this program was not rushed, and I heard that. And I have to defend it, Madam President. It was planned with precision. The MOU was signed on October 14th, not because budget was coming on December 1st, as I heard. It was officially launched on November 27th. Today, 68 participants are confirmed, supported by, we also hired a business officer and an administrative officer whose duties began on November 3rd. Training is delivered on a tiered approach, so we're not just giving everybody the same training. Based on your need, we give you that training to ensure that it is sector-specific and you have the mandatory skills development. Madam President, so those who whisper about rush, let me be clear, and I'm going to say it again, it is not rush when you understand the assignment. Madam President, you know why we had the Youth Biz program? And now we have the Youth in Business program, and they say that we're just repackaging. That's okay. Madam President, I will give commendation when it's due. It was a good program. It was. But we made it better. And let me tell you why. Because I have the document to show the comparison. Madam President, I deal with facts. The Youth Biz program, as it was affectionately called, and I'm going to do a comparison with other lending institutions so we would understand. We had the maximum loan amount under the Youth Biz was $25,000. We moved that to $30,000. Madam President, interest rate under the Youth Biz was 3%. We brought it down to 1%. GDB's interest rate was also 1% when the Youth Biz program was 3%. What does that say, Madam President? We are competing with other lending institutions and giving our young people higher interest rate? Madam President, the grace period back then under the Youth Biz program was 3 months. We moved that to 6 months, Madam President. And I can go on and on and on and on, Madam President, because guess what? Don't confuse movement with panic, because this is proper planning, Madam President. Clock that. Madam President, this is how we build a youth economy. Through structured support, strategic partnership, and commitment to empowering our young people. And Madam President, the business development officer that we hired, you know, their primary role is to ensure that these applications do not go and cluster up with the rest of GDB's, loan requests and all of that. So we're moving with pace, but we're moving in the right direction, Madam President. Madam President, at the ministry, we have rebranded, we have reorganized, we have modernized. We are moving from program-driven to service-oriented, strategic, and measurable youth development. Because youth are not passengers, Madam President. They are co-pilots on this journey with us to Vision 75. Madam President, our key shifts, rebranding, as I said. We have a new logo. It's very pretty, very fancy, Madam President, but it speaks to young people. And it shows a renewed focus on visibility and public engagement for 2026 and beyond. We have our national youth policy that we are working on for 2026. We have our National Youth Advisory Council that we're also working on for 2026. We have continuous engagement. We are no longer waiting until Youth Month to roll out a bunch of activities, Madam President. We're going to be having engagement year-round. The youth economy, Madam President, I must touch on that. Madam President, the only thing constant in this life is change. And make no mistake, our young people are growing with or without us. So it's either we grow with them or they grow without us. Yesterday, I visited a secondary school on day before, actually, and I mentioned Facebook, and the students laughed at me. I felt very geriatric, Madam President. When I said Instagram and TikTok, they responded with clock it.
That's right.
Madam President, a phrase that says, remember it. That moment reminded me that we cannot lead from behind. We inherited opportunities, yes, but they lacked upgrades, expansion, and in some cases, life support. The impact was not measurable. And that, I guess it's the empirical scientist that in me, that if something is not measurable, it is not sustainable. So, Madam President, my vision for the ministry is now being unfolded. Like a chain, every link must connect, strong and secure. Over the last 3 years, this government has worked with purpose to rebuild institutions, expand opportunities, and restore confidence in our youth. We have invested deeply in training, skills development, creative industries, and international partnerships that open meaningful doors. But the next decade will not define by what we're giving our young people now. It will be defined how we convert their energy, their ideas, and ambition into enterprises, leaders, and empowered citizens. Madam President, we have made a bold decision. After broad consultation and review, it is clear that our current structure has reached its limit. Madam President, our youth are talented and driven. They need a system that matches their ambition. And today I announce the creation of the Youth Empowerment Agency, YEA, a purpose-built statutory body that will shift youth development from scattered activities to structured pipelines, from good intentions to measurable outcomes. Welcome, Dr. Charles. From isolated programs to a coordinated national agenda. Madam President, 3 high-impact pillars will be the focus for YEA: entrepreneurship, leadership development, and civic participation. Madam President, incubators, accelerators, access to finance, and school-based enterprise programs like the Junior Achievers will be reinstated. National Youth Leadership Academies in every parish and revival of our Youth Leaders Program. Civic participation, a national volunteer corps to build civic responsibility and real-world experience. Madam President, this fully aligns with our National Sustainable Development Plan. The progress and the timeline. So far, the consultancy phase has been completed. So when they think nothing is happening, Madam President, we are working silently. We're not announcing things ad hocly or prematurely. Madam President, the National Youth Policy will be finalized next year. We have legislative drafting, which begins in January, and the full launch of the year will be by mid-2026. The budget allocation, Madam President, $15 million for infrastructure, program rollout, operational capacity, and direct support for youth entrepreneurship, leadership, and civic participation. Madam President, this is not another set of bureaucracy. It is restructuring for impact, Madam President, so they better brace for impact. Madam President, how will that fit into the programs and so on that we have already existing? So the programs like the Empower, Elevator, Youth in Business will be integrated into YEA's entrepreneurship portfolio, eliminating duplication, improving efficiency, and a seamless pipeline from skills training to business development, mentorship, and financing. This is how we will be moving isolated interventions to a national engine of youth-driven economic growth. And some may ask, well, what will be the ministry's role if we are having a statutory body for the Youth Empowerment Agency? The Ministry of Youth will continue to lead on policy, legislation, and advocacy, keeping youth at the center of Grenada's development agenda. And let me highlight, as I come to a close, Madam President, unemployment dropped from 16.6% to 7.5%, Madam President. Keep the table not coming, because youth unemployment went from 42% to 20.2%. Madam President, clock it. That is transformation in motion. That is measurable, Madam President. And in conclusion, I would love to say that 2025 was a year of progress. Athlete development, coaching capacity, and Madam President, we have a lot of things happening in sports. Infrastructure. In 2026, Madam President, we will build on these achievements, expand community sports, deepen partnerships, and continue holistic youth development across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. To the staff of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I say thank you. I love you and I appreciate you. Madam President, talk will always be cheap, but transformational investment is priceless. As we move towards Vision 75, let it be remembered that the most powerful renewable energy source in Grenada, as I started, I'm going to end by saying, is not solar, it's not wind, it's not geothermal, it's not the oil and gas. It is the unmatched brilliance, imagination, and innovation of our youth. We are preparing our young people we are not preparing our young people for the future. We are preparing the future for our young people, Madam President. This is Vision 75 in motion. This is youth empowerment institutionalized. This is Grenada rising with intention, determination, and innovation. I take this opportunity to wish all my young people a very Merry Christmas. I am proud of the work we have done in 2025. I am energized for the transformation coming in 2026. Can you tell? Yes. And I am committed to ensuring that every young person has a place, a purpose, and a pathway in Grenada we are building together. To our young people, stay focused, stay resilient. Don't listen to the naysayers, Madam President. And as my dearly departed brother, former Senator Neelan Franklin always say, a lion never loses sleep over the opinion of a sheep. You know of us.
Thank you, Senator Seville, or should I say thank you for the representative of the Unstoppable Grenada Renewable Energy. Thank you, Senator. And offer the floor I do to Senator the Honorable Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good morning to you, my colleagues, staff of Parliament, all Grenadians, those at home and those abroad. I begin in the name of God Almighty, the true sustainer of life and well-being, the creator of the heavens and the earth and all that is in between, the uncreated creator of all, who exists outside of time, as he is the beginning and the end, the sovereign, the one to whom we shall all return, whether a king or a pauper, final judgment belongs to him. I thank God Almighty and the business community for the opportunity to offer some comments on this estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2026 from a private sector point of view. An opportunity to exercise our view regarding what was presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance in the other place, in his government's aim to address the financial needs and outlook for the economy of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique for 2026. So let me begin with the broad picture and then dive into some positives and negatives as we see it. Madam President, the budget amount as presented is 1.96 billion, up 48 million from the 2025 budgeted figure of 1.912 billion, a 2.8% increase. So in terms of numbers, that is not materially different from last year, especially if you factor in a 1% inflation on money. So what matters, therefore, is how the money is being allocated this year. Have our needs shifted? And if so, how are they being catered for in this budget? Madam President, what the budget figure does convey in terms of the economy on the onset is that spending is more than last year, and therefore liquidity, which is the lifeblood of every market, is maintained. You must spend money to make money. So if I had to use a phrase to describe this budget, I wouldn't use the exciting phrase that was used. I would just say it is a doubling down on existing priorities. As this government approaches its 4th year at the helm, it needs to show the Grenadian people that it is staying the course. It is completing the projects that they started, and those they said were broken and needed to be MIT'd. So at a first glance, yes, this budget provides sufficiently for the financing of the state of Grenada for 2026 as a whole. Madam President, when we speak about actual tax revenue collections from customs and inland revenue, we see government did quite well there. We see when compared to 2024 that the government collected over $41 million more in tax revenue for 2025. And where were those increases specifically? Well, taxes on income and corporate profits moved from $192.5 million to $200.1 million. a $7.5 million increase. We see a $10 million also, a $10 million increase on domestic taxes, which are taxes on goods and services, and a $27 million increase on international trade transaction taxes. Madam President, I want you to see the trend here. The increases in tax collections are in large part taxes levied on businesses and our day-to-day trading. Madam President, we often hear that the government provides the enabling environment for business to thrive: roads, bridges, water, electricity, policy making, education, and so forth. Yes, that is true. But the private sector is the real enabler, Madam President, of all of this. We risk more. We contribute more year on year to this country than any other grouping by far. Madam President, we want our youth to become entrepreneurs. We want them to love business, to love trading, to manufacture, to add value, to transition into new fields, to meet the skill requirements and serve the needs of our growing economy, to take calculated risks, to expand beyond our borders and to make money. This is how our economy will grow, through diversification. Sometimes, if your business is slowing, look for other opportunities to transition to. An example of an old business model that has almost transitioned out of most economies is that of a travel agency. At one time, you couldn't book a flight without one. Business is the driver of this economy, Madam President. The reality is that if we didn't do our work, if we didn't show up to open our businesses every day, reinvest our earnings into those businesses, sacrifice most of our waking lives for our businesses and by extension for this country, our economy as we know it will grind to a halt. Madam President, there are no new taxes levied this year, and we are pleased with this. As a whole, the economy has been growing year upon year. 2022, 7.4% growth. 2023, 5.5% growth. 2024, 3.7% growth. And 2025, 4.4% growth, according to IMF's Article 4 October report. In another document, it is written as 6.2 for 2025, but we'll see about that. God knows best. Madam President, even though the government is spending on the nation's needs, it is not easy for everyone out there. It's not easy to build a business from scratch. They need help. And sometimes the money doesn't readily filter down to every businessman and businesswoman. It is a struggle for some, day in and day out, year in and year out. But it is a worthy struggle. The local market is small. The financing options are limited and costly. But as a business person, your vision does not have to be small. And there are others who present positive examples for us to emulate in our society. You don't have to wait for government to always throw you a bone. People are spending money every day on the things that they need and want. Find out what they are spending money on. What are they complaining about? What you could supply them with to solve their problem. And I'll give you a hint. People with disposable income generally spend money on 3 wants. 1, things that can make them more productive, meaning save them time. 2, things they perceive to be beneficial for their health or well-being. And 3, the things that they enjoy or delight in, their interests and their habits. Follow these things, do a business that caters to that, and you should be successful by God's mercy. Madam President, to drive this point home, let me take this opportunity to share some examples of small and micro businesses that have stood out at the recently held GCIC Business Awards 2025 last Saturday. A summary of just 3 of 11 winners. 1 in tech, 1 in consistency in training, and the other an agri-innovator. The winner of the Excellence in ICT Award, Information and Communication Technology, the company name is Metarelic Peoples, Inc. It is a Grenadian-built, cloud-based HR and payroll time and attendance app. So innovation does not have to come from overseas. It can be designed and scaled right here in Grenada. Metarelic's platform can transform how businesses manage their workforce, bringing together HR, payroll, and time and attendance into one system. It is a platform built for us and by us. And to date, that company has already processed over $10 million in payroll, supporting companies in sectors such as tourism, agriculture, professional services, and even the public sector. Second was the winner of Excellence in Education and Skills Training Award. That is Gray's Training and Certification Center. Many of us may know that company. With industry-aligned programs and certified instructors, deep community impact, especially in giving second chances to learners often left behind, Gray's is recognized nationally as a stable CVQ accredited institution that has helped to improve the labor market in Grenada for over 25 years. And third, winner of Excellence in Agribusiness Award, Fruity Moss, Grenada. It is an agri-innovator who take local ingredients and turn them into world-class products. Fruity Moss, Grenada has transformed an important resource and superfood, sea moss, into a premium line of fruit-infused teas and wellness beverages and agro-products that are distinctly Grenadian. Their blends of sea moss with ginger, soursop, cinnamon, sorrel, and other local ingredients meet the growing demand for natural wellness products. It is more than a product, it is a community. They work directly with sea moss harvesters and small manufacturers, promoting sustainable harvesting and fair purchasing so that benefits can be shared across the value chain. Madam President, moving on to expenditure. This is the second year, back to back, that we have been presented with a deficit budget, spending more than we can earn. And the second year, we have triggered the escape clause, departing from the fiscal rules under the Fiscal Resiliency Act. Madam President, we also triggered this clause in 2020 to 2022 due to COVID. So it's not the first time. So in the last 5 years, we have only returned to the fiscal rules for about a year and a half. That's important to know. In the last 5 years. Because those rules help to make sure that we manage the finances of this economy properly. This is what happens when there are major unplanned events. The event of Hurricane Beryl caused capital expenditure to be pushed higher than normal, this year at $520.2 million. And in 2026, $577 million is estimated to be spent, $370.4 million as capital expenditure, and $206.7 million as initiatives. Remember, prior to 2026, both capital expenditure and initiatives have been classified as capital expenditure. Hence the necessity to add them when comparing year on year. This definition can be found on page 7 of the budget document, Madam President. Madam President, on page 26, you will see that recurrent expenditure, excluding principal repayments, is budgeted at a 5.8% increase over the 2025 estimate. This increase is attributed to 26.3% increase in employee compensation, estimated at 410.2 million. That's a lot of money in the hands of people, but that is good for spending. 35.7% increase in expenditure of goods and services, estimated at 254.5 million. More money being spent within the economy is also good for liquidity. As mentioned, from a liquidity standpoint, this is great and good for the economy, but that's a short-term thing. However, Madam President, the overall fiscal balance, which is the difference between the total government income and total government spending, meaning what you make, right? For 2025, that figure is 279.1 million in the red. And the overall fiscal balance for 2026 is estimated to be 337.4 million in the red. Only in 2027 do we see the financial picture turning positive. So we have to pray that we don't get a next event. We look forward to that and hope that through proper fiscal management, that 2027 projection will become a reality sooner than later. In light of the current financial picture that we have been given, when we look at the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report, we see that 3 recommendations have been given for revenue and 3 for expenditure strategies. For revenue collection, government is advised to 1, modernize the tax systems to improve efficiency and broaden the revenue base. 2, reform concessions and tax incentives, rationalize tax exemptions, and phase out temporary waivers to safeguard fiscal revenue. And 3, improve collection through the monitoring and recovery mechanisms to reduce arrears and stabilize revenues at sustainable levels. The expenditure strategies are as follows. 1, prioritize investments, direct resources to projects that build resilience, improve social outcomes, and advance national transformation. 2, promote efficiency and fiscal discipline. This one is extremely important, Madam President. Strengthen procurement, financial management, and expenditure control to ensure value for money. This is by far the most important one in my view, how money is spent. Restore compliance with fiscal rules, that is number 4. Balance recovery-related needs with medium-term targets to secure long-term fiscal and debt sustainability. Extremely important for the future of this country. Madam President, none of those recommendations above speak about raising taxes on the people at all. So it means that means they have to work. That means more work. Because it's easy to raise a tax here or raise a tax there. But these recommendations are very clear from the documents. Rather, all the recommendations speak to better and more efficient collections and better and more efficient spending. And for what I have seen over the years, it is the expenditure control, the value for money question, that is the biggest challenge. It's about spending the right amount on what is needed, ensuring that value for money is at the fore of every transaction. That is what it is about. Madam President, on to CBI non-tax revenue or CBI earnings. As it was reported for the last 2 years, the backlog of applications were being cleared. Government made it clear. And that we were told that revenue amounts would come down. As such, for 2025, they have come down. Collections of non-tax revenue has decreased by 63% to 270.9 million. And that's why interest payments are expected to drop from 152 million in 2025 to 80 million in 2026. It is my wish and hope that interest payments could drop by 10 million a year to free up that money to be spent in our local economy. But the population has to understand what is at stake to pay down the principal on our debt consistently, because that requires discipline and sacrifice. It needs to be done to strengthen our fiscal resilience long term. I recall there was a time when a gentleman, most honorable gentleman by the name of George Brizan came up with a structural adjustment program. He did very well with regard to the debts, but he lost the next election because the people didn't understand what was really being done for their benefit. The leading sectors. Madam President, let me begin with education, a sector that is vital to all other sectors and a leading contributor to Grenada's GDP. We are very pleased to see, Honorable Minister of Education, the increased emphasis on education in this budget, and especially the focus on TVET, technical and vocational skills, at this time in our nation's development. Funds to the tune of $6.5 million had been allocated in 2026 for the establishment of new TVET centers and the finalization and implementation of a TVET enhancement strategy. Skills training, Madam President, skills training. In my budget debate speech 2 years ago, I mentioned for business to increase, consumption must also increase. It does not have to be big business. We need more plumbers to service these businesses, more electricians, more highly skilled carpenters and welders and mechanics to diagnose and repair those hybrids and electrical vehicles, end quote. So it is a little delayed, but we understand that things take a while in government. The important thing is that government does pay attention. They do take notes. Many times I see ministers on the other side taking note, and that's a good thing. In this particular case, government has held consultations, I've been there, on education and the way forward, consulted with education experts from as far as Jamaica, and now we see that it is budgeted for. That is excellent. To say that this is important, Madam President, is an understatement. It is an urgent need for our economy. And Madam President, you know, it have plumbers and electricians making more money than some who dress up nice in the back. So, I mean, it is worthy of getting into. Not everybody will get a bank job. So the question is, will AI replace a plumber or electrician? With all this technology coming, will it replace these fields? The answer is no. It will not replace many skilled jobs, but it will make them a lot easier, such that a plumber and electrician can have AI create a plan, and AI can produce the material list, quantities in a matter of seconds. So no more having to make 5 trips to the hardware for a 3-day job because you forget to get this or you forget to get that. Everything is there for you. So a suggestion to speed things up regarding the TVET centers, if it's not already being done, to use community centers around the country to expand the program now. This will give you time for new centers to be built, as construction takes a while and unforeseen delays do happen quite frequently in construction. Madam President, certain skill sets required for life need to be selected, prioritized, and made mandatory in all secondary schools. Every man needs to know a few things around the house. As I've said before, it have some men that can't even put in a light bulb. So components of the TVET program should begin at 5 p.m., continuing education to cater for those who are employed but would like to pivot into something else or learn a new skill. Many employers do currently work with employees to alter their schedules to facilitate furthering of their studies while on the job. Construction. Madam President, as everyone should be aware by now, we are currently experiencing shortages of skilled labor across the country, but especially in the south of the island. In the past, contractors and skilled workers would come down to town, to the south of the island, to look for work. Nothing so now, Madam President. The contractors are getting work in and around their communities, whether it is a government school, a road, housing project, or whether it is a returning resident rebuilding their family home. Whether it is local investment by business to cater for the growing needs of the community, construction is everywhere. We need more masons. Some people say things happening. We need more masons, carpenters, steelmen, laborers, you name it. Consumer confidence remains strong. And nowhere do we see a better example of this than in construction. With strong demand for building and building materials, there is also strong demand for appliances, flooring solutions, lighting, plumbing, sanitary solutions, and the list goes on. Whether it's appliances at home or equipment at work, we need more appliance and equipment technicians. When a concrete pump truck shuts down for an electrical problem, there are only few people that could repair that, Madam President. We need more electricians specializing in the repair of marine, industrial, and automotive applications. We need more technicians to adequately service hybrids and electric vehicles to a lesser extent. Those services are done by computer. Madam President, this point is critical. Finding trustworthy, mature-minded individuals is proving to be a great challenge. As businesses grow in this country, they need more middle managers. And finding competency for supervisory and middle management jobs is difficult. Middle managers need to know how to separate friendship from professionalism as it relates to their duties. That is a problem. A 7.5% unemployment rate is a great thing and worthy of celebration. Here's the challenge. As the economy grows, if the unemployment rate continues to drop, productivity is also likely to drop because people will be spread thin. There won't be enough labor supply. So, Madam President, if I recall the budget document correctly, the government itself needs to fill about 1,700 vacant positions. I think 1,775 was the number. So this is not a private sector challenge, Madam President. This is a national one. So in my mind, it's not a question of whether we need some outside labor. It's about how we get it, how we manage it, and still make sure that we put our people first. There are multiple countries with lower GDP per capita than ours. We could start to look there because it'll be a better opportunity for them. Madam President, there are certain construction companies, for example, Chinese construction companies now competing for projects locally, and we still have a labor shortage. We don't want permanence for foreign workers, but we do need rotational programs from time to time. Madam President, our roads and infrastructure can hardly keep up with the demand of our growing economy. We need to stagger our work day, carve out specific times for movement of large equipment, and get serious with people who park around corners, even when there are no parking signs present. There's a lot of money to be made by issuing tickets to those who flout the rules repeatedly. Madam President, we see a widening of the corners on certain places in the roads to ease the flow of traffic. The cliff and the bottom of Old Fort Road, that's after PBC going down. Those things are very good. More of those things, please. Health. Madam President, another sector that is critical to all other sectors. We cannot produce a physically strong and mentally strong nation if we have poor health or if we make poor health choices. And also if we fail to support health adequately. There are countries such as Turkey where many Europeans and an increasing amount of Westerners are going to complete their medical checkups. We all know that when we go for a medical, our vitals are checked, our blood pressure, weight, temperature, and based on our complaint or history, the doctor could order blood and or urine samples to test for a range of things. We know that the doctor may order further testing, scans, biopsies, etc., to get to the root of the patient's health situation. And countries such as Turkey offer this in one complex, often privately run. So for many years, we have spoken about properly leveraging the SGU advantage that is here. So that connection with Mount Sinai fits the glove. But what we need to ensure is how is this endeavor? How is this partnership with Mount Sinai? How is this endeavor to improve our health offering to Grenadians and all? How will it be sustained and affordable so that in a connected world where it is often cheaper to take an international flight than a regional one, how will we compete with what is offered at a good standard internationally? That's what it is, because the population of Grenada cannot sustain a world-class hospital. So how are we going to attract them, and how are we going to be competitive? If that question is not adequately examined and clear, then we are only just probing. Madam President, if the mind is not healthy, all we have is a shell of one's former self. This is why we are pleased to see $4 million budgeted for a facility for alcohol and other substance abuse. We are told that the planned drug rehabilitation facility will be constructed on the former site of the nurses' hostel at Princess Hospital. It is marked as a priority for government to support persons with drug and mental health problems. Rightly so. This is so very much needed, Madam President. This is actually overdue. Madam President, let's not forget the $584,000 given by the Grenada Cooperative Bank and other private sector contributors such as Flow, Coyaba Beach Resort, Antillean Group, Body Image Health Club, and more. Given since May of 2024, this money was raised over 5 years from the bank's Pump It Up Health Walk events. Contribution to what is right from the private sector. Madam President, you only have to go out to Grandance at night or around the Sugar Mill area to see several of those whose lives have been stolen by drugs. Madam President, I know some of them. A few weeks ago, one asked me for money. And I said to him, I won't give you any money, but I could get you some food. I then asked him, do you want to live out the rest of your life like this? You want to die in this condition on the streets? And he said, no. So I asked him, then give me a number for a family member of yours who is close to you. So he gave me a number. And as soon as I left him, I called that night. His mother answered the phone. She had recently lost another son, and she sounded tired and almost helpless. She did not know what to do again. She said that the police tried to help, but the addiction was too strong, kept going back. She said only God could help him. So I promised her that I would speak about the issue, as no one would like their child to end up like that, not even the child of a drug man. Madam President, these people need to be off the streets. So this is very good news. In addition, there needs to be stiff legislation introduced to combat this problem. We are a small country, and oftentimes the citizens can tell you who the Dan man is, as they put it. But Dan for me stands for degenerate and negligent. A man whose interest is in making money while knowingly destroying his fellow countrymen, effectively destroying the life of other people's children. It is a vile and evil act, Madam President, for easy money and repeat business. Keep them just sick enough, just addicted enough, that the desire for the drug consumes their entire existence. That is evil, Madam President. that is evil indeed. Madam President, through you, I urge the Honorable Attorney General to use her good office to tackle this problem adequately through legislation. Those who are selling drugs and convicted for doing so, as a first step, take their passports and driver's license away from them for 5 years. Let them feel it. They take bus all the way they need to go. If they want to sell the drugs, they take bus and go and sell drugs. That's some foolish, isn't it? We'll turn them into that. Yes. Take their passport so they cannot travel and driver's license away from them for 5 years. And if they do so again and they are convicted for a second time, then perhaps their property can be confiscated and sold, and the proceeds from it used to care for those whose lives have been destroyed. Something for government to give some serious thought, because something needs to be done. We want development, Madam President, but we don't want the destruction of people that we have seen in other societies, the ills. We don't want that. And we could do something about it. We could be different. Madam President, in the countries like Dubai, if convicted for the supply of illegal drugs, the punishment is the death penalty, because they are stealing the life of others through a painfully slow process, one that not only affects the victim and his family, but our entire society as a whole. We have to foot the bill for rehabilitation, only to have the situation repeat itself as the illegal drugs always seem to be readily available. Madam President, when I was 14 years of age, riding my bicycle after school to evening lessons in the Grandaunt's house in Skene, a young man came into the road and held my bike by the handlebar. He said, "Try this, you'll like it." I told him I wasn't interested. He said, "Try just one time and I will let you go." I said, "Maybe next time. I'm late." And he let go of the bike. That was 35 years ago. Can you imagine what children go through today? We are risking the lives of our children if we don't get serious about this scourge in our society. Madam President, moving on, the provision for the refurbishment of the St. George's Medical Station, Westerhall Medical Station, to the tune of $3 million is good stuff. This is actual improvement of health infrastructure now. What about the actual improvement of equipment and procedures required for the delivery of health? We see $9.44 million to strengthen preparedness of health systems for public health emergencies by improving health facilities, laboratories, to provide such services to manage a public health emergency, including an emergency disease outbreak or extreme weather events or natural disasters. That's very good. And finally, on health, regarding the supply of medicines for Grenada through the Pharmaceutical Procurement Service, PPS, or whatever means, ensure that you have the relevant oversight from our healthcare professionals. Yesterday, I heard that from our colleague here, Dr. Charles, speaking about shortage of medicines. Ensure that you have the relevant oversight from our healthcare professionals so we order as accurately as possible and have in stock the right medicines and supplies. Just like any business, Madam President, we don't want to order too many slow-moving items, and we don't want stock to expire on us. I've been told that we can improve in this area, and God knows best. Madam President, we heard that local nurses are being employed. Yesterday, we heard so from the leader of government business, right out of university. We heard that agreements have been signed with Ghana and Nigeria to fill the gaps that remain. With this and government's recent commitment to the scholarships of 30 students who have met the standards to study medicine, a 300% increase from 3 to 30. This is very good news for the future of young Grenadians and healthcare in Grenada, providing that we can retain them for the long term. Madam President, We know that our greatest resource is our people. How do we leverage them? We have lost so many qualified nurses, doctors, accountants. We need to make sure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated, because we simply don't have the resources to pay for the education of doctors and nurses year after year and have them run off to greener pastures without giving Grenada its due. Tourism. Madam President, the numbers of stay-over tourists have become moderate as the number of stay-over passengers have decreased between 10 to 14%, or about 10, at least 10% across the board. Something to monitor closely as geopolitical tensions warm up. At the same time, the numbers for cruise ship passengers have increased significantly by over 17,000 visitors in 2025. This is good for retail business in and around the town of St. George and Grand Anse. It is also good for the taxi and tour operators who showcase Grenada, albeit for a short time. But you remember, the cruise ship passengers don't spend the kind of money that the stay-over passengers do. It is also beneficial for the fresh fruit and craft vendors, money circulating immediately into the local economy. So 17,000 cruise ship passengers more this year than last year is definitely a good thing. Our tourism sector remains strong, and investment is continuing in this industry to add room stock to constantly improve our offering. This provides jobs not only in the south of the island anymore. Madam President, but we must understand the reality of things. We must understand what's going on in our region. There are emerging geopolitical risks that could negatively affect this industry in ways that we cannot quantify. We don't want this, but it is here in our region, and thank God we are some distance away. Only yesterday, we heard through the international media that a Venezuelan oil tanker was taken, just like that, seized. And we were given a narrative about drugs and drug trafficking just a few weeks before. Madam President, all parties to this conflict have been our friends and trading partners for decades. 3 parties in this conflict have been our friends and trading partners for decades. Are we being asked to choose who our best friend is now? Will we support a wrong if our friend is doing that wrong? Madam President, in my faith, we are taught, and please listen carefully, support your brother, whether he is wrong or whether he has been wronged. So the prophet was asked, we can understand that we should support our brother if he has been wronged, but how can we support him if he is wrong? The reply was, stop him from doing what is wrong. That is how you support him. In this case, Madam President, even if we wanted to stop our friends from this wrong, we don't have the power to do so. But what we can do is to tell them that we see what's going on, and no matter how they try to spin it, right will always be right, and wrong will always be wrong. May God Almighty protect us, and may better sense prevail and justice prevail. Amen. Madam President, it comes to mind that if by the action of individual or individuals you are negatively affected, without having contributed to that negative effect yourself, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to seek compensation? My colleague next to me could probably answer that. Speaks about compensation a lot. So if other nations, therefore, negatively affect our economy through their own campaigns for their own ends, without us having contributed to that which caused a negative effect upon us, wouldn't we be entitled to compensation from those that caused it? This is the world that we live in today. I must mention that if this situation worsens, there could be negative impact on freight, as vessels may have to go around a safe distance that would add costs. For now, by God's mercy, oil and fuel prices are down, freight is stable, and inflation has tapered down to 1%. That's all good for our economy. Governance. The private sector is pleased to see the planned rollout of new performance management framework for ministers and senior managers. Clear targets will be set and reporting requirements will be introduced to ensure priorities are translated into tangible outcomes, it says. That's what the budget document reads. This must not be mere words, Madam President, but a means by which the performance of a minister can be accurately measured. You know why? Because when you leaf through the votes page by page, there are items that have been budgeted for and not $1 was spent for them. And other important areas such as skills training, where $9 million was budgeted for TVET and under $2 million spent, and we need skills so badly. 2 questions, 2 comments, and 3 suggestions as I close because my remaining time is short and I don't like to go over. 1, in the budget speech delivered by the Minister of Finance last year, 2 questions, we heard that further to significant progress made, and I quote, further to significant progress made in resolving the Kawana Bay dispute and engaging a new developer, construction is expected to recommence this year, 2025. Can we have an update on the Kawana Bay project, please? 2, a further $8 million was budgeted for the final leg of the St. John's River Road project in 2025. According to the budget document, $0 was spent there. Can we also have an update on that? Comments. 1, relating to fisheries and the upcoming halt in exports of millions of dollars worth of fish to the U.S. come January 1st, 2026. The private sector is not laying blame here, as this problem goes way back. We know that significant work has recently been done to this effect, and we hope that this continues to be aggressively pursued and outcomes are positive in short order so that everybody can return to work. This has a tremendous ripple effect impact. And my brother, Senator St. Clair, spoke a little about that yesterday. It also has a tremendous impact on business. Madam President, comment 2. When some are allowed to shut down our national port because of an employee or because it seems like it's trending every end of year, someone has to call it out and say, no, not at the risk of our economy. We all do too much, Madam President, to have these kinds of risks to our economy, especially when it comes to an essential service like a port, a lifeline of our economy. It's not about taking rights away from people. It's about process, Madam President, process. Entitlement is entitlement, and people have a right to the entitlement. But process, Madam President, the trends year after year of what we are seeing on the port, it is not good for business, for the nation's business. Suggestions. We are happy to see increases in salary given to doctors and nurses. That is something about retention, says something about retention, so that is good. We are also pleased to see the increases given to police officers last year. Madam President, access to land is sometimes prohibitive due to its cost. So I propose to the government to sweeten the deal for first responders only, your police, nurses, fire, and military personnel. Let's make some lands available to them, not for free, but at a reduced cost, to cover the cost of infrastructure works at least. They protect us, and they care for us daily. I have been told that government has lands along the road from Mount Morris to Bellevue. And if that road is opened up less than a mile in, government lands can be made available for first responders at a reduced price of about $6 a square foot. That's $60,000 for 10,000 square feet of land. Enough for a house and some backyard farming. If the land is first identified and is suitable, then a list of those interested can be formed and then formalized further once there is significant interest. So, Madam President, first responders, land for first responders to make it easier for them as they sacrifice their lives every day for safety. 2, when traffic exits Lansapine, a suggestion is to let everyone go left around and then around the Sugar Mill roundabout. Large trucks or equipment that may find it difficult to do so can go down Dusty Highway and then come up Morris Bishop Highway. Madam President, the traffic problem amplifies when traffic stops. So it's like a patient. We want the blood to keep flowing. When the blood stops, they have major problems. So towards the end of Ram Supermarket and before the beginning of Republic Bank's property, I suggest that we can make a lane on the left for buses and cars to drop off passengers there, to accommodate at least 4 vehicles at a time. No parking, no vending. Buildings have to be set back a certain distance from the road anyway. So the space should be available while allowing proper access to the land behind and proper compensation for the strip of land that could be used for the public good. And I would recommend that Republic Bank switch its entrance and exit. Only signs need to be moved. That's it. They just did a beautiful parking lot, but only signs need to be moved so that there are less bottlenecks around the roundabout. And 3, Madam President, Grenadians buy and sell vehicles every day. Most vehicles have debt, some sort of debt attached to them, meaning that they are on loan from a financial institution. What is to stop someone from selling a vehicle, taking the money, and leaving the island? And leaving the bank with the debt? There is a provision in Inland Revenue for some type of record, but there needs to be a proper title for every vehicle, as it is in the US, for example. So one cannot sell a vehicle or register a vehicle without a title. And on that title, which must be paid for, it will state whether the vehicle has a lien on it or not. Once the vehicle is paid for in full, a new title can be printed by the Inland Revenue Department at an additional reasonable cost. This will safeguard the transferring of vehicles, the ownership of vehicles, and the institutions that lend the money to individuals. In conclusion, Madam President, I want to ask a question that we all know the answer to. Can we win a war against God? Can we win a war against God Almighty? So if we embark upon what God Almighty has told us not to do, whether it is personally or whether nationally, can we expect his blessing? Verily, God Almighty will not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves. This is from the scripture that I follow, the Quran, chapter 13, verse 11. Madam President, sustenance is in the hands of God Almighty. He will provide. Every time we come to this honorable house, we say, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Not so. It is not God that causes us to worry about our sustenance. You and I will get what is due to us, as the birds get what is due to them. All you have to do is seek it and have a little faith. It is his will. So when up to 50%, when we hear that up to 50% of the staff on the airport is on sick leave at one time, what does that communicate to us, Madam President? Is there a pandemic down there? What does that communicate to us? How is NIS going to survive with that? Last time I spoke in Parliament, I spoke about it. Some people didn't like it. Not everybody liked the truth, but the truth is the truth. Are we talking about health insurance? I wonder what the cost of that will be. And who's paying for it? Madam President, when government is doing a road project, and I want you to listen to this as I wrap up. I want you all to listen. When government is doing a road project, and they deliver gravel and sand to a site, and somebody decides that he just needs a little bit of gravel and sand to finish something home by him. So he takes a bucket of sand and 2 buckets of gravel. Is that okay? But when somebody says something to him, he says, that Grenada own. And who is Grenada? Grenada is we, the people. But what if he brought a machine and took all the gravel and sand? Would that be okay? He could take some, he could take all. Madam President, whatever is wrong in large amounts is also wrong in small amounts. So whether I pick all the mango from a man's tree or 2 mango from his land, both are wrong. 45 people, bikes and drones, we heard about yesterday, to stop people from stealing. 45, to stop people from stealing, when the problem is right here. Problem is right here. Problem is not in 45 bikes and drones. This is why I always speak about ethics in school, Madam President. Because it is clearly not being taught sufficiently in the house or even in the church. And by their fruits you shall know them. So through you, Madam President, to the Honorable Minister of Education, I have not seen anything tangible that will directly address the root causes of these societal ills in the budget. We in the business community feel the negative effects of these. And punctuality is part of the ethics program too. Madam President, with all these risks out there today, the man-made and the natural, sometimes one tends to feel down. But in my tradition, faith tradition, we are taught, even if the day of judgment is tomorrow, and you intended to plant a tree today, go ahead and plant. You do what you need to do, and leave unto the Almighty what is for him to do. I wish to thank the business community for the confidence that you have placed in me. I remain committed to growth of business and to the growth of this nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman, speaking, as you said, in the name of the sovereign, God Almighty. I thank you, and I simultaneously, with continuing pleasure to hear all of you, I now pass the microphone then to the Honorable Claudette Joseph, who will make her contribution to the proposed 2026 budget as estimates. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. Right. Madam President, I rise today to give my full support to the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance on 1st December 2025 in the other place under the theme Towards Vision 75, Powering Progress Through People's Participation and Innovation. Madam President, I greet everyone listening to this presentation. I especially acknowledge members of staff from the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs, who I see in the gallery. And I greet all viewers and listeners on the online platforms. Madam President, the theme for this year's estimates or budget presentation is apt because for many years, the developmental stagnation and rulership from top down kept Grenada behind, and in fact caused Grenada to fall behind some of its regional counterparts that it was way ahead of in previous years. Madam President, I am relieved that we finally have an environment in Grenada where real progress, driven by people's involvement, is taking place. Whether it is in the improved circumstances of our workforce or industrial relations climate, or the creative sector, culture, healthcare, housing, the eradication of pit latrines, education, sports and sporting facilities, enhanced community spaces, the youth economy, agriculture. Madam President, in every sphere, the people's lives are being transformed. Things are happening. Madam President, I continue to serve the people of Grenada as their Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs. And I do so, Madam President, with deep gratitude, humility, and to the best of my ability. I thank God for his continued blessings and mercies. I also thank the Honorable Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues for their continued support as we serve the Grenadian people together as one team. Madam President, as I speak to the appropriation bill before this House, I would make the point, Madam President, that national transformation driven by people's participation is felt throughout the length and breadth of Grenada. As the face of the government in the town of St. George, I can report, Madam President, that the effects of these transformative movements are being felt in that community as well. Madam President, much of the progress and transformation felt in the town of St. George are under the auspices of the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, that's vote 29 in the estimates, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Aviation and Transportation, that's at vote 30, the Ministry of Social, Community Development and Gender Affairs, vote 35, and the Ministry of Housing, vote 30. Madam President, these ministries continue to help drive progress in the town of St. George, and we look forward to that continued work and collaboration with the people of the town in 2026. The community says thanks for the progress achieved in 2025. Madam President, with the help of the aforesaid ministries, we were able to accomplish in my community of the town of St. George the following: proper lighting of the playing field at Queen's Park, an unfulfilled request of the River Road, Darbo, Mount Rush, Cemetery Hill communities for over 25 years. Madam President, things are happening. Ongoing construction of a pavilion, meeting room, change room, and storeroom at Queen's Park. Things are happening there. Madam President, refurbishment of the netball and basketball courts to include new bleachers, fencing, and resurfacing and painting of the court itself. Things are happening. Madam President, construction of a playground for the children of Monrush, retrofitting of a new temporary home for the Pan Wizard Steel Orchestra. Things are happening. 23 infrastructure projects of varying sizes, and including building of walls, roads, drains, walkways throughout all of the communities of the town of St. George. And that includes the transformation of the Gretna Green area at River Road and the widening of the Lucas Street Old Fort Road junction, which is just about to complete. Things are happening, Madam President. Installation, Madam President, of 52 solar lights at various locations throughout the community of the town of St. George, with another 19 to be installed in short order. The work has already started in relation to those 19. Things are happening. The place is getting lighted. They see the light. Madam President, fans installed at the St. George's Anglican Senior School and the AC at the staff room at the Green Street Preschool. Things are happening. Madam President, 25 new houses built, with 12 of those built by the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, and the remaining 13 by the Ministry of Social and Community Development. The people are grateful. Things are happening in housing. 16 bathroom and toilets installed, all by the Ministry of Social and Community Development. Madam President, in 2026, this government will continue to serve the people of the town of St. George. We have been neglected for a long time and are deserving of the attention and care that they are now receiving. In 2026, this government, and I will continue to advocate within our government, intend to launch the street signs project, erecting signs at all main and secondary roads and at all alleys and steps. Madam President, erecting a washroom and change facility at Old Trafford Canteen. That should have been done in 2025, but there were some issues there. Upgrade of the community center at River Road, including the opening of a community library very shortly, almost done, and a resource center on the ground floor, and this is done by the government in collaboration with the community group, the River Road Legacy Foundation, putting quite a bit of their resources into this effort. So we congratulate the community on that. Undertake more infrastructure work to address the neglected and crumbling infrastructure in that community. In this regard, Madam President, we will focus on the rehabilitation of the Woolwich Road, the enhancement of the Carenage Road, and the River Road area where we have the incomplete St. John's flood mitigation project. Some bridges have to go up there, and the good senator representing the business community asked for an update on that, and I would seek to give it now. The issue had to do with the bridges that were designed and costed. That's the main thing that has to be done to complete that project. The bridges are to be installed. So in relation to that, the engineers and experts had to go back to the drawing board because there were some issues with that. The thinking was that they were not going to work as designed. And once that is done, I think they have settled on what they will do about the bridges. Once that is done, the entire road will have to be dug up, scraped, and resurfaced. So that is what is outstanding in relation to that project. And the rest of the mitigation wall are contingent on the bridge being done. So that's why the areas where the wall wasn't done, they were deliberately left so that they can be done at the time when the bridges are being installed. So that's the update. Madam President, we also, you're welcome, we also look forward to collaborating with the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture to commission the National Art Gallery at the Priory Building, the Heritage Building on Church Street. And we do have a wider project involving the public library building and the museum building that will encompass also York House. So it's York House, the Priory, the museum, and the public library building. And so this also is my update to the public on the issue of the public library. That is being treated with as part of a wider project that we are working feverishly on to enhance the whole of that historic area, stretching from York House down to the public library, including the museum. So it may be, because we still have some divergent views, it may be that the library may not be relocated at that specific building where it was, but at one of the other heritage buildings. So, Madam President, in 2026, this government, with your humble servant as part of it and as a face of the Town of St. George community, will continue to make things happen in the Town of St. George. That's a promise. Madam President, I turn now to reporting on the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs. Madam President, much of the work that strengthens a nation happens quietly. Much of the heavy lifting. You can't make noise when you're lifting heavy stuff anyway. Right? So much of the heavy lifting happens quietly. You have to put your back into it, my colleague says. In legislation promulgated, in disputes settled, in rights and the rule of law protected, in systems modernized, in maintaining the engine room well-oiled and working, Madam President. So the allocation in the Appropriation Bill 2026 for the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs amounts to $13,964,789. This allocation, Madam President, will enable the ministry to continue its critical, quiet, backbreaking work and to pursue our plans and programs for the upcoming year. In 2025, Madam President, the ministry carried out this quiet but essential work with purpose, discipline, and precision. Our achievements reflect a deep belief that strong institutions are not optional. They are the backbone of a fair, secure, and prosperous Grenada as we journey towards Vision 75. Madam President, across labor relations, consumer protection, legislative modernization, and intellectual property, our small but dedicated team delivered reforms that reinforce the machinery of the state, protect our citizens, restated our national pride and dignity, and positioned Grenada for sustainable growth. Madam President, stable labor relations are a hallmark of a resilient economy. In 2025, Madam President, the Division of Labor within the ministry ably fulfilled its mandate, I would say, and fortified the foundations through targeted and effective action. Madam President, of the 159 individual dispute or complaints received by the Division of Labor, 121 were resolved. That translates to a 76% resolution rate. Madam President, these disputes are among simple, ununionized workers in Grenada who have one-on-one disputes, sometimes, oftentimes relating to termination or refusal to pay vacation leave or some other benefit that the worker might be entitled to. And the disputes are brought to the Division of Labor and resolved there very quietly, oftentimes with the Division of Labor getting the employer and the employee to arrive at a mutually agreeable position so that they don't walk out of the dispute continuing to be acrimonious towards each other. Madam President, in terms of trade disputes, so those would involve disputes where the workers are represented by trade unions. We received 19 of those, and we have resolved already 12. So that's a 63% resolution rate, helping to preserve industrial peace, which is so critical for national growth and productivity. Madam President, 206 workplace inspections were conducted, which help to uphold labor standards and protect vulnerable workers. Madam President, 1,078 work permit applications were approved. And these approvals help to support employment and economic continuity and activity in Grenada. Madam President, last year, we had 960 permits issued, which means we had an increase this year of 118. And in fact, last year, 960 was an increase over 2023. So we see a trend, Madam President, and indeed, we do have a shortage of skilled labor as identified by the senator representing business, particularly in the construction sector. Madam President, the majority of the permits issued connected with or related to the construction sector. So, Madam President, this ties in with the thrust of the government to focus on centers for excellence so that we might train our Grenadian young men and women to become skilled workers. Connect the dots. As we focus on skills training, we are responding to the needs of the labor market in Grenada, Madam President. Madam President, the department also enabled 42 Grenadians to participate in the Canadian Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program. This was a slight decline from the previous year, which was 44, if I remember well. Madam President, noting this decline and stagnation and then it started dropping, we took a decision at the Division of Labor that as minister, I must be present and vocal at the Council of Ministers level. So, Madam President, it is not customary for the Minister for Labor to attend the Council of Ministers meeting for seasonal agricultural workers. But this year, Madam President, I attended, the first time I attended since becoming Minister for Labor, and the first time in a long time a Grenadian Minister for Labor attended. And Madam President, the experience allows for us to start building new relationships and networking so that we can find avenues, more and diverse avenues for our people who are interested in this program and other related programs. The meeting included all stakeholders, including owners of the farms, employers, government, and representatives of the workers. And at that meeting, I learned a lot more about emerging areas in information technology and hospitality and other areas that we as Grenada can tap into to get more of our people connected with that program. So, Madam President, at the Division of Labor, we also submitted 5 ILO compliance reports ensuring that Grenada meets its international obligations. Madam President, if you would recall, the last time we were here discussing a budget, I reported that we had not submitted a report since 2015, and that we had 18 reports outstanding, which we were able to submit in 2024 to bring Grenada into good standing with the ILO in that regard. And these 5 reports allow us to continue to remain in good standing. Things are happening. Madam President, Grenada's first ever Decent Work Country program. Madam President, last week, the ministry hosted a team of experts from the ILO, headed by the regional director for the ILO from the regional office, Dr. Johnny Musabayana. And these experts facilitated a diagnostic and validation workshop, which was designed to help Grenada develop its Decent Work Country program. The Decent Work Country program, Madam President, is slated to be officially launched on a most apt day, May 1st, 2026, marking a significant milestone for Grenada. Over its 5-year span, the program will serve as a strategic roadmap to address the priority areas identified for key intervention. And some of these areas, Madam President, include improving access for all people to the labor market, including women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups, ensuring equitable opportunities for participation and advancement. We're talking about moving towards Vision 75. The Decent Work Country program will also help us to be able to foster a skilled and productive workforce by better aligning training programs with future labor market needs and addressing persistent skills mismatches to enhance employability and competitiveness. Tackling informality in employment. We have a lot of informal workers in Grenada who need protection, right? And the employers of the informal workers also need protection sometimes. Sometimes both sides need support. And we recognize its impact on working conditions, job security, and access to benefits, and promoting formalization strategies that protect workers' rights. Strengthening the legal framework and labor justice through enhanced legislation, improved dispute resolution mechanisms, and closer alignment with the international labor standards to ensure fairness and compliance. Madam President, that is moving Grenada towards Vision 75 with people's participation and innovation. Madam President, these results strengthen the institutional framework governing labor and labor relations, supporting both worker security and investor confidence. In labor, Madam President, we say things are happening. Madam President, a modern state places informed citizens at the center of development. In 2025, Madam President, the ministry deepened national awareness of labor rights, consumer protections, and intellectual property. The Labor Division expanded outreach through several targeted presentations on the Labor Code across workplaces and institutions of learning, including at the St. George's University, the business law and international business law classes there. A national workshop on public employment services, setting the foundation for labor market modernizations. Consumer Affairs Division launched the Know Your Rights school campaign across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, nurturing a generation of rights-aware consumers. Brochures, radio features, and digital messaging strengthen the public understanding of consumer responsibilities. And of course, for the second time, we held World Consumer Rights Day on March 15th. Madam President, I'm pleased to say to this Honorable House as well that only recently we have enhanced our capacity to engage in more public education and public relations by taking on additional staff who would help the entire ministry in this regard. Madam President, CAIPO's partnership with WIPO. CAIPO is the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office. Their partnership with the World Intellectual Property Organization elevated Grenada's visibility internationally through the appointment of Vaughan as the Caribbean's first IP Youth Ambassador. And Madam President, I want to put that in perspective. WIPO, every few years, since 99 or 2000 thereabout, name a World Intellectual Property Youth Ambassador. And globally, there are only 16 such persons who were ever named by WIPO over the years. There was never a youth ambassador who was a performer, a musician performer, and there was never an IP World Youth Ambassador from the Western Hemisphere. So our Javon John of Sunset City, I see Dr. Charles smiling, was the first musician, World IP Youth Ambassador, and the first person from the Western Hemisphere, not just the Caribbean. And he is serving out his ambassadorship with distinction because only yesterday, reason why I arrived late, I had another forum, and Vaughn was there delivering a presentation at that forum. I will speak about it a little more just now. Madam President, as we lift Grenada's profile, a highlight of last year for the ministry was our participation at the WIPO assemblies. The WIPO assemblies is the equivalent of the UN General Assembly, but this one is all intellectual property. So, Madam President, I led the delegation that attended the WIPO assemblies last year. And I'm not sure whether we had a minister attending in the past, but based on the feedback I got from WIPO headquarters itself, and based on our local knowledge, no one could remember a minister ever from Grenada ever attending the assemblies. And Madam President, we had a team travel comprising officers, Mr. Branch, myself, from the Ministry of Legal Affairs, and we have the Office of Creative Affairs, Grenada Office of Creative Affairs under the Ministry of Tourism, and then we had representatives from our nutmeg, cocoa, and rum industries, and of course we had a Grenadian chef. Madam President, for the first time, Grenada was placed in the spotlight of the assemblies and given a prominent spot where we held an exhibition that ran for a week, and we had one day where we where Grenada was truly in the spotlight. We had our ambassador, Vaughn, receiving his instruments of credentials from His Excellency Darren Tang, the WIPO Director General. We promoted Grenada's cuisine. We promoted our products that are on the road to obtaining Grenada's first geographical indications. That was nutmeg, chocolate, cocoa, and rum. So we had all things nutmeg, cocoa, and rum, including the food served at the cocktail. And we also promoted our culture at the same time because Vaughn delivered a world-class concert to an international audience of mainly intellectual property experts. Madam President, last year I reported on our thrust to obtain Grenada's first geographical indications, and the farmer's representative asked about that. I think he knows that we continue to work on it because he participated, or his agency, the GCNA, participated only a few weeks ago in a workshop sponsored and hosted by WIPO for the stakeholders, the entities in relation to whom the GI would be issued. So there was this workshop to train them on classification and so on. The obtaining a GI is a very complex and tedious process. So the work towards obtaining the GI is well ongoing and continuous. And that was one of the reasons why we had the team travel to Geneva. They were required to promote the products that are going to get the GI, and we were able to engage in a study tour of the La Gruyere cheese factory, one of the top GIs in the world, based in Switzerland. I still have some cheese in the fridge. So, Madam President, we are working on this and looking forward to our GI being issued by WIPO soon, bring us into a small top class, top elite class of countries of the world. This week, Madam President, and coming directly out of our visit to Geneva, to WIPO, we hosted, matter of fact, the workshop ended yesterday. We hosted a regional workshop. So Grenada is stepping into the spotlight in a big way. And this was organized by the ministry through KIPO in collaboration again with GOCA and sponsored by WIPO. Madam President, this workshop was a Caribbean Creative Industries Forum under the theme Amplifying Caribbean Music as a Global Gateway, teaching our creatives how to monetize and to exploit to their advantage their creative works. And again, there were some top experts there from South Africa, from the UK, from WIPO headquarters. The director responsible for Latin America and the Caribbean was there yesterday, Madam President. So we are continuing to work for our creatives in the intellectual property space. We are continuing to make things happen. Things are happening at all levels for the creatives in Grenada. These initiatives empower citizens to engage confidently in a modern, rules-based economy. Madam President, a progressive state requires modern laws. One of the most transformative elements of the ministry's work in 2025 was the strengthening of Grenada's legislative architecture. Madam President, in 2025, we enacted 11 new acts, and that include 2 bits of legislation, 2 acts, Madam President, that saw the first and only constitutional amendments that we've had since independence in 1974. Madam President, there were 9 amendments to various bits of legislation and 42 statutory rules and orders. Madam President, noteworthy among the legislation passed was the Water Resource Management Act and Regulations. That was Act 1 of 2025. The Constitutional Oath of Amendment Legislation Acts numbers 1 and 2, the Bank Holidays Amendment Act, Madam President, and I pause to remind this Honorable House that the Bank Holidays Act effectively corrected a historic wrong by which we, as the descendants of former slaves, were not celebrating the freedom and emancipation that our forefathers enjoyed on the right day. So that was significant. Absolutely. Madam President, the Payment Systems and Services Act, the Eastern Caribbean Deposit Insurance Cooperation Agreement Act, the Status of Children Act that we passed only recently, the agreement establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management for Caribbean Small Island Developing States, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act, Madam President, all in their own individual rights, transformative bits of legislation. This unprecedented body of work, Madam President, provided the legal foundation for reforms in the financial sector and in financial governance, water resource management, public holiday rationalization, national pride, enhancing regulatory oversight, even in the quiet offices of the Attorney General, Madam President. There's no doubt that things are happening. Madam President, this is institution building at its core. Stronger laws that support effective public administration, economic opportunity, and social security. Madam President, in 2025, the ministry commenced the revision and consolidation of the laws of Grenada. And it is the first time this exercise is undertaken since 2010, Madam President. Madam President, it is evident that certain things that strengthen our institutions only happen when the NDC is in office. 1990 revision, 2010 revision, 2025 revision. I'm talking, according to Senator Francis, facts and evidence. Madam President, this legislative revision will eliminate outdated provisions of the law, resolve conflicting statutes, present a modern, accessible labor code, and most importantly, consolidate all of the amendments to all of our laws between 2010 and 2025 in one seamless format. Madam President, under the contract that we have signed with the service provider, they've started their work. The contract was signed in October 1st, it was. The new 2025 revised laws of Grenada will be available to the public in 2027. And as I said, last time this has happened was 2010. So a clear, coherent legal framework is essential to a modern state and strengthen Grenada's competitiveness and investment readiness as we move towards Vision 75. Madam President, our ministry also works to support global integration and economic growth. So, Madam President, the drafting unit at the AG's chambers has advanced amendments enabling Grenada's accession to the Madrid Protocol. Madam President, the Madrid Protocol relates to intellectual property, particularly trademarks. And what the Madrid Protocol allows for is for creatives, innovators, and persons with brands, trademarks, business brands, and so, allow them to make a single registration and get protection in 130 countries. Madam President, this is something that has been talked about for a long time, but was never implemented. Madam President, yesterday at the workshop for the creatives, we took the opportunity to present to the director at WIPO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Ms. Carol Simpson, who's attending, one of the facilitators of the workshop, our duly executed instruments of accession to the Madrid Protocol. So, Madam President, under the instruments, under the protocol, once a country accedes to the protocol, within 90 days, it comes under the auspices of the protocol, allowing its citizens and anybody registering a trademark in Grenada to make a single. So now you don't have to register your mark in Grenada, then register it in Trinidad, and go to the UK, then go to the US. Cheaper, faster. One registration, coverage over 130 countries. Grenada became only the fourth, in acceding to the Madrid Protocol yesterday, Grenada became only the fourth Caribbean country to be party to the Madrid Protocol, joining Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, Trinidad, Belize, and Barbados. So, the second of the OECS countries. So, Madam President, apart from making life easier for our creatives and our innovators and so, we would have increased revenue coming into the consolidated fund and estimated at approximately $600,000 or so a year. It could be more. That's conservative. So, Madam President, this move definitely secures innovation, entrepreneurship, and export growth. Madam President, we aim to have the Madrid Protocol coming into effect in Grenada on April 1st, 2026. We already have approval, budgetary approval from last year for the staffing of the new unit in CAIPO that would be treating with applications under the Madrid Protocol. And so everything is in place, the legislation is ready, we're going to come to Parliament with it early in the new year. So, Madam President, this is one achievement of which I'm very, very proud. Things happening at CAIPO. Madam President, through historic constitutional changes across several policy areas, the ministry enforces the rule of law, one of the defining features of a strong modern state, and one of the features that will bring us safely into Vision 75. Madam President, as we continue to play our part in strengthening institutions across all divisions, Madam President, island-wide regulatory audits and advanced preparedness for operationalizing the Consumer Affairs Tribunal is taking place now. The tribunal will come into force in as early as January 1, Madam President. CAIPO's digitization of the company registry remains on track, and I am told it's just about completed, Madam President. And what that will do, and I'm sorry the business senator stepped out, the digitization of the company's registry will allow for online company and business registrations, Madam President. So that will now obviate the need for persons to go physically filing papers. Sorry? Right away. And the system is designed to also connect with the Inland Revenue Department and NIS. So you should get your NIS number when you register your business and your TIN number, tax identification number. So, Madam President, this is something it was something that was in train before, and there were some issues that caused a halt. So we are happy to report that we will have online company and business registration coming on stream very, very soon. And so CAIPO perhaps will be one of those divisions of government going fully digital first, because we have the Madrid Protocol coming into effect, and then we have this. So, Madam President, we look forward to that. Madam President, the Division of Labor's first annual report, Enhanced Transparency and Accountability. Madam President, when I first reported on the annual report, I wasn't sure whether it was ever done before. I can confirm now that the annual report 2024 for the Division of Labor was the first such report done. And I really, really compliment Commissioner Grenade Courtney on her hard work in that regard. Madam President, progress continues on the Hall of Justice project. We are at the stage where design bids are under evaluation and the procurement process. We have hired a project consultant and advertisements are now out for the engagement of a project manager. We are determined to deliver this project to the people of Grenada as we seek to entrench and strengthen our key institutions in this country. Madam President, officers benefited in training in relation to conciliation and mediation of labor disputes, transitioning workers from informal to formal employment, job and skills in the digital era, social dialogue and just transition, project proposal development. These initiatives, Madam President, were all aimed at improving systems that citizens rely on daily, ensuring that government services are more efficient, accessible, and future-ready. Madam President, we champion a progressive state, and as such, we must also assert a credible voice in regional and international arenas. In 2025, Madam President, we did exactly that. We chaired the CARICOM Council for Human and Social Development for Labor. We co-chaired the Caribbean Senior Officials meetings. We represented the OECS at the ILO technical meeting on access to labor justice. We led CARICOM at the International Labor Conference in ILO's sessions on decent work in the platform economy. And for the first time in over 20 years, we addressed the ILO plenary, underscoring our renewed leadership and our commitment to strengthening labor governance. Madam President, the year ahead focuses on deepening reform and consolidating the gains of 2025. And as such, Madam President, our priorities include advancing the revision of the laws of Grenada and strengthening regulatory enforcement, operationalizing Consumer Affairs Tribunal to ensure timely consumer redress, and enacting and implementing key revisions to the Labor Code. And Madam President, I pause here to say that in relation to the amendments to the Labor Code, the revision of the Labor Code, we have the draft legislation has been ready for several months now. The policy document was brought to Cabinet, not yet approved because we have one outstanding matter that we have to, all partners we would like to reach consensus on, and that is the format of the Permanent Dispute Resolution Tribunal, moving with the modern times. And we like to operate on consensus. We do not have the agreement of all the tripartite partners on what that should look like. So we are working feverishly on that, and the parties are engaging in very respectful and constructive dialogue, and I'm pretty sure that we will soon settle that one little outstanding bit. And yes? It doesn't matter. It's all good if it's general election year. We're introducing paternity leave, we extended maternity leave, all kind of thing. Another election year might be a nice time to do it. So, Madam President, it's all progress and enhancement for our people. So that's where we are with the Labor Code. Formalizing the public employment services, national launch and implementation of the Decent Work Country program, which we said will launch on May 1st. Digitizing the work permit program, which was one of the items we had last year, but we had some technical issues that we were not able to roll that out. So we are committed to rolling that out in 2026. Expansion of the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, implementation of the Madrid Protocol that I spoke about, advancing national work on geographical indications for nutmeg and cocoa. Each priority strengthens the institutions that support justice, growth, and resilience. And before I conclude, Madam President, I would just like to answer the other questions posed by the Senator for Business, an update on Kewana Bay. Madam President, in terms of, as the nation knows, we acquired the property, so the property is now owned by the government and people of Grenada. And so we must proceed to pay prompt compensation to the property owners in accordance with the Constitution. One property owner was paid as part of the ICSID settlement, and there are other smaller property owners. We are in the process. We have set up a mechanism. There's a compensations portal through which they submit their claims and so. And we have actually started settling. So far, we have about 4 or 5 of the small property owners having arrived at a compensation package with them. And then we are negotiating with the others. So that's where we are in terms of the property owners. We are well on top of that. In terms of the developer who took over the property, they are putting systems in place to resume construction. The delays is more on the readiness of the developer than anything anything more that the government can do. We have done all that is required of us under the arrangement. So we are just waiting on the developer to get everything in place to commence development of the project. Madam President, as we move into 2026, our work is guided by a simple but powerful promise that a progressive Grenada that is ready for Vision 75 must be a just Grenada, one where institutions are strong, systems are fair, and every citizen has the opportunity to thrive. So we must continue to make things happen. Madam President, the ministry stands ready to continue its work with dedication, precision, and discipline. Together, we are building a Grenada that is worthy of the aspirations of our people and resilient in the face of challenges ahead. We remain committed to a just, inclusive, innovative, forward-looking Grenada. One reform, one institution, and one citizen at a time. We remain committed to doing our part to make many, many good things happen in Grenada. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Claudette Joseph, for your hour's contribution and your articulation of a progressive Grenada with a vision for justice and resilience. Thank you, and I offer the floor to what we anticipate will be our last speaker for the morning, Senator the Honorable Dwight Horsford. Senator, you have the podium, sir.
Thank you, Madam President.
And I thank all the staff members from what I assume is Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, Consumer Affairs, the backbone and well-wishers of the ministry and the minister. Thank you for coming, professionals. Back to you, Senator Horsford.
Thank you once again, Madam President. Madam President, I rise in my place to contribute to this 2026 budget debate regarding the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the incoming fiscal period, fiscal year of 2026, and the appropriation bill that would authorize the government's expenditure and the government's ability to raise revenue in that regard. Madam President, in doing so, I avail myself of that portion of the members here assembled, and indeed of all the members of the listening public, both home and abroad, to wish first and foremost you, Madam President, and your good and hard-working staff here in the Parliament, Mr. Clark, and all our sisters and brothers in the national community here in Grenada, my very best for this holy Christmas season and the coming New Year, 2026. Madam President, we are here today in Grenada facing extremely difficult times. The regional geopolitical climate is one of uncertainty and presents many socio-economic and political challenges which loom large and will continue to be so for the near to foreseeable future. I am grateful to the Most High God for the unique opportunity on this occasion to add my voice to the pressing and urgent business of all our fellow Grenadians in the discussion of the vital issues of our nation's business on the occasion of this 2026 budget. Madam President, in the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8, it admonishes us, those of us in leadership positions, in this way. And I wish to quote it, very short. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. End quote. We are called, therefore, to servanthood. Not self-service and self-aggrandizement. Servanthood. Madam President, we on this side of the chamber in the opposition begin our look at the 2026 budget in the context of those challenges I mentioned earlier. Three years into the administration, we see a ship of state with an absent or visiting captain, a crew of merry men a broken compass, a faulty rudder, and rough seas ahead. The 2026 budget communication. What is good in and about the budget? What is good about the budget? Madam President, a less than enthusiastic Minister of Finance presented the 2026 budget on the 1st of December. Budget statement, budget communication, announcing a historic $1.96 billion, claiming that the budget is fully financed. Yet, of course, the government must borrow over $309 million to finance it. Nonetheless, I begin with an even hand, Madam President. Number one, the first commendable observation I would make in relation to the budget 2026 is that it is on time. Unlike the belated budget presented to us in March of this year, 2025, by the same reluctant Minister of Finance, bringing it to the House perilously close to constitutional deadlines for its submission. So that is the first good thing about the budget. Secondly, the budget is considerably increased. It's augmented. It's bigger than before. Well, that, of course, does not mean that there is a lot of money available to spend. But it features augmentations in some areas that are commendable. I see a striking increase from $5.1 million to $12 million. I think that's page 115 in relation to the Supreme Court. Perhaps that seems to be employee compensation. If that is where these increases are going to be channeled, that is somewhat commendable, Madam President, because I know the court staff and workers, those that attend the Supreme Court system, are under-equipped and overworked. So I would not quarrel with that increase. I see some increases there, although she did not speak to it in relation to the budget. I heard mostly a report on trips and some bills passed. But the Minister of Legal Affairs, that department, experiences increased allocation from 7.4 to $11 million. I don't know what could have caused the jump, particularly when you look at the Labor Department component. That's not a department that is a job-creating department. But nonetheless, if it is to increase efficiencies and settle disputes so that we can have a calm environment, I wouldn't quarrel with that. So that is good. The third thing is that the budget boasts of a GDP of $4.04 billion, essentially a per capita GDP of somewhere around $36,000+ a year. But is that realistic? Is that really the true state of things on the ground in these times, Madam President? Is there really a $36,000+ per capita GDP in Grenada at this time? Let's see. The budget framework, Madam President. Before I list some of the critical areas facing our people in the short time allotted to me, I must call to a retrospect and ask us to reflect on the theme the Minister for Finance and this government has given us. They have named the budget towards Vision 75, a vision only them alone seen, by the way, powering progress through people's participation and innovation. They seem, Madam President, to have a passion, a fetish almost for seeking what they alone believe are catchy phrases, slogan and soundbite expressions that have no relationship at all or resemblance to any of the programs and policies that these budgets seem to attest to or pilot. Last year's budget 2025, belatedly presented, was titled Towards Vision 75, Grenada Resilient and Rising. Now, more recently, they have been on a search, Madam President, for an election campaign-worthy slogan, a catchphrase which they hope would resonate. And so they end up with things happening. Things are happening. But what is the reality on the ground, Madam President? What is the reality on the ground? This budget begins on a false premise. The premise, as stated by the Minister of Finance himself, was clearly announced by him to be building on the foundations of previous budgets, the two previous budgets. But the reality is that the budget is a repackaging of unfulfilled promises, excuses for spectacular spending with no real delivery, and no real palpable, visible, and I will create a word, feelable growth. The budget has been restructured for what they hope would be maximum PR effect. The minister, the unenthusiastic Minister of Finance, almost as if he was afraid, claimed that this budget is presented using the Questica Budget Management System software. Because this is a new age government and the high tech. There is no magic in Questica, Madam President. None at all. There are other software programs in competition on the market with Questica, who also boast of the same efficiency abilities. For example, LucaNet, Sage Intacct, and so on. So there's no magic there. However, the efficiency that Questica offers can only be derived if it is used properly and as intended, Madam President. As with all applications of this kind, Madam President, there is room for flexibility, and the overall picture generated can be manipulated to show the state of finances in a particular way. It is all about presentation. So this device can be used to avoid augmenting or increasing recurrent expenditure, which would otherwise skyrocket your deficit. So they have introduced a new categorization, initiatives. We used to have capital expenditure around, what, 500 million plus. Now they have removed it and called it initiatives to give the appearance that delivery or implementation is up. So it looks as if the government has less to accomplish in that area under capital expenditure. All this is gymnastics, Madam President. Empty. We have to talk the things, Madam President. We're going to talk the things. We're going to talk the things then. We're not here to be all things to all persons. The budget does nothing to address some of the areas of critical importance to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. The budget must not only give a report of the state of the economy, Madam President, but it must also set out what the government intends to do about those critical areas, such as cost of living, underemployment, unemployment, small enterprise development, the growth sectors, etc. Having wasted 3 years plus on wanton spending, extravagant traveling, and dazzle events for PR effect, the government comes now to us, to this parliament, and to the people of this country with another gimmick of the biggest budget. And warmed up leftover promises from the last budget. You know, like when you warm up the leftovers earlier, my learned friend opposite the Attorney General talked about the Swiss cheese she get in Switzerland, she have in the fridge. Leftover thing in the fridge, the promised fridge, and they warm it up in an attempt to hoodwink and Mama Guy people as we approach an election cycle, Madam President. After inheriting a quote-unquote pregnant treasury, that's their words, you know. After inheriting a pregnant treasury from the previous government and having blown it on non-productive spending, the country faces no serious problems ahead, brought about essentially by fiscal imprudence, political immaturity and childishness, and time wasting doing world tours and props. Meanwhile, public health and health care and education are collapsing. Crime is on the rise. Cost of living is way too high here in Grenada, Madam President. Agriculture is in the ICU unit, struggling to contribute to overall economic welfare. As we heard in the other place, the figures are clear, you know, and it's extracted from the data, marking a worrying 55% decline in traditional crop production. Agricultural workers have no benefits to look forward to, and virtually no labor incentive relief. Well, even the MNIB, Madam President, they put to death and entomb. So farmers have no outlet. The tourism product is lacking in innovation and new attractions or new attraction initiatives. The government on assuming office, Madam President, raised ministerial allowances from 600 to 2,600, a 330% increase. As a beginning initiative, first thing you think about is your money. Yes. As a beginning initiative. Then quickly thereafter, gave themselves a pay hike under the guise of raising allowance and stipend for all parliamentarians. They eliminated the 25% reduction on non-fuel charge for electricity. Cut seat benefits. Now they say they're putting it back. Now, very troubling, certainly to me. And a lot of people sitting down and grin. Many of them, Madam President, I will boldly say, are hypocrites. Hypocrites, because what was wrong on the NNP can be right on the NDC. Hypocrites. Worrying trends. The Prime Minister's office has become a mega machine for spending on overseas travel, like has never been seen before. I think now with a $54 million increase in recurrent expenditure allocation, he alone, one man, we have now found ourselves, Madam President, unsurprisingly, at the cliffhanger of what I would call stagflation. Stagflation. And a very jaundice, rather than bright and green, or greener looking horizon, with a $279.1 million deficit, equating essentially to negative 6.9% of GDP by the end of 2025, the largest we've seen thus far. So, Madam President, we are now witnessing, one, lower incomes in Grenada. Two, unprecedented government expenditure, but lower standard of living in Grenada. My fetish thing now, stagflation, because you have rising food prices and reduced purchasing power of the dollar. Householders will tell you that. I heard on some program, the unenthusiastic Minister of Finance on a certain program also said the cost of living in Grenada and high. Well, I don't know what shops he was going. Different shops to us. Well, I certainly experienced it. And the people out there know very well what they are going through. So you could spin all you want to spin. Pitch marble too. Not going to change it. That is what we are feeling out there. That is what is happening out there. Fourthly, we're seeing add-on fees and licensing fees. Fifthly, stalled projects becoming a nuisance to the public, creating dust and potholes and even manhole in some instances. People calling on Shaggy in the morning and complain about that. You see, they listen to, I listen to Shaggy. They listen, they wouldn't listen to that. Maybe they are brought on a meeting when these things are happening. Sixthly, human capital and skilled labor in certain sectors, such as nursing, the nursing sector, is migrating. That's a fact. And things are further under threat now with statutorization intended in the public health sector. I'll leave that for my friend to deal with. Talk the things. We have to talk the things. We have to talk the things then. While this is happening, Madam President, the reality is that people like busmen bread on a threat. Of particular concern to them is some of the intended moves by the Transport Commission, government's ambitions in experimenting with certain public transport models that can only take away already strained income from these busmen. Now, Madam President, the government needs to understand something here. Bus drivers and running bus is a small business. And I think maybe these men are looked at as if they do not hustle. That's a small business. Same as the taximan. It's a small business. Well, I don't expect them to appreciate that. Certainly not from their behavior. Under the former government, Madam President, there were GDP loans available at a 1% rate. 1% rate for people like that. They take that out. Now it is extremely hard for ordinary taximen and entrepreneurs to get startup loan, loan assistance, and that kind of small enterprise funding from the GDP, as once was the case before. Now they are lending at bank commercial rates, 7.5%, and only a few can get those loans, Madam President. Only a few. In fact, it seems that only some ministers could exploit it and get hefty loans. Small man can't get. That is what is happening, Madam President. That is what is happening, and we must talk the things. The debushing program, over $14 million in injection that used to circulate and create spin-off effects in the economy, is almost dead. Corner shops are reeling from that, save for a few who are just dedicated to rum and some drinks. And now the poor vendors. Now the poor vendors on attack. Now, Madam President, they want to run Port Highway vendors. Now, these vendors are people who already go through days, sometimes weeks, without earning a decent dollar to raise their nose. That is what is happening. That is the things that are happening. TAMCC teachers and workers striking for their money. They ain't paying them as promised. Pay them. You're going to increase everybody? Pay them. Discrepancies in police pay, and they're running from that. They want to deal with it. Some lower officers, ranking officers get more paid than their superior and commanding officers. That's just the thing, man. We go talk the things, man. We talking the things there. Madam President, pathways to growth and progress. Madam President, we in the New National Party remain committed to national growth and strong developmental agenda for this country. The Grenada's economy needs to grow stronger and faster, Madam President. Excuse me. The government in the last 2025 belated budget blamed lackluster performance on Hurricane Beryl. The reality is that this government has not managed well, Madam President. They have not managed well. Hence the repeated use of the words in the budget communication by the unenthusiastic Minister of Finance. Those repeated words, it's replete in the prose of the budget statement. Pay attention. Remain stable. Stable. Remain stable. Those words, Madam President, are acknowledgement, in my view, of the fact that you're not doing well. You can't boost excellence if you remain stable. Like when people say, how are you doing? I say, not too bad. That's different to, I'm fine, thanks. As my senior in Chambers, I say, I'm on top of the world. What about you? It's a far cry from not too bad. So you're not doing well. Just so too, Madam President, is the attempt to hide these figures that we talked about in the restructuring of the budget with these new headings, nebulous and dodgy categorization and phrases such as initiatives. That's an acknowledgement of guilt, you know. Because why try to conceal? Madam President, the New National Party's strategic objective, certainly we on this side of the chamber, for a budget such as this one, we would have expected to see focus in a budget such as this to be based on the following things. One, efficiency. Energy, education, creative diversification of the tourism product, private sector development, social justice and equal opportunity, job creation, capital project implementation to drive inclusive and sustainable growth. Not excuses, and in 2026, you will finish the cliff, and in 20. Big on noise, big on figures, low on delivery. The overall picture suggested by the data, Madam President, is that productivity of the Grenada economy has been on a decline in recent years. You could twist and spin, you could even whine, you know. The data is there. You know. And we just read here, you know, we just read. We don't just come and say, Madam President, we rise to support the budget, it's a good budget, and give a ministerial report. We give an analysis of what's going on. We go talk the things. So, Madam President, we on this side, what would we have been concerned most about in our focus? Madam President, I can say the focus of my colleagues in the New National Party opposition in this parliament in opposition is what it was in government and what it will be in government again. That is to say, we expect that the focus must be on a diversified economic base. Commitment to steady and balanced private sector-driven growth. Social engineering, that is to say, we are concerned about the safety nets for the poor and vulnerable, and we are going to see to it, as always, that those safety nets are not eroded, but improved and expanded. So we are not ashamed and afraid when they cuss and say, all they say is poor and vulnerable. Poor and vulnerable. So you want us to remain poor, and you want us to remain. Yeah, but poverty increasing. You can dance with it, and like the sister yesterday, and say, increasing seed don't mean you are increasing poverty. Expenditure, certainly social welfare expenditure, is responsive. Responsive. So what are you telling me? We talk the things. Community development funding, youth enterprise and entrepreneurial skills training. Now, what is commendable too, I heard some skills training under some of the social welfare programs. What was omitted, Madam President, is that some of these funding is not government-inspired or government-driven. They are under international umbrella programs of UN organizations and so forth. But be that as it may, we need to do more of these technical and vocational training. Moving human capital from skills training to work and employment. Affordable housing for working families and a chance to own their own home. That's what we would be committed to. That was what we would have been focused on inside here. But I am surprised, Madam President, if previous government could go and negotiate low-income housing, and you take it and you sell it to diaspora people and come to the parliament, the prime minister come and boast, make $12 million on it. My good friend is good at lyrics and calypso. Perhaps this is a good occasion to reimagine even the symbol. It can't be the heart, eh? It can't be the heart. We change our symbol. Well, certainly not under this dispensation. Land settlement development, management, town and country planning, Madam President, for more strategic and development-driven urban and rural development. An increase in skill level of the population to be competitive and productive in market demand areas and emerging industries. Lowering the poverty level. And of course, vital to everything else, a commitment to infrastructure maintenance and development, or roads, or bridges, or culverts, or drains, Madam President. These must be done, Madam President, if we are to be on the path to real and serious growth and development in this country. Already, many Grenadians cannot afford housing. Many cannot afford to buy food. So that's why I upset when I hear this nonsense about cost of living not high, and even further nonsense. And what I expect them to do about it? They're doing enough already. They're doing enough? For who? Us? Many do not have secure jobs and benefits to make a decent family nest, Madam President. So when the government takes housing units, as I mentioned, that were carried for the very demographics, those low and middle income persons, and sells it to diaspora people, and come and boast about how much you make. It is shameful. It's shameful. This government has assaulted the poor, Madam President. They are not for the poor. Clearly not for those who need real relief. Especially the context where many of them out here can't even afford the access to proper health care, because we know, as a fact, basic medicines and clinical aids are lacking. My friend is here. She has done a good job, a stellar job yesterday on traversing that subject area. I'm not going to touch on that. I think enough has been said, and the people know the reality. We must, Madam President, if we are serious, recognize that agriculture must remain a foundation of our economic survival as a nation. Must. While we do not have economies of scale for mass production, we can sustain ourselves from the fertile lands that God has blessed us with here in Grenada, Madam President. We must therefore, as we see it, increase the productivity of our farmers through climate smart farming and technology and new methods. Ensure all farm roads are in good repair, maintained, and are adequate and fit for purpose. Revisit the concept of farming cooperatives, appreciating that the new frontiers of globalization, Madam President, and the effects of its effects on small states, to fashion a model that can work for self-sufficiency and domestic food security. Engage the private sector. Engage the private sector, local private sector, in agro-processing, meat and food production, or workable, sustainable scales of suitable models for production that can fit our population size and our market demand. These are just a few highlights, Madam President. So, Madam President, as we fly high over the stormy cloud of this budget, and we're looking down, we are concerned that we are heading into even more difficult economic times, Madam President. Already, in the belated budget presented in March this year, 2020-25, they have projected 3 years consistent decline in revenue. And I had occasion to remark about there is developmental and economic work done on that pattern, considered an economic storm signal. And we are seeing all of that here in this document, Madam President. but it come at a good time. I don't have the vocalic stamina like my friend, Senator Sinclair. So, Madam President, in closing, Madam President, the budget is big, but disappointing. As we see, it is another PR ruse, but it does not address basic needs and the vexing high cost of living and low income standards of our people who are overburdened and desperate at this time for relief. The budget is clearly not people-centered. As we traverse and look at some of the allocations and where we're going, not just from what I highlighted earlier, but many of my colleagues on this side of the chamber, in this house, and in the other place, who want to hide for whom? I ain't doing that. This is too important. It is not people-centered, but self-centered. It is not about performance in government, but about people putting on a performance. This budget serves only to empower, right? Because it is empowering by large allocations, the extravagant spending and high life posturing of the government ministers and the Prime Minister. It is very clear, Madam President, on this pattern, on this trajectory, we are not moving forward. This government is deaf to the cries of the people, stubborn and blind to the crisis that we are facing right now in this country, Madam President. They continue to abuse the positions they hold, which the people have only temporarily entrusted them with. And you know, in this holy time, we're going to keep it respectful, but we're going to keep it direct. The scriptures warn us about them things. Scripture warns us about them things. We need to understand that. We're a Christian society. Scriptures warn us. Either puto l'Église. You know what I mean? Ezekiel 34 verses 2 to 4. In the Holy Scriptures, there's an admonition about extravagant and self-serving leaders. What the Scripture say? Ezekiel 34, 2 to verse 4. Madam President, I wish to quote it as I prepare to resume my place. Woe to you, shepherds, who only take care of yourselves. Should not shepherds take care of the flock? You eat the curds, clothe yourselves with wool, and slaughter the choice animals, but you do not take care of the flock. Woe to you, shepherds. My friends would do well to climb down from the arrogance of office and listen to the people at this time and remember these scriptural admonitions. I'm sure they would have been taught to them in Sunday school. And if they miss it in Sunday school, in school, some kind of school, I like my friend here, we were blessed to but the presentation got it. So we are always reminded by that guiding star, which is faith in God and the fear of God. Madam President, may the Lord Almighty keep us. Indeed, He will have to, and guide us through these very trying times. God bless Grenada and all those who call her home. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
I thank you, Senator Horsford. I would like to remind us that we have now concluded, except for 3 presenters, the debate on the budget in the Senate as of now. And we are in the position to go for lunch, return, hear from our 3 last presenters, and undertake discussion and action on 3 bills. In breaking for lunch, I want to thank everyone on both sides of the aisle for their contribution and to wish us a great enjoyable lunch, in large part because we are inviting our 2 visitors from that other place it's called, our former Prime Minister, MP, our current leader, Deputy Speaker of the House, MP, Clarice Modest Cohen. Please join us for lunch. You have 12 guests waiting to host you. Guests, we return at 2 o'clock. Senate is adjourned. Thank you for staying for the photo. Inside, with the emblem behind, the photo will include first all The Senate is resumed. Welcome to our visitors in the gallery, particularly women and school children who are girls. Thank you all for coming. Our first speaker this afternoon is the Honorable David Andrew, Senator. Senator Andrew, you have the floor, sir, and you have 1 hour. I think some of your colleagues have allocated their remaining time to you, but we'll cross that bridge if we come to it.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of this honorable House, visitors, viewers, and listeners, good afternoon. I extend warmest Christ's birth greetings to each of you and to your families. I pray that the joy that this season and his birth evokes, particularly at this time of year, that it be evidenced in the way we relate with and to each other. I express thanks to Almighty God, Madam President, for his keeping power, his grace and strength. Indeed, I acknowledge that I was made by him, for him, and it is in him my life consists. I want to thank fellow residents of St. Andrews Southeast to be particular, and indeed the entire nation, those who volunteer, those who support, those who encourage, those who critique as I serve. And it's particularly good to see some of my colleagues from St. Andrews and volunteers from St. Andrews Southeast showing up today. Thank you very much for coming. I want to express, Madam President, sincerest thanks to my family, my wife and 3 children, who gracefully accommodate the demands of my occupation. I want them to know that I appreciate them. To my family, I appreciate you. Madam President, I express thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister for his continued confidence in allowing me to give leadership to the Ministry of Education, a ministry that I believe is one of the single most important ministries for the transformation we talk of and the transformation of our country and people. To the students and the accompanying teachers represented in the gallery, it's an extreme pleasure to have you. Welcome. In fact, much of my discourse will be about you, for you. And it is with you in mind that much of the discussions we have about education, we have it. Thank you for coming. Finally, here, to the dedicated, competent, and hardworking staff of the Ministry of Education, it's good to see you, and I put on record my profound thanks and sincerest gratitude to you. Your contributions are not going unnoticed for this Minister of Education. Thank you for coming. Madam President, I rise today with gratitude, humility, and a clear sense of purpose to speak both as Minister for Education and as the government's representative for St. Andrews Southeast. This occasion allows me to reflect on the ministry's achievements and priorities while also acknowledging the broader national investments contained in the 2026 budget that will positively impact the people of St. Andrew and indeed all other communities across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. At the onset, I extend sincere appreciation to the budget preparation team and indeed the Honorable Minister for Finance for his comprehensive presentation of the estimates of revenue and expenditure under the theme Towards Vision 75, powering through people's participation and innovation, a theme that I believe is both timely and instructive as it places people at the center of our national development agenda. Madam President, no other democratically elected government in the history of Grenadian politics engages the people as this National Democratic Congress government. The town halls, Madam President, the budget consultations, the freedom to speak and to express, even to oppose, is unmatched. But it speaks to the level of people engagement and involvement that we facilitate. Madam President, when we talk of innovation, we suggest new ideas, methods, products, or services that bring significant improvement or value. There are different types of innovation. And so you have innovation like product innovation, where you develop new goods and services. You have process innovations, where you innovate in the processes you use. Of course, you have business model innovations. And I'm saying all this to say that the budget theme is apt. Because when you consider, given the novel things that this government is doing, and the new ways we are doing things, it means that the theme aptly fits the way of operating, the way we have chosen to conduct business, and our modus operandi. Very aptly chosen. Madam President, I fully endorse this budget as it speaks directly to the realities faced by ordinary families and responds with targeted, meaningful investment, whether in healthcare, agriculture, infrastructure, social protection, or education. The measures before us, Madam President, are not just abstract. They're not just promises. They translate into real opportunities, improved services, and better quality of life for communities across Grenada, across the entire country. It is for these reasons that I stand confidently in support of the national plan before us for 2026. Madam President, before I go into the application of the 2026 estimates of revenue expenditure for my community and in the Ministry of Education, allow me to respond to a few misrepresentations by members of the opposition in relation to the budget. Madam President, I'd like to refer to some things I've heard being said as being hypocritical or inconsistent or double standard. Madam President, the leader of His Majesty's opposition in the Senate spoke loudly about the projections of growth given by the IMF as 4.4%, saying it wasn't real growth because it was fueled by burial recovery. So it wasn't real growth because it was fueled by burial recovery. Now, I would admit that it is probably fueled by recovery efforts for burial. Yet, he does not attribute the reduction in cocoa production and the reduction in nutmeg production, and we know the farming sector has been totally devastated in some parts by the same hurricane. He doesn't attribute the reduction there to burial. To me, that's a bit of hypocrisy. Yeah. So it might be true, for the records, the growth may be driven by post-burial recovery. That's true, but it is real. Madam President, the issue of credit. The opposition wants credit for all past positive things they even thought about. Even if it's this government that had to review it, to refine it, and then to implement it. On the converse, though, they want to blame this government for all the negative things that have roots in their past over which they presided. They want credit for every school that they thought about building that we are now building. They want credit for lights that had on runways that they never used in decades. They want credit for all sorts of stuff. But they don't want to take credit for the high debt we inherited to Venezuela when we came into office in 2022. They don't want to take credit for the selective default that we got ourselves into. And selective default means we had debt to Algeria, we had debt to Trinidad and Tobago, we had debt to Libya, and some of these places that were not being serviced, and because of that, we were internationally benchmarked in a negative light because of that status. They don't want to take credit for that. We have to fix this, and we thought the credit. Madam President, we will do it. They want to make our population believe, Madam President, that the government buildings got suddenly bad within 3 years, or that the gambling problem among our youth and indeed our entire society simply appeared since after 2022. Or they want to make it appear that the need for transportation to Tamsisi and Nulo just became a national need. It wasn't there before. Where did they? Did it there? Yes. Or probably I should ask, where did it there? Yes. Because did it there? Our people will not be fooled. Our people will not be fooled. Madam President, I want to talk briefly about the lamentation about the deficit I hear from the opposition camp. The opposition's lamentation about this deficit budget is not warranted, because the reality is, within the last 10 years, 2015 to now 11, there have been 5 deficit budgets presented in this honorable house, 3 of which were presented by the former administration. The member on the other side for the business community pointed to 2 of the years when we had, no, you pointed to 2. But there were 3 others, right? In 2025, so let me point it out to you. In 2015, there was a deficit budget. In 2021, there was a deficit budget. And in 2022, there was a deficit budget. All of these years were years that the former administration presided over when they were in office. Now we have a budget in 2024 and 2026 under this administration. And you hear the calls as if it's the worst thing that has ever happened. But I'm glad we have students in the house. You see, a deficit budget simply means that you spend more than you're taking in. Now in 2021 and 2022, we understand that we were just hit by the COVID pandemic. And so the revenues were dried up, and you needed to spend, you needed to re-energize the economy. And so you had to spend more than you were taking in. Flights were not coming in. So it's understandable that you have a deficit budget. What's the similarity with this and our 2025-24 position? We just had a hurricane in 2024 that damaged a significant percentage of the national gross domestic product. In other words, lots of sources of income were dried up, but we have to spend, we have to rebuild, we have to do. So it's not out of context to have a deficit budget, but when they lament it and try to fool our people and make it seem that something is so wrong, something is so being poorly managed that we have a deficit budget, that is far from the truth. Madam Chair, Madam President, I think we need to give credit, in fact, to the government for its prudent management that allowed the country to have the sufficient reserves to be able to draw down on so that we don't have to borrow plenty. Yeah? And that's where the credit needs to go. Madam President, I refer to much of the call about inflation and how high it is. You see, when some people are in office, they acknowledge the IMF reports and they flaunt it, or the IMF says this growth and the IMF says that growth. But when the IMF comes and they do their reviews under this administration and they say the inflation is X, the unemployment is what, based on their reviews, all of a sudden we find the IMF credibility brought into question. It wasn't questionable before, but it's now brought into question. And so when the IMF, through its report, indicate that it's estimated, that's the inflation, at 0.7, and not expected to go beyond 1%, it's been highly questioned. Now I look across the region, Grenada is not far out of range with other persons and other territories in the region, and better than many, but it's not surprising. In fact, government was deliberate in putting together many cost of living mitigation measures, and in fact the report pointed to that. Among them, the reduction of VAT on electricity bills and consumption from 15% to 7.5%. That contributes to lowering. My brother on this side spoke to the reduction in the fuel charge from $5.50 to $3.50, a reduction of a whole $2 for the average person using fuel across the island. That helps to reduce cost of living. And we can talk about the subsidy for persons consuming under 99 kilowatts of energy. In other words, small electricity consumers, they get zero rated, no VAT. We can talk about the $10 subsidy. We can talk about several of these deliberate interventions that were geared towards reducing cost of living. The IMF pointed it out. So it's not that this government has sat by and not done anything to address the cost of living issues. Madam President, you know, sometimes I think that some members of the opposition team, they have what I will term as the empty lens syndrome. The empty lens syndrome. You know, there are some people, you talk about seeing a glass half full or half empty. And while I will always encourage you to see the glass half full because it puts your mind in a different space, there are some persons who would prefer to see it as half empty. And even if the glass got 90% full, they still will not see it as almost full. They will see it as 10% empty. They won't see it as 90% full. And so that puts a different spin on their interpretation of things. And I think the opposition has that because they seem to see no credit, no value in anything. But thank God we are on the ground. So we are hearing those stories for ourselves. You know, like when they passed and talked about rescuing and the people were able to, I was able to hear the people myself. So nobody had to share the stories with me. Madam President, allow me now to turn briefly to matters related to my observations in my community linked to budgetary allocations for other ministries. Madam President, thanks to collaboration with other ministries and the dedicated work of individuals in the St. Andrews Southeast area, I have seen several improvements benefiting countless families and residents across the constituency. In almost every village in St. Andrews Southeast, we have seen there have been roads, pavements, slipper drains, or concrete works. We can talk about Crowshoe, Cafe, Felix Park, Goat Hill, Mamacan, Armour Road, Grand Bacolet, Hope, Montfan, Post Royal, Marquis, Battle Hill, Grenville, and Telescope. Exactly. In all of these areas, the residents now enjoy easier access, safer access, mudless access, and improved aesthetics, improving their quality of life. Thanks to the Ministries of Infrastructure, Social and Community Development, and MIT, the allocations in 2025 certainly benefited residents in the electoral district where I live, St. Andrews Southeast. Similarly, Madam President, in relation to housing support via the Ministry of Social and Community Development and Housing, repairs, new builds, and material assistance, there were over 165 beneficiaries of government associated programs and assisted programs, material assistance, house repair, new builds, bathroom and toilet, all of those. Over 165 beneficiaries. Now think of the many happy families across the various villages who have benefited from this across St. Andrews Southeast. To the teams involved, thank you. Additionally, and separately, Madam President, we can speak of improvements in water access and sanitation in homes, WASH, where over 20 recipients and families in the Telescope area benefited from this transformative and dignifying program. The quality finishes have been second to none, not like anything any government has done before. Madam President, I've seen lighting. Thanks to the Ministry of Social and Community Development and MIT, I have observed and I have seen and benefited from to see the lighting of the Crowshoe School Ground, the Hope Beach, the Longwall Subies Road, the Subies Housing Development Play Area, the Grenville Bus Terminal, the SAS Pasture. These ministries, Madam President, have used the allocations well from the 2025 budget allocation to ensure that many residents in St. Andrews Southeast benefit from lighting. Madam President, the bath and change room facility at Hope, that's another project that through community development, the Ministry of Social Development, again, we're getting a bathroom and change room facility to work and enhance the lighting so residents and patrons of the beach could enjoy better changing facilities and bathroom facilities at the beach. But Madam President, while we do all of these concrete type and infrastructural type projects, don't be fooled, we are doing things that impact human development as well across our community and constituency. can refer to the Ministry of Sports organized Sports Day in Mamacan, or the Anti-Drug Youth Project in Telescope, or the Youth Hope Beach Cleanup and Beautification, or the Community Development-led Self-Defense Course for Women held in Marquis, to give women the skills to present themselves more assertively and to be better able to defend themselves if the need ever arose. All of those, both infrastructurally and human development-wise, have helped to impact positively the residents across St. Andrews Southeast. Madam President, having addressed matters related to the constituency, I now turn my attention to my national responsibility as Minister for Education. Education remains the cornerstone of Grenada's development, and the 2026 budget allocation of $179.6 million is a clear expression of the government's continued and sustained commitment to building and strengthening our human resource capital. This government views education as a major part of its national development strategy. It is viewed as a vehicle for lifting people out of poverty and creating generational shifts for ordinary Grenadians. This government believes in education. This government believes in the power of education to transform individual lives and fortunes and those of their family members and eventually the entire society. Therefore, increasing access to education and reducing the cost of it became major areas of focus for this government. Madam President, curriculum, reform, and innovation. Madam President, under Vision 75, education is rightly recognized as a key pillar of national development because it is the system through which we cultivate creativity, critical thinking, innovation, and the skills required for a modern and competitive workforce. In 2025, through the OECS Program for Educational Advancement and Relevant Learning, the OECS PEARL, we successfully piloted the digital OECS harmonized primary curriculum in several of our primary schools, where it's a curriculum harmonized across the OECS, where teachers have access to multimedia resources and AI-driven tools to enhance learning planning, lesson planning, instructions, and student assessment. We are staying abreast with our colleagues in the region and making the teaching learning experience a lot more interactive using digital means. Complementing this reform, Madam President, the launch of the OECS Learning Hub has connected our educators across the region, providing access to resources, professional networks, and collaborative learning, thereby expanding teaching capabilities and promoting instructional excellence across borders. Madam President, Grenada also joined the Windward Island Sector Transformational Project for Learning Enhancement Project, WISL, supported by a US $10 million grant from the Global Partnership for Education, of which Grenada is entitled to $2.5 million. Through this initiative, a digitally enhanced curriculum will, specifically designed for Form 1s and 2s, will be set up. That framework, its goal is to improve students' outcomes nationally and to ensure a smoother transition from primary to secondary education. In other words, we'll be looking closely at the curriculum designed and prepared for Form 1s and 2s, so that there's a smoother transition from primary school into secondary school. Madam President, I move to strengthen mathematics and science education. Madam President, it's clear, we've made it clear even in this House, that there is a national and regional challenge with mathematics. And we have been tackling it head on. The performance in mathematics is fundamental to academic success and to the practical competencies required for everyday life and future careers. After all, Madam President, you cannot be a competent chef without understanding measurements or proportions. Yeah? Just as you cannot be a skilled engineer without being able to accurately calculate the dimensions of a beam or a pillar. You see, the difference between building and standing firm or crumbling is being able to do exactly that. It is against this backdrop that the Ministry of Education has taken deliberate actions, targeted actions, to support both teachers and students as part of a broader strategy to raise the standards in STEM-related subjects with mathematics at its core. First, the first ever National Mathematics Symposium was hosted in 2025, where over 250 educators were brought together, administrators, stakeholders, to examine the challenges and the best practices associated with math performance, math instruction across the nation. Secondly, specialized or specialist mathematics teaching was also introduced into 14 pilot primary schools, complemented by continuous professional development for teachers and regular student assessment to monitor the progress and inform instruction. Only last week, Madam President, a training was conducted for CSEC mathematics teachers, teachers of the Form 4s and 5s, preparing students for CSEC, which was held with a regional CSEC moderator right here in Grenada. It's the first time that we've had a CSEC moderator come to do training with our CSEC teachers. And from the feedback from the teachers, it was very instructive. And it is our hope, Madam President, that this will translate into improved mathematics outcomes for 2026. Additionally, Grenada has also joined Advancing Caribbean Teachers Act in mathematics programs. It's delivered by the Commonwealth of Learning, and it equips teachers with innovative student-centered strategies to enhance mathematics instructions. Additionally, mathematics and science labs have been completed in 5 primary schools at a total cost of $700,000. And we're looking to do more of that in the period ahead. Looking ahead, the ministry will intensify its efforts to strengthen mathematics education across the system. Priority actions will include expanding foundational support at the primary level, intensifying teacher training and retraining, establishing and expanding more model mathematics labs, introducing a national mathematics excellence and acceleration program, providing enriched and accelerated learning opportunities for high-performing students, strengthening problem-solving skills, and building a pipeline for future STEM talent. Advancing digital transformation in education. Madam President, members of this Honorable House, the 2026 budget recognizes that a modern education system must be digitally enabled. Digital transformation is not a luxury in this age, but it is an essential bridge in ensuring that our students are prepared for the demands of the 21st century workforce and a technology-driven economy. However, Madam President, a well-put-together digital curriculum, no matter how well designed, is never going to be effective if there's no access to it. Therefore, access remains fundamental as a pillar for our digital education strategy. This is why this year, the government continued its investment in the e-learning program by procuring 3,875 military-grade laptops for students in Form 1s and 2s across all public secondary schools. Each student is equipped with a personal learning device, representing a total investment of over $9.2 million EC. Through this program, students can access ebooks across all core subject areas via a secure digital platform, integrated with Microsoft 365 accounts for productivity, collaboration, and digital skill development. Looking ahead, Madam President, the Ministry of Education will consolidate and deepen these technological advances to further modernize teaching and learning and education management across the system. A total of EC $3.5 million for ebooks, representing an increase over 2025, alongside $400,000 for e-testing, would also be applied to strengthen digital assessment and system efficiency. There will also be continued support for coding programs in school with an allocation of $700,000 to facilitate advanced conceptual thinking and future-ready skills development. We will also continue to assist with the development of a production and animation center, as well as critical operational systems such as EMIS and the LMS, the Learning Management System, that will serve our student and school population. Madam President, collectively, these investments strengthen information management, expand digital learning, support data information teaching, and ensure that technology is leveraged purposefully to improve learning outcomes and system performance. Madam President, a drummer may beat loudly in a festival square, but a noisy rhythm without coordination leaves the dancers confused. And you will see why this analogy makes so much sense in a moment. Because you'll see there's a lot of noise, but it's not coordinated, and it's not contextualized. So let's talk about skills mismatch and centers of excellence. Madam President, it has been said numerous times, and it bears repeating, that Grenada cannot overcome our national challenges, whether it's in food security, healthcare, or any other sector, climate resilience, without a highly skilled population, adaptable and educated. So, let us now turn to TVET, Technical and Vocational Education and Training. I will address directly, Madam President, a few of the claims I've heard on the other side and in the other place. Madam President, we have heard assertions that certain programs like the National Innovative Skills Enhancement, NICE, are simply repackaged, that execution has been low, and only a small percentage of the 2025 allocations was used, and that no new skill centers were built after the facility in Montreat. This, Madam President, is much like a drummer beating loudly in the festival square. The noise is present, but the dancers are left confused because there's no consideration to give them to the conditions, the coordination, the direction, and the honest context. Let us therefore deal with the facts. Madam President, building on our national focus on skills development, I want to begin with the TVET expansion in our primary schools. This was targeting grades 5 and 6 students, a program to which this government gave full commitment in 2023. Over the past 2 years, we have steadily scaled this initiative, ensuring that young students are exposed to early practical skills, problem solving, and applied learning. 9 centers based in primary schools serve a total of 32 primary schools and approximately 1,700 primary school students to give them exposure to skills. The Grenville Craft Center, Woburn Methodist, Grand Roy Government, River Sally Government, Paraclete Government, St. Peter's RC, St. Joseph's RC Pomrose, Bonnet Government, and St. Patrick's RC are all primary schools where that's done. Madam President, equally important is the provision of resources and equipment to support these programs, and contrary to claims from the other side that there are no tools for effective teaching and learning, the ministry has distributed TVET equipment to schools across the entire island, empowering both teachers and students to engage hands-on learning. Key actions of the ministry in that regard include weekly training for workshop teachers during a 3-month period to build proficiency with the tools and equipment supplied, which are valued at $222,000 AC dollars. Further, there was a procurement of $1.2 million worth of devices to support instruction in AutoCAD for technical drawing students. Additionally, there was a provision of resources for all home economic centers, along with 1 week of targeted training delivered during the Summer Institute, a period just after school closes in July. In addition, Madam President, I'm giving early invitation that in 2026, we would have what we term EduFest 2026. And I'm serving early invitation that there we will be displaying all the work of the students in skills at our primary and secondary schools on a runway through exhibition style. So you will see that real things are happening, practical things are happening in schools, and it will be on display. You see, Madam President, these investments ensure that the skills training we provide is not just theoretical, but practical, relevant, and meaningful, enabling students to gain real competence from an early age. Madam President, this House will notice that for 2026, there's a dedicated allocation for TVET enhancement program, $6.5 million. We know that the NICE is the same center in Montreat. So we're not confusing over that. But I want to point out that no training ever started there, even though that center in Montreat was built under the former administration. No training ever started there. So I wonder what excellence is. And further, at least 3 separate, because when we started to think about centers of excellence, we started to work to see how could we thought that was a low-hanging fruit. So we said, let's begin to examine it to see how we could expand, how we could build on it, or we could commence the training. At least 3 separate engineering assessments, including one conducted as recently as the past 2 weeks, concluding that that building is not structurally sound enough to host training programs. Yeah. It therefore begs the question, Madam President, what does excellence really mean when the very foundation, literally and figuratively, is weak and unstable? The foundation that members of the other side set. And you see, they want credit for things that we do, but they don't want to take that credit or that responsibility. This administration is fully committed, though, to advancing skills training, but we will do so responsibly, guided by safety, practicality, and sustainability. Careful steps will be taken to address the situation, and even if it means relocating, finding a new location, we will, for the cause. Madam President, this administration has established a dedicated team to advance the National Skills Agenda, guided by National Training Agency, TVET policy and strategy to enhance TVET, developed by the Ministry of Education in 2023. In other words, we passed the TVET policy and strategy in 2023, and many of the things we are doing are extensions or in fulfillment of that policy. The team is tasked with leading on the establishment of centers of excellence as the government's structural long-term solution. Some of the priority areas include agriculture, tourism and hospitality, marine and fisheries, furniture making and fabrication, as well as others aligned with national priorities and national areas. And in fact, I'm sure the business senator representing the business community will be happy to hear that. He was part of the consultations that our ministry undertook as part of our scholarship strategy too. And so he'll be happy to hear that this alignment is already taking place. Madam President, much talk was made on the other side, in the other place, about some 7,000 CVQs that were done. But you see, it's not just about doing CVQs. And when you pass, everybody has a CVQ1. Everybody did a particular course that is not in demand for the job market. Because if those were properly studied, and if those answer the questions of the job market, then we'll be 7,000 people less worried about finding jobs. But the reality is we trained to say we're training, and those CVQs were not properly aligned with the job market and the needs of the economy. We'll make sure that doesn't happen. The Centers of Excellence, by contrast, represents a far more strategic vision that goes well beyond this existing framework. It integrates training, industry relevance, progression, and opportunity. Madam President, through this Ministry of Education, this administration is creating the pathways required to make this vision a reality. You see, we no longer want TVET to be like an afterthought, like something you do, a fallback option when you can't do well academically. TVET is no longer a fallback option reserved for those labeled as incapable. That era has passed. The ministry is mainstreaming TVET within the national education system by creating structured routes for secondary school students into the emerging centers of excellence, repurposing schools and communities where enrollment is declining, and integrating literacy, numeracy, and technical trades into a single coherent development package. Madam President, we talk in skills. So allow me to talk about the upgrade of TVET teachers. A group of 9 TVET teachers who did TVET studies with the University of Technology in Jamaica 16 years ago. Yes, you heard me well. 16 years ago, they were finally upgraded to qualified teacher status, effective 2009, under this administration. They did studies in that area 16 years ago. No prior government saw it fit to recognize the direction that these 9 teachers invested in. They didn't see the wisdom, probably. They didn't see the merit. There was not that foresight. But we understand the vision. We know that it's important for the direction the country needs to go. We know that it's important that we have qualified and trained teachers to sustain the trajectory that we're going in towards repositioning skills and TVET education going forward. We did it. Things are happening for these TVET teachers. Let's talk about school maintenance, Madam President. Madam President, I have listened carefully to unfounded claims made regarding school maintenance, rehabilitation, and construction. It was suggested that school maintenance programs lack accountability, that stakeholders are dissatisfied, and millions are being spent without results. And little done under the Grenada Education Enhancement Program, GEEP. Madam President, allow me to set the record straight. You see, the facts tell the story as they are. They speak for themselves. All schools impacted by Hurricane Beryl in Carriacou have been fully rehabilitated. And in fact, you remember that we opened school 1 month after the prescribed date, after Hurricane Beryl. But all schools, even those on the mainland, have been rehabilitated. Major upgrades are underway across the sector, including the refurbishment of 11 computer labs in partnership with the Basic Needs Trust Fund. You see nothing happening there? Assessments were completed for 15 schools targeted for rehabilitation under a phased 2025-2026 program, ensuring that investments are planned, prioritized, and evidence-based. Madam President, construction has begun and continues on several new schools across Grenada, including St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tivoli Catholic Preschool, or that should be Sacred Heart, St. Andrew's Anglican Primary, Florida Government, and the Grenada Christian Academy, with completion anticipated in 2026 and 2027. See? Madam President, there's a claim by the opposition side that these projects were all ready for implementation before they lost the election in 2022. This claim is far from the truth. One of them even mentioned the funding was available and it was just to start. And so they want credit again. They want credit again. Somebody say go by flow. When this government got into office in 2022, what I recall, we met a school nearing completion being built under their watch, the NNP government, Bishop's College in Carriacou. Upon careful review and observation, we recognized that there was not even a water cistern. We're talking Carriacou, that has traditionally and perennially had trouble for water. Not even a water cistern was present in that build, in the concept. So when we challenged the contractor, we said, well, it's not in the conceptual design? No, I'm building to specification. It's not in the conceptual design. How? Make that make sense for Carriacou. And then several of the buildings were not even fit for purpose. Consequently, every single plan that was around had to be reviewed and upgraded by a team led by MIT to ensure that they were all climate smart and resilient. Further, some of the opposition members, even in another place, talk about the funding and stuff being already secured. But here are the facts. For the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the land acquisition took place in December of 2023. The land acquisition that the school is not being put on. CDB no objection took place on the 7th of March 2025, and the sod turning was in July 2025. Tell me how ready that was before election. The Grenada Christian Academy, land acquisition took place on the 24th, or completed on the 24th of July 2023. The sod turning was on the 3rd of April 2024, and no objection came from CDB on the 15th of October 2024. Work is now ongoing there too. The St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School, of course, there was no need for land acquisition, but no objection came on the 18th of February 2025, and the sod turning took place on the 8th of April 2025. Who trying to fool who? Who trying to fool who? And I remind, all GEEP projects have been reviewed in 2022 by a team led by the MIT to ensure that the designs were 21st century compliant. We continue with school maintenance. Mathematics and science labs have been completed in 5 primary schools at a total cost of EC $700,000. School maintenance programs and preventative routine maintenance services have been delivered to schools island-wide with EC $1.7 million expended this year alone. Looking ahead, a combined investment of $12.7 million has been allocated to the Grenada Enhancement Project or Program, other school constructions and maintenance activities enabling tangible improvement to learning environments across the country. So we will continue with school expansions, Madam President, and rehabilitation to work to J.W. Fletcher Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, the St. Giles Anglican School, Dover Government, Harveyvale Preschool, and others. You can expect that. We'll also consider retrofitting Tibet centers in additional schools with an expenditure of up to $1.2 million. Madam President, while we talk about investing in school infrastructure, we need to talk about strengthening the disaster risk management abilities of our schools. And so over the past year, 100 principals and educators have been officially trained in disaster risk management and supported in preparing school-specific comprehensive disaster risk management plans. We'll continue to support them in 2026 to see these policies implemented as part of the National School Safety Policy. Madam President, I want to talk about student support services. On the matter of student support services, Madam President, I am pleased to report that the 2026 budget provides an allocation of $5.5 million for the Healthy Start Nutrition Program. This is the same allocation as 2025, which has been fully utilized. You see, sometimes we talk about not being utilized. Fully utilized to support the provision of meals to students across the nation. Madam President, we don't want any child to be left out of school because of hunger. We understand, Madam President, that there have been some challenges, but when you have an increase in the program, in the capacity of the program, from 10,000 to 16,000, because once the government made the meal available freely, the uptake went from 10,000 to 16,000, a 60% increase in the uptake and the support for the free meal program. There are obviously going to be logistical issues because these things have to be processed. And so we are not saying that the program is perfect. In fact, I don't know of any program that is supported or overlooked by any human being that is perfect. When that happens, we probably we lie down somewhere, 6 feet under, or we in heaven. But we acknowledge the shortfalls, and we are continuously trying to improve, but we acknowledge the impact that it is having on significantly more students across our nation, making access to education a lot more real and reachable for students. Madam President, approximately $64,000 was invested in new industrial-grade appliances, including cookers and refrigerators, to strengthen the service delivery and operational efficiency in the school feeding program. So when you hear they say things are happening there and you don't have this, you don't have that, $64,000 spent on upgrading the stuff. The school uniform and supplies assistance program continues with a spend of $670,600 spent to support needy families with uniform and school supplies. Looking ahead, the ministry will continue to expand the school nutrition program in collaboration with ministries of agriculture, health, youth, sports, and culture. We will further strengthen the Healthy Start program, including the renewal of school gardens and the promotion of physical activity, mental health and wellness, and healthy lifestyle among students. Early childhood education. Madam President, it is equally critical that we focus with deliberate intent on the youngest learners, for that is where it all starts. The foundations of their future start at the earliest years. It's shaped there. Accordingly, the Ministry of Education therefore continues to systematically support literacy and numeracy development at that level. Moreover, I wish to assure this Honorable House and people listening that while some people wonder or might say, suggest, where is early childhood? Oh, it's very much a priority for us in education. And further, we have found that they have treated in the past early childhood in its own little silos. So in 2025, with funding from UNICEF, an integrated early childhood development strategy was developed. This strategy brings together multiple sectors, including health, social development, agriculture, and even Food and Nutrition Council, to provide a coordinated approach to early learning, nutrition, and child health services. This is currently before, well, not before the cabinet, but it's waiting for ratification from other ministers and other ministries responsible. Madam President, we want to make sure that as we come together to do this collaboratively, Grenada's development truly begins at the beginning. So let's talk about teacher well-being and systems capacity. Madam President, in 2025, the Ministry of Education made significant strides in supporting teachers and ensuring the development of systems capacity. A total of 216 teachers, as you may have heard, have been regularized, with a second batch of 105 currently being processed. Additionally, 169 teachers have been successfully reappointed across the primary and secondary school, reinforcing stability and continuity across the classrooms. Other support programs. And of course, I could mention the several programs of training that we have, be it with Commonwealth of Learning, be it with the exploration with University of Guyana, and further plans to train teachers across the entire board to ensure that we see the back of putting on trained teachers into the classroom. Madam President, there has been a claim on the other side that the students in institutions like TAMCC and NULO are dropping out because of hidden cost, despite our free tuition program. One went as far as to label it a failed program. But I don't understand. The cost of education, there are other legitimate costs associated with teaching learning. This government introduced a free tuition policy. A free tuition policy. And that we know is having good effect. Because since we introduced it, Madam President, in 2023, both NULO and TAMCC have continuously reported increasing enrollment. And, by the way, dropouts are reducing too. So when they tell you that people are dropping out more than staying, that's not true. In 2024, in fact, since 2023, the enrollment at TAMCC has been over 2,000. The enrollment and the completion has been close. But in 2024, for instance, both the enrollment and the completion have been over the 2,000 mark. I'll tell you this quickly. In 2021, the dropout in 2021 at TAMCC was 513. In 2022, it was 117. In 2023, 157. In 2024, 70. We're trending downwards in terms of dropouts. And I could give you all the other statistics, but I'm mindful. We will continue to invest in these programs, Madam President. A total of 1.5 million has been allocated for the free tuition program to continue both in TAMCC and NULO. Human resource development. Madam President, there are several positive initiatives that we can talk about for the development of our human resource capital. One of those is the first generation scholarship program implemented in collaboration with Monroe University. Madam President, to date, 111 Grenadians from families where nobody had gone to university before and nobody may have had the opportunity or the funding or the financing to go to university have since received fully funded Government of Grenada in partnership with Monroe University scholarships in 2025 alone. That's what real transformation does. It lifts them. It gives them a real opportunity at things that some of us in this room have and take for granted. Because we care about persons that we want to lift, and we see education as a major tool to do that. The National Scholarship Strategy was completed, under which our first 3 scholarships were awarded, valued at $447,150, were awarded in health technology, fine arts, through Pathway 1. And you'll hear more about the policy when it's probably even laid here. Further, beyond the scholarships totaling a total of $67 million have been granted to Grenadians pursuing studies across the region and internationally. $67 million. So the ministry will continue to engage stakeholders as far as China. We'll continue to engage other partners to ensure that we get more value for our nation's children. It will be remiss of me, though, if I don't mention here that very recently, the Ministry of Education, the government, negotiated with the St. George's University to get 30 scholarships for students in medicine. So you see, yeah. They will begin their studies in January 2026, God willing. You see, we are accustomed to getting 6, 4, right? Sometimes we get, in fact, the Chancellor indicated that we were only entitled, based on the numbers, to about 4 this year. That is absolutely correct. The Chancellor indicated that we were only entitled to 4 because people get scholarships based on the number of admissions they have, and there's a certain ratio, and they'll tell you how many. And sometimes you can draw down on it. So probably in previous years, we kept asking for more, and so the numbers boil down now to, as we were told by the Chancellor, only about 4 for this year. We couldn't have that. And so we negotiated to have the 30 of them, and they will be starting classes in January 2026, God willing. Madam President, I move quickly to TAMCC, where, just to share, under the leadership of the Chair of Council, the Council, and the Principal, we have installed a new Principal within the year, Mr. Andrew Abraham, and they have been making significant stride, and I quickly want to share just a few of their key successes. So they have recorded an impressive CAPE pass rate of 93%, yeah, with 2 students getting perfect 4.0 GPAs, Nathan Neptune and Ariel Alexis. Then they continued their regional dominance in debate and student competitions. So they won the regional debate competition in Antigua and Barbuda, and secured victory in the OECS Recycle debate. There was also, they are strengthening the international academic partnership and global network. TAMCC has re-engaged Dr. Earl Brathwaite, who at one point under the former administration was engaging to help remodel TAMCC with the Petner Foundation. That fell through, but we have re-engaged him as part of a larger effort to build global partnership and to create opportunities for growth and innovation. TAMCC has expanded international engagements, hosting its 3rd cohort of students from Canada under the International Youth Internship Program delivered through the Marine Institute. So good things are happening in TAMCC. They have recently had a memorandum of understanding. TAMCC has recently signed 2 significant MOUs. On December 10th, TAMCC and the SGU signed an MOU to deepen cooperation in higher education. This framework agreement represents a significant step towards expanding education opportunities by creating accelerated paths for TAMCC students to SGU and other Grenadian students, right? So the MOU seeks to provide or to promote joint teaching collaboration between the university and the TAMCC. There have been major infrastructural upgrades at the Maribo Agricultural Center for Excellence. Now, you know that's one of the centers that's been targeted for a center of excellence for agriculture. The college completed repairs to the male and female dormitories damaged since Hurricane Ivan. And I want to say this again. Damaged since Hurricane Ivan. In this era, the TAMCC now completed repairs to the male and female dormitories damaged since Hurricane Ivan. They constructed 4 new pig facilities to support the pure breed pigs and the program that the Ministry of Agriculture is undertaking, right? And continued upgrades through a $500,000 grant received from the Ministry of Agriculture. These improvements reinforce Maribo's development into a true center of excellence, and will continue to push in that direction. In addition, the Ministry of Agriculture, and supported by the Chinese, TAMCC developed an artificial insemination lab. So we're talking innovation, which has progressed to full implementation. Things are happening in that sector, and we just probably need to talk about it a bit more. TAMCC secured a 15,000 Canadian dollar research grant for the School of Arts and Science and Professional Studies, SAPS, and the faculty to continue groundbreaking research on the impact of sargassum seaweed on air quality alongside the Eastern Corridor, strengthening the college research profile. Good things are happening at TAMCC. Madam President, I know my time is running close. So, as I conclude, let me reaffirm this government's commitment to Vision 75, a Grenada built on education, innovation, and opportunity. Our approach is people-centered, driven by citizens' participation, ensuring that the benefit of development reach every Grenadian with a clear focus on equity and social justice. This administration is not distracted by the noise, by the old talk, by the loud-sounding verbose claims, by the rhetoric. Our focus remains firmly on delivering practical, measurable improvements for all our learners and for all our citizens, parents, and communities across the nation. We know that the transformation we seek requires unity and collective effort. I therefore encourage all stakeholders, Madam President, including educators, parents, civil society, and the private sector, to continue partnering with the Ministry of Education as we lead the charge and as together we build a stronger, more prosperous Grenada. Madam President, I remain humbled, a humble servant, working collaboratively with all stakeholders to achieve our shared national vision and goal. After all, many good things are happening, Madam President. Many great things are happening. Many things have happened, many things are happening, and many things will continue to happen. Let's continue to work together to make more things happen through people's participation and innovation. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, while I have finished my substantive presentation, I want to beg for 1 minute just to acknowledge one, Mr. Im Chitaman, who was a former employee of the Ministry of Education. He passed yesterday, and he worked as a teacher. He worked at the Ministry of Education. He spent much of his time working in his latter years with the ICT, the Ministry of ICT at the, he single-handedly, I'm told, led a lot of the software developments, a lot of the seed digitization and digitizing some of the government transactions through the IT portals. He single-handedly led some of those. And so I think it's only fair and it's only fitting to pay some tribute to him for his short, impactful life, the way he has contributed immensely to education and to our entire nation. And so today, as a person who has, in fact, we were schoolmates. I probably was a couple of years ahead of him. But even apart from that, we were colleagues when he started to work in education. And he was always a very joyous spirit. And so, may his soul rest in peace. We pray for God's grace and God's strength for his entire surviving relatives, family, as they cope and manage in this time. And Madam President, if you'll be so kind, I'd be even bold enough to ask for a moment of silence for our brother as he passes. Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you all for listening.
I thank the Senator, Honorable David Andrew, for his presentation, and I thank him also for his tribute to Im Chitaman, a young man whom I knew and loved and did not know of his passing yesterday. I join in your appreciation of who he was, what he did. Am I speaking? Thank you. I join Senator David Andrews in his appreciation of Im Chitaman from St. Andrews, and may God rest his young soul, and may God comfort his family. And may we all pray for his soul and for ours, for we know not the hour. Our last speaker offering perspectives on the 2026 estimates proposed budget is Senator the Honorable Andre Lewis, representative of Labour in the Senate, to whom I gladly offer the floor. You have 1 hour, Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
As all our visitors who wish to leave take the exit.
But I was hoping to rent that crowd from the minister. Yes, but that's okay. No, I'm still representing them, yes.
You're representing them and they're leaving, oops.
No, they came for the minister. I do not want him to dog their pay, so they have to go back.
We thank them all for being part of the conversation.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Huh? So I say thank you very much, Madam President, fellow colleagues, workers, and members of the public. My dear village colleague, Senator Andrew, I'm coming after you, so I just want to help you. As you said, things are happening, and I'm indeed saying that things are happening. And I just want to expand on his report for TAMCC. He may have forgotten to report that as we speak currently, TAMCC is embroiled in industrial disputes. TAMCC is embroiled in industrial dispute. As a matter of fact, sometime around midday today, ably led by the president of the Grenada Public Workers Union, Comrade Daisy Hazard, and during the course of the week, ably led by the President General of the Grenada Union of Teachers, Comrade Jude Bartholomew, they had to continuously make their displeasure known to what is happening at TAMCC. So I've just decided to start there, and it is very simple. There has been an agreement established with TAMCC of 4% for 2023, 4% for 2024, and 5% for 2025. That was signed, sealed, and agreed upon. Okay, so I stand corrected by you, but it was all accepted by all, that 5% would be due. No, he said that is not correct. And I immediately withdraw on the basis that I said signed. But I do not expect my colleagues, knowing that there was an agreement, and even based on my discussion with some of those who are in the know, ministers, have all accepted that there is a 5% that the workers are entitled to. Yes, the issue has to do now, there is a period going forward of 26, 27, 28, where there was agreement with the negotiating team, that I can say now, the negotiating team of a 4%, and what the state is trying to do is to try to reverse that 4% per year. So as my understanding, so I'm taking back the aspect of signed, because the practice and what was done before, even in the past administration, the horse that was rode, the labor horse that the current administration wrote to get into office also dealt with the outstanding matters of TAMCC negotiations, which had the same increases as the public sector employees of 4%, 4%, and 5%. So it's not signed. So I take this back in terms of signature. But we all know, and I do not believe that anyone here will stand and say, or go public and say, that there is not a 5% for 2025. I'm absolutely certain on this.
Is there a light on the Senator, Minister of Education?
Right. So, Madam President, because the matter is still with, as far as I know, as far as industrial process is concerned, it's still, in fact, there's a conciliatory meeting sometime today. So I try to avoid discussing this matter in the public domain. So I was particularly reserved about commenting on it. But a lot of the things that are being peddled in the public domain are largely accurate, and my honorable senator is going down that same road. But in this honorable house, I would prefer we don't. I wish we have the opportunity to share it. I don't want to foreclose the process, due process, so I'm not prepared to comment at this point about what's accurate and what isn't accurate, because it's before the Labor Commissioner and it's being processed, but I would caution us against going down that road and peddling things that are not verified and not properly so.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much. I recognize that the minister did not, I mean, if truth is on your side, as you have always said, face the issue. If I'm saying that the 5% was not agreed to, then clearly state so it will not impact the conciliation process. So I'm stating that there. We saw what was in the news, the GOT, and no one can deny that these have been said by my colleagues, leadership within the union. I have engaged colleagues from on your side that has also confirmed, it is known, that there is a 5% for 2025. The issue may have to do with going forward 26 to 28. I just wanted to raise that day because the minister gave a report on TAMCC, and we'll see what happens. So things are happening. That's what I wanted to say. Things are happening. Things are happening. And my colleague senator, we have been in the labor movement and we struggle together. We know those things go. But I guess when you wear an employer hat, sometimes it changes. But things are happening.
So
I move on now. It's part of the budget in the context of the industrial relations, because the budget document and the Minister for Labor and others have spoken about the climate that currently exists. So it is in this context. I'm not going to belabor the point because the process will play itself out. Yes? I now move to say that, interestingly enough, colleague, in relation to the budget, I have learned in growing up, and even now, when you borrow, you must pay back. And therefore, the issue, because my colleagues have addressed this, I'm not going to spend much time on these matters, but just to rehash that it is indeed a deficit budget. And it becomes difficult to speak about a current account surplus when, for instance, that even your implementation rate on a number of projects was dismally low. When I look at under the MIT in terms of performance and the output that one will be judged on for 24 and 25, there's absolutely no report. Absolutely no report in terms of the achievement, in terms of percentage. But it is clear to see that a number of the allocations were not achieved. And my rough calculation have indicated that there may, what I'm coming up with is something like 40-something% or 50% thereabouts of implementation rate. So I am at a loss as to the aspect of speaking about a surplus when, for instance, that we are taking, even if it is from reserves. Because if a budget is for a year, and that is what it is, you will examine the year to see what you receive for the year and what you spend for the year. So before you decide about the surplus, you will have to pay back that which you take from elsewhere, even if it is yours. I mean, prudent financial management requires that. I wish to applaud and note the progress made on the question of education, as spoken about by the Minister for Education. Certainly, the aspect of the computers for the students at the moment, I think it is Form 1s and Form 2s, must be commended. It is a step in the right direction, so we must applaud that. When we look at the macroeconomic context, the question of the unemployment rate of 7.5%, it's interesting, Madam President, on that side of the room, which sometimes does be this side here, when the IMF gives certain report, all depends on where you sit your question, because I can clearly remember in 2021, 2022, when the IMF gave certain reports, positive reports of the then administration, my colleagues on the other side questioned it. So I'm not making weather of this. Huh? No, my colleagues, well, certainly I remember the leadership of the current administration questioning it. So when I say on the other side, I'm speaking in that context, and some may seem to want to distance themselves. But we have to watch this. The unemployment rate. One have to bear in mind the following. The approach to doing the employment factors in this current period based on who did it, whether or not someone is actively looking for work, etc. But we need to bear into account there are some broader issues. As we speak, and it is not just a factor of this government, let me just set a point, but we are speaking of 2025 into 2026. A number of workers, because whether they are employed or unemployed, they are workers because they are from the working class. The reason why they are called workers is because they are from the working class, is that they have become very disillusioned, extremely disillusioned, and therefore they have given up. The method of addressing unemployment, the science behind it, and from certain outlook, takes into account if one wants to make a targeted intervention, one has to factor in from the group of people who are unemployed. Is it that they do not want to work? Or is it that they have become frustrated? Is it that, for instance, and I'll give a typical example here. If we take a worker from the northern part of the island, Senator Rahman, private sector representative, I think it was you, spoke about, yes, because of the level of jobs in the south, and that is why you focus on expanding the road and controlling the traffic. It therefore means that a larger number of people would leave the northern part of the island to come to the south to find work. So let's take a typical example. And we must also once again recognize and applaud the increase in the minimum wage, because that has been significant in terms of helping people. So we must recognize that. So I'm using $80 a day. The minimum is $60 a day. $60 a day, that is what will give you roughly $1,200 a month. But I'm using 80, so I'm not even going at the bare minimum. If we use that $80 a day, that worker will be working for about $1,700 and something a month, right? I'm using 52 weeks, and I'm using 260 days because there are 5 working days. Talking about actual working days, Monday to Fridays. That monthly salary of $1,700, and well, it's over $1,700, but not $1,800. If we take transport, and I'm using a straight line transport. I'm using a straight line transport. What do I mean by a straight line transport? So someone living in St. Patrick, and they leave from St. Patrick, the town of Sauteurs to Grenville. So I'm not speaking about someone that may be living outside of the town of Sauteurs and may themselves have to take a transport to reach the town. So I'm not doing that. I'm taking straight line. So I'm assuming, for the purpose of this discussion, that everyone leaves from Satters, and they do not have to find transport to get to Satters. It costs $4.50 to reach to Grenville. From Grenville to St. George, it costs $6. That's $10.50. And from town to Grand Anse, another $2.50. That will give you $13 for the day. But this discussion here is straight line because we are speaking of Grand Anse to let us say about Sugar Mill roundabout down to Chublu. Because once you go beyond that, the $2.50 is no longer $2.50. It can be probably $4 or so. But I'm using for this, the purpose of this discussion. At $80 a day, 26, okay, it's 13 one way, 26 goes towards transport. I'm not even speaking of food yet. So what we find is that 30-something% of one's income can go towards transport. Then we speak about the aspect of preparation, work preparation. I mean, you have to equip yourself to go to work, you have to eat. So a number of workers have found it much more manageable not to seek employment. I mean, we know that as a fact. In the labor movement, we know that. We have engaged workers that we try to encourage to continue to work. And they have said, look, it's a waste of time. Allow me to stay home, bad as it is, despite the fact that the culture has changed. I can get some provision, right? I can go to the river, I can do a little fishing, I can do a little hustle, get something to eat. So we must not take comfort by the fact that there's a report which says that our unemployment is 7%, without doing the deeper dive. And then this type of skills job, type of work that is available. And therefore, even among the youth, I heard Senator responsible for youth, Senator Francis, spoke glowingly that youth unemployment, I think, moved from 40-something% to just over 20%. But certainly, our information is that it is higher. If you go along the blocks, for the very set point that I'm making, one can see that. So therefore, there is need for a targeted intervention. Something that I'm tasking, requiring from the Ministry of Youth, is to see what program that can be looked into, where you can go on the ground, boots on the ground, engage the young people to see how we can get them interested. Right? Madam President, I sort of heard a little whisper that it won't work. But those of us who know struggle, know what struggle is about. Yes, and you keep trying, because it's a service. You keep trying and you keep trying. That's what we have to do. The big one, even if I spend the rest of the day on this, or even if I'm told that my time is up after I make this point, even if it is only 40 minutes gone, inflation at 0.7%. I mean, how could we come to this house? 0.7% means that the goods that you are getting for $100 last year, all you need is 70 cents more to get that same amount this year. I mean, we all go to the supermarket. I know the figures. IMF and others get information from us. Our food basket was last approached and dealt with in 2012, 2011, 2012. So we have not adjusted, right, the contents of that food basket. Now you see, when we do that, so here the industrial problems are being created. And then when we go to a table to negotiate, and the hotels and the private sector and others are saying, look, inflation is 0.7%, and therefore all that we can offer you in terms of wage increase is 0.8 or 1% maximum. We will never accept that. And therefore, Senator Rahaman, the aspect of strikes, as capital continues to hold on to more, because that's what the struggle is about. We have to push back. And what we have is our labor power. And we speak about process. We speak about process and procedure. All of us know that the cost of living, especially for food, is close to double digits. If not, well, food is over double digits because we are a consumer society. We don't produce in Grenada. As a matter of fact, in the construction industry, and we note a significant increase in the budget allocation for construction, That's good, that's applauded. But here the concern, not a fault of the administration, but most of that money will go out. Because the construction materials that we come in with is imported. And wages are low. Wages are low. The aspect of scarcity of labor, especially in construction, and they also have to do with the factor, not just transport, but in many instances, Senator Rahman, I don't expect you to do that, but you know a number of your colleagues, when people work overtime, the law says that any work outside of your normal hours of work have to be paid at overtime. The majority of people who are not unionized don't do that, and therefore workers are getting frustrated. This is what our information has found. And, Madam President, the Minister for Labor, correctly, in her observation, as a report from the Ministry of Labor, that I must compliment the Ministry of Labor, I must compliment the Ministry of Labor, the current period, for the work that they have been doing. We have a long way to go, but it's a step in the right direction. No, that's a fact. Can tell you, and the Minister knows, that the biggest headache that the Labor Commissioner and other officers have to do is people refusing to pay overtime and to pay correctly. So there must be conflict. And the only how we achieve benefits for workers many times is through those engagement. And that is why, Madam President, on the amendments to the Labor Code, apart from the Permanent Labor Tribunal, the aspect of reducing and not wanting the Ministry of Labor to be involved directly, something that labor movement will resist. We have said so openly, because I can go back to 2012. Well, so it is, well, okay, as the minister, I've just been told. So remember, just the minister has singled herself as a minister that, well, yes, to be excluded. But remember, as all the senators who are not MPs gave a constituency report because the elections appears to be in the air, just remember that everything that we do, there's a day of reckoning. And I'm simply saying that we in Labour will not accept that. Because in 2010, 2012, at the height of the Grenada Brewery struggle, those who led the Grenada Brewery struggle against the workers as lawyers and others gave a commitment not to have the Minister of Labour involved in industrial issues. They're in charge now. Whenever the NDC is in office, that happens. And we need to be aware of that. So, in 2012, they got the government to remove the Minister for Labour and the Labour Commissioner. The Honorable Glenys Roberts, who was the then minister, and Mr. Cyrus Griffith, were removed on the insistence of those that represent the Grenada Breweries. And 2 priests were brought to deal with labor matters in spite of what the law says. You speak about procedure, Senator Rahman? Yes, 2 priests. 2 priests. 2 priests. They speak about procedure when it's convenient. The law states who should handle these matters. The government, it is not on the port. I'll come to the port in a while. I assure you, I'll come to the port. Yes, because you don't plant corn in dry season. You don't plant corn in dry season. If you listen to the report of my colleagues from on the other side, it's the first time I've heard them so specific in terms of the amount of roads and things that they did in their constituency, although they are not the MPs. He tells me that the season is close. No, right?
Nothing difficult to guess, man.
That's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. No, I know, but I understand it. Yeah, no. Madam President, I can deal with that because we're all colleagues. As a matter of fact, some of my better days in the struggle for workers were with my colleagues on that side there. Yeah, I can tell you. La lucha continua. What is important is that when you get into office, when you get into office, what is expected is don't change the law. Don't change the law. Because if that law is changed, the horse that they rode on to come into office, that horse would not have been there. Because the then government, the NNP, would have short-circuited the Grenada Union of Teachers, and I think that they might be targeting them, would have short-circuited the Grenada Union of Teachers struggle, send them to arbitration, and they have to leave it what it is. But for 4 years or 3 years, they rode that horse together with us. But they understand what is happening, and therefore, Labour has that responsibility to ensure that we do not take away this. The report from the minister have indicated that with the work done in the Ministry of Labor, much more disputes have been resolved. What we require is resources, and we have said so. Invest in the Ministry of Labor, invest in the Ministry of Labor, and the outcomes will be great. All of our colleagues in the Caribbean region has cautioned us against going down that road. And yes, I've cautioned us. I will not be distracted. I will continue. Yeah, well, that's, yeah. I mean, yeah, no. Yes, so I'm just putting it there. We asked for the upgrading the basket of goods. The aspect of, take for instance, Grenlec. The last administration had a 25% reduction on non-fuel charges. I know the argument was that it was too much, but what I do know, as one who represent the workers there, one of the unions that represent the workers there, we had told the workers that even if it would reduce their profit share, but in the interest of the nation as a whole, we need to have a reduction. And there could have been a 14% or 15% reduction, or even a 12.5% reduction, even if it's not 25. But here what happened? The rulers of the country today, the leaders of the country today, because they are private sector oriented, they are concerned about the return to the shareholders. I've been told that from the highest level. Because the workers have been trying to reach the Minister of Public Utilities to discuss those concerns without success. Without success. We officially sought to engage without success. A representative group from the workers who are concerned as to where we are headed. And certainly as the majority shareholder, the state is the majority shareholder. We want that discussion that we cannot get. But Grenlec was so profitable that the return on investment, all the shareholders, unless there are some recently, have received the investment probably 300 or 400 times over already. So if you are prepared to invest in a company like Grenlec, at time of crisis, you ought to be able to know that sacrifices ought to be made. So we cannot just look at that as the shareholder and we want to maximize their profit. The state controls. When WRB was a majority shareholder, they did what they want. And they were ably supported by their legal representative, which is their job. We are saying, now that the state has the majority, because it is a democratic process, the discussions will be held at the board, so we can deal with this. I got a call when we had the last engagement here in the Senate. On my return to the office, I made a call, and a very small contractor called me to complain that unpaid claims, he has not been, and colleagues like him, have not been able to get paid from government, right? In other words, so we would like to know what is the value of the unpaid claims, and these are small contractors, about 3 guys working together. We would like to know what it is for over 60 days. The question of rent. It is only when industrial action is taken that we see movements being made. So buildings are painted over. In the ministerial complex, buildings are painted over, but inside of the building, yes, is a sick building. So recently, Butsandet had to be moved. And as I speak and commended and complimented the Ministry of Labor workers, I have to speak for them. There are 3 departments or ministries in that trio: Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs. If you look at the working conditions and where they are placed, Labor has always received the lower end of the accommodation. I'm aware of the challenges that they had over the past few months. I know they have been moved to Kaipo, or the majority of them. I knew that they were scattered in different parts before they moved to Kaipo. But when you look at the working condition of Legal Affairs, there is a feeling among us as workers that Legal Affairs, lawyers, you have a degree and you're a lawyer, you wear a robe, and you're academic, and therefore you are given better prominence than the others. Okay, that's how we look at it. That's how we know the struggle that the Ministry of Labor, and no one can deny that. Anyone who denies that is not speaking the truth. The workers have been complaining about their working conditions. And they were kind of well, they had to move with speed, with alacrity, that's what they say, out of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, because inside it might be too nice for them. What is happening? What? I'm taking back my time. Oh, sorry. With your permission, Minister. Madam President. The aspect of rent. I would like to know what's the projection for paying rent, because so, for instance, not just labor, but within the government, because I've seen a number of places been utilized in the south of the island, different places, and I am pleased that the workers have better working conditions. But we have to do things to be able to use that resources to upgrade our own. So, for instance, the financial complex, it used to house over 150 workers, thereabouts. There is no longer anyone there. There's a request I wish to make. I forgot to make it last year, but I'm still going to make it this year. As we head into whichever round of general elections, I'm making a national request that anyone who is interested in becoming involved in politics, at the time of their registration, they ought to have a tax-compliant clearance. Businesses, in order for business to set up, for anyone to set up a business, even to do business with government. If you're selling provision like Fig, Blogger, Dashin, Tanya, the same Kalalu, if you have to sell that to government, you have to register as a business and you have to get a tax clearance, compliant. And therefore, we are saying, I ought to have made that call since last year or year before. So I'm doing that now, making that call. Yes. We speak about constituency engagement. One of my colleagues here, I have just about half an hour. Yeah. One of my colleagues here spoke about the aspect of increase, because TAMCC, in some quarters it is said that the TAMCC lecturers are paid a lot. But I was so glad to hear the Minister of Education speak about TAMCC and how they are now seeking to be more globally recognized. So you have to pay. In other words, you have to pay your instructors at a particular level. So, I mean, this talk about TAMCC instructors getting a lot of money, and therefore the increases that they thought they agreed to, which I believe they agreed to. They said thought they agreed to, might be too much. Can't hold water. Because, as was said here, those in authority who do not have to get permission from anyone increase their allowances. They increase it from 600 to 2,600. But you know what happened? In doing that, they put people out of work. Because you remember the arrangement? The arrangement was that we will cut off the gas allowance and other things, or we will give you the 2,000 plus the 600. If you want to pay a driver, you pay a driver. And in accepting that allowances, and the driver is no longer engaged, what they have done is to take away employment from people. We are leaders, we offered ourselves to serve. One of the first things that the administration did, and that is in my view, it is corporate driven. It's not service driven. It's not public sector driven. One was to increase the pay for security, public government security funds. And when I asked the question, saying that this should go to the workers, I was told, no, it's not necessary for salary increase, but it was because of the operational cost of the security funds. And we know that in this place, not just this administration, very few people, if ever, whichever government is in office, getting security work with government unless you support the government. That's a fact. So what it appears is that we are able to increase and look after ourselves. But when it comes to the workers, we have challenges. I don't see how we can have 4, 4, 5. That's government negotiation now. Give me 5% this year, and then you tell me going forward, I'll take less when cost of living gone up. When we reach that table, we'll deal with that. The aspect of, if I go quickly under the aspect of the labor, legal affairs, consumer affairs, that's vote 9, 109, page 167, under recurrent expenditure by programs, the actual provision, and I'm using this because I've seen that as a common thread throughout the government, yes? The actual provision for 2025, that's on the labor program, was $746,737. The approved estimate for 2025 was $1,635,897. Implementation rate of 45.6%, 65%. And the estimate for 2026 is $1,831,913. An increase where at the same time we are not able to have anything close to the implementation. If I run that thread throughout the budget, it appears as though we know that we do not have the level of implementation, but in order to say we pass the biggest budget, we put figures. Yes? Consumer affairs, the same thing. Under consumer affairs, the implementation rate was 22.64. Under the international travel, international travel increased by 378% and 378.25%. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt, yeah. No, I'm coming to it, yeah, I wouldn't doubt. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt, but it is not in the budget. And it is not in the budget because what was budgeted, and I'm glad you raised that, sorry, Madam President, but you see. Thank you very much. But see what happened? The budget, although we knew we had to go, the budget for 2025 said 63,500. And therefore, for the same thing for this year, provision may or may not have been made. I'm saying, we understand what is happening. Yes? So this year, but it appears as though when it is travel, and it's throughout, because under the Prime Minister's ministry and other ministries, you see a significant increase in travel. The Minister for Labor a while ago said about the need to be outside there, but we have strong implementation on the international traveling. But on matters that matters, yes, on the ground, the implementation rate is low. I applaud the Ministry of Labor for engaging in upgrading themselves, the 2 courses that were done with the ILO, because we need to improve our capacity. We applaud the target setting up of the labor, setting up to get the improve up to, I think it's 80-something, no, 87% resolution rate. The ministry is targeting that. That is really good. We are also concerned with the number of vacant established positions within the Ministry of Labor. These have not been filled. It says that there are 16 vacant positions, and that has not been filled. On the pension and gratuities program, on the information, there's no data, absolutely no data. It says in writing and print, no data available in table. We would like to see, because this is coming to Parliament, we have to approve the budget, we have to approve the report, but there's no data there. Under the question of the Ministry of Health, Madam President, the question of the statutorization of the hospital, we're extremely concerned that the aspect of regularization is not addressed. It's been said that it's been addressed, but in terms of practice, it's not. We are not feeling it. The Public Workers Union is not seeing it. We have spoken about it. We are very concerned because unless you are trying to double down on the workers, which is another word I take from Senator Rahman, okay, he said that his view of the budget is that it is not excited, but he'll say it is a double down of what was there before, which means that it's not necessarily an improvement, right? They are trying to hold. Therefore, in terms of the implementation rate that they had, unfortunately, that may occur in 2026. I hope differently. The question of, as I said, regularization, the honorarium that has been given to the doctors and the nurses of $1,200 and $500 respectively per month is a blatant attempt, calculated attempt to bypass the union. The union represents the workers, and they have not, and they engaged the union in these discussions. Under the decent work of the ILO, the representative of the workers ought to be engaged. And the Minister for Labor earlier stated that in a report on the Ministry of Labor on the question of informal work, and there are a lot of informal workers outside there, and the ministry needs to step up so that the workers can be protected. I say glad, I say kudos, I felt real good. But then I was quickly reminded that the Grenada Airport Authority workers who sought to join the Union for Protection was denied by the Minister for Labor. And therefore, the aspect of speaking from different sides, yes, the workers who are not in a central location, we are saying that we need to protect them, and we support that. Labor supports that, and that is why in the tripartite arrangement, we try to get the minimum conditions as good as possible. But in the informal sector, it's difficult to apply. So we support all moves that can be made. But when we speak about looking to bring protection for informal workers, the question begs itself. Why is it that trade unions, you're refusing trade unions from representing a group of workers who showed interest? If they don't want us, let them vote against us. And therefore, it speaks about the pattern. It speaks about the pattern of the administration. They would like to engage workers so they can see that they have done things. But when it comes to organized labor, it's a battle. It's a battle. The employer class streets representative spoke about the aspect of strikes and following process and procedure. Well, I can tell you, we are the ones that will determine the rightness or the wrongness of what we have to do and when we have to do, and I beg you to look and see how many places we have had those issues with. The question of punctuality, the question of productivity. As a matter of fact, in the ILO recent release, the ILO reports, that's a study that I think was printed in 2024 or 2025. It says that ILO reports, especially the global wage report, consistently highlight a broken link where productivity has outpaced wage growth. So, what has been happening is that the capitalists have been able to maximize profit. But I hear him invest the money, but here the money that's come from. So let me make up. In many instances, they borrow from the bank. It's not their money. They borrow from the bank. When the workers have the bulk of money in the bank. So let's address it. Without labor, nothing happens. So Senator Rahman said earlier that the private sector is the most important in the construct. That can't be the case. You're important, but you're not the most, because without your human resource, nothing happens. Without the company you run? Well, let me tell you what used to happen. No, I could deal with that as a class. I could deal with that class. Because in the early commune societies, I'm speaking, yeah. The early communion societies, because people work. The aspect of pay, capital. You get that money somewhere. So we are not against capital. But labor is the most important factor there. Many times you hear the businesses say, labor or the worker is the human resource is the most important. Although they invest in machinery and they many times don't want to buy PPE for the employees, etc. Without labor, in other words, we can do work without capital. The reason somebody charge you is because in the exchange for the service that they provide, they want something in return. But if we all agree, the early experiments with X and theory Y or whatever it is, prove those things. When you take people without certain reward, what motivates them? You know, many times, Madam President, they think that because we march the street and we speak, that we don't understand economics. But economics applies to all aspects. So I'm not fighting against capital. Right? They may very well be, but capital, when they're on the invoice on the port and in different places, what has happened? When they refuse to pay their fair share of taxes, and every time the NDC comes into office, they give a tax write-off. What happens? In other words, people are using even the same VAT monies. You see, I'm dealing with that because the senator spent some time going after us. Right? So when I say after, I don't take it negative, eh? But because what happens here, although we sit on the same side, as a matter of fact, when I give me the paper now. Give me the paper. You afraid of? Give me the paper with the writing. Give me the paper where you have in the initiatives. Where is it? Tony, take it up. And I was so happy about that because one of the major concerns that we have is that terminology called initiatives. Because it is either capital or recurrent, is recurrent, right? Initiatives. But it says that it is to be continuous. So here, let me read it. I remember it, but I'll read it. Odyssey, give it to me. So we're good. Initiative. But you see, it says initiative. UFO, because it can identify it. You see, it means unidentified financial objectives. And I buy it because it has not been identified. In other words, it has room. It has room. And we must be concerned because, Madam President, between 2014 and 2016, Labour was part of the monitoring committee. I represented Labour. And sometimes twice a month or once a month. I don't remember the frequency. When we went into the Home Growth Structural Adjustment Program, and workers had to band their belly, a monitoring committee was set up. So we oversaw what the government was doing and what the government was spending. And therefore the FRA was a child of that discussion. As a matter of fact, I remember the now governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, who was then PS at the time, one of our better PS. I must give him that. I don't always agree with him, but that's the nature. Yes? He went so far as to say that these regulations should go as part of our constitution, so that politicians just can't change it. But now we put it on hold until 2027, and we know by 2027, elections should be called or not, so you have enough time to spend as you want. But the only thing that has not been, and we struggled for that against the last government, we didn't get through, is wages. Wages is still locked in. They have all moved from 9 to 13%. So we are concerned about not wanting to go back into any structural adjustment program. And therefore, we call in for prudency. And this initiative, this unidentified financial objectives, yes, is of grave concern to us. We are concerned about not wanting to go back to the IMF. The aspect of the shortages of skills, something that we have heard a lot about. I can tell you, Minister, probably you may wish to, we support TVET and everything. As a matter of fact, Labour in the Caribbean Congress of Labour has led that conversation to equate skill certificates with academic certificates. It's happening, I know, because it's not just Grenada doing it. Caribbean Congress of Labour, we have been involved in that discussion for many years. It's not just Grenada. I know. Yes? What we are suggesting, what comes to mind, and I'm going to use our old age terminology. Where is GTVI? No, we have TAMCC, which brought IFE and GTVI and so together. But the aspect of GTVI that is now missing is the level of technical and skill training that they had. Only 2 days ago, I was sitting with a group of guys who said that some of the, and these are senior managers, said that the largest machines that they saw in their lives is that when they were in IFE and they were known by GTVI. Now, what you have in GTVI, well, TAMCC, has been reduced. In other words, it is, the academic is being given a prominence, and this is now aside. I cannot tag along. So, Minister, I'm making this recommendation, and I assure you something that will occupy your mind, right? Is to give more emphasis. It's not just the certificate, but it's the training, right? It is the training and the schools for those training. The question of Grenada Airports Authority. The private sector representative may not have called in, I think he did, about 50% about sick leave. Pandemic. We have had issues down there. As a matter of fact, there have been mold, bringing it out. A number of workers have gotten sick, right? And I'm not saying that's the only reason. But many times, if we have told employers, if you have a scenario where you have high level of absenteeism, where you have high level of sick leave, and these are certified sick leaves, yes, it is cause for concern what you need to do. Let's say that this is true. You may very well find, just as that happened in the ministerial complex, where some people couldn't speak properly. And my colleagues here knows that. This is not an attack. This is a discussion for us to bring the human side to industrial relations. And it's not every time that there's absenteeism or sick leave that people are abusing the system. There may be underlying causes. So what we normally do from organized labor point of view, we meet with management, We hold those discussions because the more that the company produces, Senator Rahman, is the more we could ask of you for the workers. We hold those discussions and then we meet with the workers. And in many instances, there are underlying challenges. Sometimes it all depends on how human managers deals with the workers, because it's a relationship. If you have a workplace where people only feel comfortable because they come to work to get paid and go back home, but if they could have avoided it, they would have avoided it because the workplace is toxic. It must lead to those type of challenges. So I'm calling for a reset. Let us have that discussion. I am willing to meet anyone to discuss productivity, to discuss the factors of productivity, to discuss the enabling factors of productivity. We have said that over years. Yes. Well, I address the Port Authority matter, and hopefully going forward we should be able to resolve a number of these matters, because personalities and things plays a lot into this thing, especially when you think that you're in power, you control, and you can do and say what you want, even when you have signed agreements. I'm not hearing the complaint now when there's a signed agreement and you're trying to find a technical way to undo it. Well, sometimes the only action that one can take is to do what we do best. On the airport, the past administration consistently paid bonuses. The only 2 years that bonuses were not paid, and it's kind of unfortunate that in DM with the PM, he addressed this matter. But it is what it is. The only 2 years that bonuses were not paid were 2020 and 2021. That's COVID. Also, there were attempts. At that time, no one was sent home. The majority of workers were not working. They received a full salary. So workers received a bonus in 2017, 2018, 2019, 22, 23, 24. And now they want to tell the workers that they have a bonus to get. When, for instance, the information that we have is not that they make a loss, but they have not made the profit projected. I use this opportunity to also call upon things happening. Pay the government workers of Grenada 1 month extra bonus this year for Christmas. Do that. A number of Caribbean countries and OECS countries are doing that. What she said? The pipes. Okay. Well, yes. So, yeah, 15, yes, I don't know. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Madam President, enough respect. Very nice thing going here. What I'm saying is that, and I agree. I'm not sure if you heard the comment, and if you didn't hear the comment, you may not be able to repeat it. What I thought is that they're laying pipes, and that's correct. It appears that the pipes are blocked, and therefore we call on MIT to unblock them. MIT has not been able to unblock the pipes. These are larger pipes, the pipes that have been laid in the road. And as we speak about the road with the pipes, I call for better coordination between the various departments in terms of making traveling on the road much easier. A clear indication of that was a few weeks ago when they block off the road and they send everybody in different parts to go up to even the back of Montu, Kalanpa. And if you're driving a back there, even with your small private vehicle, coming down that incline, it's difficult to take that turn. If you're not brave, you're not doing it. So I'm calling for greater coordination. Greater coordination. I want that to succeed, I want it to succeed. We're not against that. But excuse me. Value for money. Senator Rahman, you spoke about value for money. Chublu Road could never be value for money. Chublu Road was done, and redone, and it's still. When you pass through Chublu, no one will believe that that was done by a competent group of people. But that's our money. That is our money, and therefore we are concerned. People going up on the eastern side of the island, the Cliff Road, and you know what is the common refrain these days? So be it in different parts of the island, projects that hold up, is that the past administration got it wrong in terms of design, so they had to resign it. So be it the River Road Flood project, right? be it wherever it is, and the cliff had to be redone. If one was to factor in the time taken to build the Grenada International Airport during the PIG, that the Americans say was a base, now we have to continue saying no to the radar, right? No to the radar that they say was a base. And when it was finished in 1984, if you do certain studies, you'll find that that airport was completed in a shorter time than that Cliff Road. In other words, we were able to build, although it took about 3 years or 4 years, that Cliff Road. And money is because work is taking place, and I show that they're not working for free. These are the concerns that we have. And, you know, when the creation of MIT was defended, we will support anything that can get work going, because one of the priorities of MIT in the budget document is to ensure completions of projects. But as I see, there is no report on the output for 24, for 25, okay, sorry, 24. Sorry, 24 and 25. And there are some narratives in terms of 100% of implementation for 26. There's always promise, promise, promise. Madam President, as I look to wrap up, I wish to extend solidarity with the people of Gaza and Palestine. Although we have gone into a ceasefire, well, it is not a ceasefire. It's not a ceasefire. The people's hands have been tied, while Israel continued to bomb them mercilessly, right? Taking the lands and everything. Well, I've already said no to the U.S. radar request. And I'm sure that the people of Tobago, well, they say once Tobago was under the relationship with Grenada, but it appears as though our revolutionary spirit from Fedon and others may not have rubbed on them, right? Because even if the radar was installed in the dark of night, I haven't seen any meaningful protests. Yes? I condemn the U.S. president's attack on the Somalis, our African brothers and sisters, our foreparents, yes? Because of their skin color, attacking Somalians and Africans. Extend solidarity with the TAMCC workers, PW and GUT. Government must respect that which they had arrived at. I wish to remind workers that the law allows for sick leave. You know, the law, even the labor code, even the labor code speaks about that a worker should be paid, an employer should not withhold pay for a worker once he provides a sick leave for a period of 2 months in a year. Yes, there is also uncertified sick leave. That's a right of the workers. The aspect of the Port Authority strike, significant progress has been made there. And it appears, though, that many times, that because as we speak right now, I mean, I don't see what will happen. I don't see anything happening on the port. Yes, brother, you can rest assured. Yes, you can rest assured on this. And I want to applaud the workers and management on the port. And listen, I say management on the port for the way we have been able to address some of these matters. Yes. The aspect, I must touch on this, I think, we have no difficulty. We have no difficulty with the Parliamentary Office of Parliamentarians getting resources to carry out their work. But there seems to be a pattern, just as how parliamentarians and ministers' wages, salaries, and allowances were increased, so they got something better, including us in the Senate here, right? Including us in the Senate here. We see the same thing now with the transports that have been purchased. We are not against the transport, but we think it is bad timing. It's not sending the right signal, the right message. That's our view. Because when we look at the monies that were budgeted, and quite an amount of that monies were not spent. It is either that the funds are scarce, because I don't believe that your whole money are not spent, right? So we have to be prudent in how we do, and timing is important. Timing is important. The question of public transport. I know, I couldn't forget that. Public transport. The government has shown bold initiatives on a number of matters. I keep repeating that. The government has demonstrated that, as one of my friends on the other side said, that once that train starts to run and leave the station, nothing stops it, right? But when it comes to addressing public transport, we are not seeing that happening. We know that there is the issue of the pilot for some schools in St. David, but when you go to St. George, and I show in Grenville and other places, on the Carnage, and you go to the bus terminus, and you go elsewhere, the amount of workers you are seeing there from after 4, not being able to go home. When you pass on a morning, my colleague here, Madam President, when we were trying to come up with a time today, correctly said, and that's true, certainly on the eastern side, and I guess western side too. In some instances, if you do not leave home 6:30 in the morning, you can't reach to work for 8 o'clock. I'm calling on the government to take a bold decision. We can do a public transport along the different corridors at set times, and to call on the private sector, the big businesses. Tourism is not everybody's business. I want it to be everybody's business, because it's those in the south that are benefiting from the tourism product, by and large. And they are still not providing transportation to take our vulnerable sisters home at night. They have been dropped off along the road to make their way home. Calling on the government to see what you can do, just as how you have been able to use your influence, because it's connection, which we are proud to get SGU to give 30 scholarships, because there's connections and connections. Use that corporate connection to get the private sector to recognize that we need to take care of our people. So the aspect of the working conditions need to be addressed. So I said the aspect of transportation is a major concern for us. So, Madam President, as I come close, I may have been distracted a little, but that's okay in terms of the time. I mean, you know, we give and take. I'm a negotiator. We give and take a lot. People doesn't believe that. We give a lot. But there's some things I don't give up on. You know what I mean? The benefits that we want, right? So I wish everyone all the very best. So the aspect of yes, because that is very much worrying to us. So, Madam President, I thank, just let me see. Yeah, I think that's what I have. I have 1 minute, so I'll just say thank you once. Last year I forgot the aspect of the politicians. I don't want to forget that now. Yes, I think I've covered the majority of issues, strengthening parliamentary structure. So, yeah, sure. I have not been given a commitment from Senator representing private sector. I'm prepared to take up that. Let us work together to see what we can do on transport. And we can prove to the other place that at least in this side of it, we can work together. Yes, we can come out with concrete proposals. So I end by accepting the commitment from the private sector representative, because productivity is impacted on that. Yes, when workers reach to work late, and then discipline comes where you want to send somebody home because they're consistently late. And when they have to leave home earlier because they have their children to look after, it creates a problem. So I take this, Madam President, and I thank everyone, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Thank you. And thank you for undertaking commitment for working together across your sector and the private sector. Thank you. And now I think we have heard all the presentations on for the debate on the estimates for 2026. And I offer the floor to the presenter, Leader of Government Business in the Senate, for his wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I love to collaborate with my fellow colleague on the other side. He has indicated to me some 52 minutes, but I don't think I will utilize all of that time, and knowing that we have been here for 2 long days. But I think he is very generous. So, Madam President, before I say a heartfelt thank you to all the members in this Honorable House for the valuable contribution, I want to raise a couple points and a couple concerns that was raised from the other side. And I would like to start with my good comrade, my good friend, the representative for Labour on the other side, Senator Andrew Lewis, when he made the point that government offering their employees, especially the Ministry of Health, an honorarium. He thought maybe it was tactically, in a nutshell, trying to destabilize the unions, but I don't think that was our intention. And I think I made the point in last year's budget debate that we must not forget that our employees or our employers have a right to speak to their employees and to give them due reward when they have done great work. And I want to remind him that we should not encourage employers to lose that touch, because it's not everything that has to be brought to the union. We obviously respect, and the state, Grenada as a state, recognize the legislations and the laws that govern the relationship between employees and employers. So I think that is, I just wanted to make that point. Madam President, another concern raised by the representative of the business community, Senator Rahman, is the whole question of the situation with the negotiation with fisheries in regards to the United States, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration of the United States. We know that there is a pending ban on our fish and other products going to the United States. Madam President, I must, at this point in time, commend the Ministry of Agriculture for the hard work in meeting all the requirements and foreign affairs, and the Senator was also part of it. We were on the portal yesterday, the state of Grenada, to provide and submit all the requirements that was requested. Some of them are the legislative framework, that is the act was amended right in this very house. The regulations have been brought into force. Management arrangements have been made. There's a system for monitoring and reporting, and all those things yesterday, Madam President, has been, I think by now they have been loaded up onto the portal, and the government, NOAA, will have a look at it and give us a response. So the 1st of January is not here as yet, so we are hoping that those things will be examined and the potential ban, quote unquote, will not become a reality to the fishermen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, also Ambassador Tali Francis, who is based in the United States, is working assiduously to make sure that those things are put in place. Madam President, I would not comment much about the Granance Road and some of the inconvenience that our citizens are facing. I think this was discussed extensively at the other place. But all I will want to say, I think the majority of Grenadians, I mean, I live on the ground, I live in the rural areas. I think the majority of Grenadians understand what it is to have a vehicle moving or running and working while it's under repair every weekend. Sometimes the inconvenience could be very challenging. And I also know that Grenadians understand what it is to even changing your house from wood to wall while you're still living in it. And sometimes the opportunity to build around the wooden structure creates a kind of inconvenience that you have to tolerate for a year. So I want to appeal to the general public that our intention is to bring some level of betterment to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And what has to be done must be done. And I really and truly hope and pray that the level of inconvenience would not be goes on for too long. I also want to commend my good friend from the business community on the suggestions that he has made in relation to the exiting of the Lansopine Road. And I want to challenge the good representative to really and truly put that in a concept note and maybe forward it to us. I will definitely take it to the relevant ministries and to the relevant authority to see what can be done in order to improve. Anything to improve, I'm happy to get the suggestion so I can communicate with them. And also on the same note, Madam President, where the request was made for making lands available to public workers, especially people on the front line, first response. Not only land, but also the discussion has been held in terms of creating some kind of incentives in terms of house. A lot of public servants are getting concession to purchase vehicles to take them from one place to the other. And while we talk about the issue of transportation in this country, I know many of us here are very conscious that we are talking about the transport crisis at a time for the last 5 years when transportation numbers have maybe doubled in this country. So I think the real question is organizing and putting structures in place to make sure that people can get from one place to the other. Madam President, some of the concerns expressed, and I really and truly do not understand why we are raising some of them also. So I've addressed some that I think that are reasonable. But Madam President, sometimes I reflect, had it not been for Vision 75, or have we not in 2022 adopted the principle to develop this country, the principle of transformation? Sometimes I wonder, in some quarters, especially in this budget debate, what would have really happened? Maybe the debate would have been muted. Because sometimes all I hear is government is doing nothing transformative. But the question I have for the opposition in some quarters, what do you say is transformation? I'm not that clear on what is coming from the other side. We know what we are doing, and we believe that the activities that we are doing, the programs that we have, basically aim to transform our society and our people in this country. So when we are being criticized that what you say, that what we are doing is not transformative, I ask the question, say what it is. Tell us what you believe transformation should be. Put it forward in the form of a concept note, a transformative program or a plan. Come forward with it. We are open. A lot of programs that we are carrying out in Grenada is not reinventing the wheel. Things have happened here before. We are advancing it. Transformative program that was used in other countries and have been successful. We are implementing it here. So, Madam President, I challenge the opposition, those that have problem with our transformative agenda, to come up with a program. And don't tell me that we are the government, we have to come up with it. The government is much more than the executive. We have a responsibility to. And therefore, I challenge you to come up with it. One of the criticisms, Madam President, is the question of housing in this country. We have, for the last 3 years, we are trying to solve the housing problem. Madam President, we have done more work in housing. And not just simple providing 2 sheets of ply and 2 windows and 2 sheets of galvanized. Madam President, we are literally building complete houses for our citizens of Grenada who are in need. Madam President, you know, from the other place, one of the representatives mentioned, you know, when we had Hurricane Janet, we hear about Janet houses. And when we hear about Hurricane Emily, not Emily, but Beryl, we we hear about Build Back Better, Project 500, and the programs in the ministry still continue in terms of repairing. But Madam President, I never hear about Ivan and Beryl housing projects. There is nothing I can still pinpoint, even though I was not on earth for, even though I was not on earth for Janet, I can still pinpoint and say, this is a Janet house. Ivan and Emily, there is nothing to show. Madam President, I don't mind being opposed, Madam President. I'm not afraid. What I want is constructive criticism with some form of vision and development. Madam President, there are some people who continue to peddle this tired and baseless claim that the government does not care. But the facts is, Madam President, the facts are the lived reality of Grenadians. The lived reality of our citizens tells a different story. Because while others talk, we act. While some of them criticize, we deliver. And while others search for a headline, we continue to protect the pockets of our people. Madam President, this government care, and we care in many different ways. And sometimes, I don't mind being a ruminant. I don't mind being regurgitating, because we have to regurgitate to get the information to resonate. I don't think we have a problem in getting information to resonate in the citizens' head, but we have to find some way and some strategy to get the information to resonate in this honorable house, in every senator. Madam President, to shield our citizens from global shocks and rising costs of living, we have implemented and expanded one of the most comprehensive relief packages in our nation's history. We have started the pilot project with the transport system. Senator Andrew spoke about the petrol tax relief. We slashed $2 on the $5.50 that used to be paid. Putting real money in the pockets of our families, Madam President. That is caring for our nation. Electricity support, Madam President. We provided $10 monthly subsidies for households under 99 kilowatts. We cut VAT by 50% for those between 99 and 150 kilowatts, and are installing solar PV system for low-income families so they can cut bills permanently. Madam President, this is caring for our people. The cooking gas, despite the fluctuation in prices, it remains at $40. You meet some serious economists, and they say to you, you know how much money the government is losing? But it's an investment in our people. We do not see it as losing, Madam President. It is an investment in our citizens. We offer relief on the seaport with the people. We understand what remittances are. We understand how our people live in Grenada. We understand the relationship we have with the diaspora. And because we understand that, Madam President, we say that every household in this country who expect to get something from their relatives or friends and family in the diaspora through the barrel importation, you could afford to get 2 per family for the month of December to January. And we have been criticized for that. What is this about? But if there's one thing I know, our people are listening, Madam President. All these measures put together, the government can play hard and say, you see that $47 million that should be coming in the consolidated funds? Let us pull it in. because we have a lot of work to do. But no, people comes first, Madam President. And that's the reason why. So when my good colleagues say this government doesn't care, and they cannot match this level of, what it really means, Madam President, is that they cannot match this level of leadership, this level of compassion, and this level of delivery. We have been delivering. And Madam President, the truth is, I ask the question, if this is a government that doesn't care, then what is? I believe we care, and I believe that things are really happening in our country. And after all that has been said and laid before this Honorable House, Madam President, the programs delivered, the reforms advanced, the cost of living relief on the ground, and the progress that our people can feel in their daily lives, some will still try to twist the narrative only for political convenience. But you know what it is? Our people, I believe our people know better. The country knows better. The people are observing tangible and intangible benefits. They recognize that. And if this administration, Madam President, don't believe in fooling people, hence the reason why we can spend millions of dollars on education, on the creatives. And these are things people might say, well, who's feeling that? We're not seeing that. There are some administrations, Madam President, understand benefits are only thing that people could see. So a lot of trucks on the road, a lot of tractors, a lot of road construction and big buildings going up. But you know what it is, Madam President? I refer to those things as artificial development, where the physical infrastructure in the country is so advanced, but the people are left behind. We go in hand. I always make the point, in 2007, in the National Stadium, big state-of-the-art stadium, first cricket match, you go down to the washroom, and people just take bottles and break up the toilets and the faucets. And that is what happened when you bring all these massive structure and physical structure, but the mindset of the people was not catered for. And they did not feel that this thing belonged to them. But this administration, our progress, Madam President, will be made with physical structure and the development of our people in the best and possible way. Madam President, in the area of tourism, and I will not go into details, but you know what it is? I hear the comments in the other place, and I hear it here, that tourism has dropped and declined. Yes, there's a decline in 2025. But if you don't put it in context, you'll be misleading the people. Because in 2024, Madam President, for the very first time after COVID, tourism surpassed pre-COVID figures, 2024. In 2025, there's a sharp decline. But you know what they didn't say? The decline came about because in 2024, Grenada celebrated 50 years of independence, where almost every family in Grenada had somebody coming back home. In 2024, we had Carifta Games in Grenada. All those figures in April, up the road. We couldn't find place for people to live in Grenada. In 2025, there's a sharp decline, but the decline has not surpassed pre-COVID. Neither has it surpassed 2023 figures. Tourism is rising, Madam President. And in this country, Grenada is still one of the favorite destinations that we have in this part of the Caribbean. Madam President, I want to make a very quick point on parliamentary strengthening. And I made an observation. I saw it in the media and in the public space. That members of the opposition refused to be part and parcel. Not in the discussion, they were very much instrumental in the discussion, but to accept the vehicle that was given to them. Well, I want to make a recommendation after my presentation. So hold the bricks, Senator. Because we started a process where we started to examine parliamentarians and how they were treated in the past. And we started to make some adjustments. Madam President, from $1,200 to representatives in the House, the lower house, to $5,000 parliamentarian salary. Table knock for that. And in the upper house, from $800, and my colleagues used to receive that because we didn't used to get anything. This side of the house got zero. Across the board, Madam President, we brought parliamentarians in the Senate salary to $3,500. Madam President, the practice in Grenada was, as a representative in a constituency, you have an office. You couldn't make a distinction whether it was the parliamentary office or the party office. We have wiped out that, Madam President, and we say you must have, we have made provision for you to have a parliamentary office. The party must take care of the office. Well, I can say to you, our members have the parliamentary office because we give them money for that. There is provision for that. So those who don't have it is because they refuse again. I didn't know, I thought they refused because alone, but it seems as though office will refuse to. When I say to you, I say to the parliamentarians, Madam President, the next time around, when we have local government in Grenada, we will not give, and we must not sit down and discuss issues of that nature to give to individuals. And that's the problem that is the gap and the shortcoming of this program. Because for one parliamentarian to stand up and say, I do not want this vehicle, and I'm not taking it, is to really and truly deny maybe 10,000 people based on the electoral list, plus the people under 18 years, to deny them the service of this vehicle. Madam President, how dare the people elect you to be the parliamentary representative? The government has taken a decision to give you a transportation, a vehicle, so that you could service the people more efficiently. And you unilaterally say, I am not taking it. Madam President, next time around, I will see. When the representatives don't want it, we forward it to the leader of the opposition on the other side. You will decide what to do with it because, listen, we okay on this side here. We okay on this side here. So when we pass it on to the leader of the opposition, Madam President, he will decide what to do with it. But on a serious note, Madam President, we cannot afford to disrespect. If you do not want it, the people in the constituency need it. The people in it, there might be a case of emergency. So when you are being called upon, and you cannot offer that service, what you say to them? Exactly. Madam President, we have to rethink that process. It's a burning shame to deprive. And when you combine the 4 constituencies that refuse that, you can do the math. You can do the math. Madam President, the opposition may question our progress, but the people can see it with their own eyes. People have eyes. I would not beg for another half an hour or another hour to really and truly educate my learned friends. But what I want them to do, Madam President, is to read some more. Walk the communities Madam President, we have a program where we encourage our representatives in the National Democratic Congress and caretakers. We have a nice program to touch base with the community. I think they can write for some information, because if they do, if they are connected with the people, they will not refuse those things, because they will feel the vibes from the people. And if they want to ask the people what they should do with the vehicles, unanimously, the people will say, take it, we need you to service this constituency more efficiently. Madam President, I beg you, I beg those who cannot see as clearly as our brothers and sisters in the communities, I beg them to talk to the people who have just retired. Talk to them, the retirees in this country. Have a dialogue with them. Pick up the phone, call 2 or 3 of them. I challenged members yesterday to talk to the people in the diaspora. I want them to talk to the retirees in this country. I want them to talk to the police officers in this country and ask them how they feel after 3.5 years. Talk to the police officers. Madam President, I want them to talk to the former Imani trainers in this country and ask them how they're feeling. How will be their Christmas this year? Talk to them, people. The creatives. Call Goka, Great Office of the Creative Affairs. Call them. Ask them how many people, people that have registered in the creatives. Ask them. Ask them how they feel. What's the vibes they're getting? What they think about this government and the programs. Madam President, I think I will go further to encourage my brothers and sisters. I will go further to encourage my senators on the other side to talk to the health sector, talk to teachers and students and parents in the sporting arena. Tell them pick up the phone and talk to Kirani James, Anderson Peters, Lyndon and Victor, Alfie Fletcher, Andrea Fletcher and others. Tell them, talk to them. I want them to have a dialogue with those people. The farmers in this country, over 37 million EC dollars after Barry was pumped into the economy via the farmers. You see, sometimes we make mistakes by not consulting. They always accuse us of not consulting, but we are consulting. We are consulting, Madam President. And I want to invite all the naysayers to come to our town hall meetings and listen to our presentations. Come to the town hall meetings and listen to the questions that have been asked. Tune in to DM with PM, Madam President, and you will be more informative rather than coming in the house and make these unnecessary claims. When the people outside there are exposed to the same information that you are exposed to, but it's how we utilize it. Madam President, as we conclude this national debate on the 2026 budget, I'm not only here to defend the work of this Dickon Mitchell-led administration, but to reaffirm simple truth. This government, Madam President, is focused. We are disciplined and determined to deliver real results for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, we have listened to all the contributions on both sides of the House. Very spirited. Some were critical, and sometimes I believe some was really and truly imaginative, But Madam President, democracy is strengthened by debate, and I'm not afraid of debate. But it must also be anchored in facts. And the fact is that, continue knocking the table. The fact is, no amount of political commentary can erase the progress we have made, not a clear people-centered vision outlined in this budget. No amount, Madam President, of political commentary can erase that. We have been making progress for the last 3.5 years. And while the ordinary Grenadians understand that, while the World Bank and the IMF understand that, we have some difficulties in convincing and persuading. Despite living up to my name, Madam President, I have difficulty in persuading the opposition in regards to the progress that we have made in this country. But I will continue to persuade them, Madam President. Madam President, we have had repeated attempts to brand this budget as being too ambitious, detached from reality. Yet the reality facing Grenadians is exactly why ambition is necessary. Madam President, I don't believe that the people of this country are scared of doing big things. I don't believe that. And for sure, the people do not want a government who is scared of doing big things either. I believe that the people want a government with the courage to transform this country. That is what this budget represents, transformation. And Madam President, we will continue on that road because we have seen the benefits of it today. Madam President, some of my opponents have spoken, as though ambition is a crime. No, it's not a crime. But what is the alternative? If you're not ambitious, as a young man growing up, if you do not have ambition, you will suffer as an individual, your family will suffer, you'll rub it off on your brothers and sisters in the community will suffer, and the country will suffer. We must have a sense of purpose, Madam President. And this administration refused to shrink Grenada future to fit the comfort level of our critics. We will not do that. We will move forward, Madam President, because we believe that the ordinary people understands that. Madam President, the record is clear. Under Prime Minister Dick Mitchell, we have had social programs and support has expanded, wages increased, the creative economy is rising, agriculture is being modernized, and our young people are receiving more scholarships, training, and opportunities than ever before. This is the fact. Yep. Madam President, so when the critics ask, will the budget help the people? The answer is simple. It already did. Madam President, transformation does not come by chance. It comes through partnership and, yes, through accountability. That is why this government will implement with discipline, track every dollar, and ensure that resources reach the communities that need them most. Madam President, we have nothing to hide. This administration has nothing to hide. This is not a government, Madam President, that runs from scrutiny. We love that. We love scrutiny. We love to be scrutinized. And we invite people to scrutinize us. That's why we go to these town hall meetings and don't prompt anybody to ask any question. That's why the Prime Minister exposes himself to DM with PM and accommodate any question. We're not afraid, Madam President. You can go anywhere you want. Anywhere you want, Madam President. Don't go there. We're not afraid. So we could be scrutinized. Oh, Madam President, our colleagues raised concern about poverty, youth development, agriculture, healthcare, the cost of living. Madam President, those are valid concerns now. But there are also areas, Madam President, these are also areas where the budget provides strongest solution that the nation has seen in recent times. So it's either we are not really and truly, all of us not, put it this way, we're not all economists. We might, sometimes the interpretation of things could baffle us. Madam President, the 2026 budget directly supports all Grenadians. By one, strengthening social protection so vulnerable families can rise, not just survive. Number two, expanding youth training, digital skills, and employment pathway so our young people can build meaningful future. Number three, we have been modernizing agriculture and fisheries with technology, financing, and market access. advancing the creative economy, now one of our fastest growing sectors. Madam President, I can go on and on and on. And this is not just theory, this is action. We have about, Madam President, we have about 8 o'clock here tonight. This transformation is real, Madam President. Madam President, the people of Grenada are not fooled by political noise. They know who is working, who is delivering, and who is building a fairer society. They know which administration is giving young people a chance, supporting farmers and fisherfolk, and modernizing our economy. Madam President, as leader of government business, I reaffirm this government's commitment. We will implement with discipline, we will manage with transparency, we will serve with integrity, and we will build an equitable and prosperous Grenada for all. Madam President, with these words, I commend this 2026 budget to this Honorable Senate. I thank all the members for their contribution, and I invite every Grenadian, home and abroad, to join us on this journey. Not as critics on the sidelines, but as partners, as we channel progress of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Let us move forward together, determined, united, and confident in the future of our beloved Tri-Island state. May God bless you. And I thank you, Madam President, for accommodating me. Thank you.
I thank the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator, the Honorable Adrian Thomas, for your presentation 2 days ago, and for your shepherding over 2 days, and for your conclusion now. And the time has come, the members of this Honorable House, to put this motion to the vote. It's a simple process. It's an up and down vote. And so the question is, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2026 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st of January to 31st December 2026 be approved. All those who are so persuaded say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is passed.
Item number 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of the sum of not exceeding $1,960,013,910 Eastern Caribbean dollars to the service of the State of Grenada for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2026, shortly entitled Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Oh, before I take the vote, I open the floor for the discussion.
Madam President, I think this House has debated the motion extensively, and I will now beg that we proceed.
Thank you, Senator. And therefore, the question is again, all those who are of the opinion that the bill be read a second time, say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, this is a money bill, so we do not go into committee as it's known. And therefore, the question is that the bill be read a third time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled 2026 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow specified amounts of money from various sources to finance a 2026 budget, shortly entitled 2026 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister, Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of this opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Minister, Senator.
Madam President, this bill literally seeks to authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow a specified amount of money from various sources to finance the 2026 budget.
Hearing no discussion, no further discussion. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the 2026 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. No. No other debate is signaled, and therefore, honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it, bill is passed.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the 2026 Budget Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Honorable Senator, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Customs Amendment Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to amend the Customs Act number 9 of 2015 to facilitate the implementation of the addition of the CARICOM Common External Tariff approved by CARICOM in 2022, shortly entitled the Customs Amendment Bill 2025.
Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of this opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. No, I take, I'm sorry, let me
Have it just presented, Madam President.
pause for presentation. Always late.
Madam President, the Customs Amendment Bill 2025 seeks to amend the Customs Act number 9 of 2015 to facilitate the implementation of the addition of the CARICOM Common External Tariff approved by CARICOM in 2022. Madam President, this bill contains 4 clauses. Number 1, Clause 1 provides for the short title. Clause 2 provides for amendment to the definition of Common External Tariff in Section 2 of the Principal Act. Clause 3 provides for amendment to Section 108 of the Principal Act. And the final clause, Madam President, Clause 4 provides for expressly saving the CARICOM Common External Tariff SRNO number 13 of 2021 until it is revoked. Madam President, I now commend this bill to this Honorable House.
Honorable members, I see a request for the floor by Senator Rahman. You have the floor, Senator. Huh? Oh, Sinclair. I couldn't see.
Rahman, be careful.
By the light.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I know it's a long day, and notwithstanding that, I was hoping, for the benefit of all, that we understand what this bill really is trying to achieve. Understanding, yes, the common external tariff, the taxes and duties on goods outside of the region, outside of the CARICOM region. However, what is more important in this discourse is based on a conclusion of the trade ministers in 2022 and approved through the quoted, as was mentioned, the trade ministers, and of course endorsed by the CARICOM. And it would be interesting to understand exactly what this entails, what really is this matter. I understand what the writing of the bill and the modification on clause 3 it is, which speaks, if you just give me 1 sec. Yeah, so.
Speaking to you, I'm speaking to the other voices in the room.
Okay.
I just need one voice, which is yours.
Yeah,
Continue now. Thank you.
Yeah. So, amendment of Section 108 of the Principal Act, which speaks to the common external tariff. And the main change I see in the amendment of the original act is in B, where the words at the end of B, which says, the minister may, in keeping with the relevant determinations of quoted, okay, which is what we spoke of, the 2022, alter or suspend the common external tariff with respect to any item by order, and that is what was in the original bill. So the quoted, of course, can agree, because this is a way to protect the region and to enable trade, such that you don't have, say, some goods coming from outside of the CARICOM region, including Dominican Republic, to my understanding, whereby you can put different tariffs so as to protect the industries in the region. And of course, the addition in this amendment speaks of subject to negative resolution. And my read of that, we have seen it in many other bills, that it continues until Parliament meets and change that law or that bill. So it gives it, if you want to say, perpetuity and such time. So it's protected in a better way. However, the question really is, what is it quoted agreed to in 2022? Was there a text? Was there is there a document? What is it we are agreeing to that quoted said? And of course, they can change things next year, 2 years from now, and it will be valid based on the structure of the law, and that's okay. But the question arises still, what is it? Because whatever changes would have been made from time to time or will be made, I would take it that the various regulations would be gazetted and all of those things would be added on, which would be public. So this is my query here. What is it asked to agree to? I am asking this as a content issue that would help. The other parts of the bill, I am okay. And that, what is it that quoted would have changed in 2022? And it must be something so significant that we have to make a modification here to accommodate. So that's my real query on this. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator. Presenter of the bill? Or no, yes. Or is it Senator? Senator David? You can become that, but I offer you the floor to respond.
Thank you, Madam President. I simply rise to give support to the bill as presented. I think once we're working with reputable organizations as CARICOM, we know we have shared dreams, shared similarities, shared challenges, and discussing the matter of the common external tariff from a CARICOM perspective, obviously there are shared realities inside of those considerations that it makes it quite easy for us in the spirit of harmonizing our region and ensuring that we deal with many of the issues and challenges together as a region. I simply want to offer my support to the bill as presented by the Leader of Government Business. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator. And I offer the floor to
Madam President.
Senator Cox, I believe, and then Senator Rahman.
Madam President, just quickly, just a short contribution. I think the presenter of the bill in presenting basically go through the items in the bill, but I think what Senator Sinclair was trying to get, why are those amendments being made? I think that is the question. I didn't think the presenter of the bill indicated that clearly why these amendments are being made at this point in time, and it did spoke about reversal or ending at some point in time too as well. So I think that is the only thing I would just raise, just for some clarity and for the records to indicate, why are those amendments being made.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. The leader of the opposition said it correctly, and that's the same thing that, when you read it, you're not clear exactly what is the reason for the change, but as the Honorable Minister for Education on the other side has said, that if this is something that has come from CARICOM and is shared throughout, then it is something that is worthy of being accepted, because it is something that within CARICOM they would have already ratified and perhaps passed, as in the case many times in other houses, and then it comes to us. But I would have liked to have a better explanation as to what exactly is the implication of what we are agreeing to. What changes? Because trade is very important, and when you sometimes you change a word or two, it has an implication on cost. The final cost of the good, as to its origin and all these things. Once you're speaking about origin and you're speaking about goods entering the country, you're speaking about cost. So that's where I would have liked to see that linkage as to how does it change what is current, and why is there a need for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. Presenter.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I thank my colleagues for the contribution that they have made. But, Madam President, the honest truth is sometimes you look at people's facial reaction and their body language, and I normally read those things very, very correctly. I thought most people wanted to depart this house after 2 long days. But the fact that they have made the request, I will take my time and go through a little historical backend so that people may satisfy their appetite. So, any supper this afternoon, Madam President?
Yeah.
Any supper this afternoon?
Supper this afternoon.
This evening, we might have a little time, yes.
I won't answer because that might color your response.
Madam President, from a historical background, it was said that on November the 24th, 2021, at the 53rd meeting of the Council for Trade and Economic Development, Quoted, of CARICOM, the 2022 edition of the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System was approved for implementation in CARICOM member states. The previous edition is the 2012 edition of the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, as approved by Quoted. This is referred to as the Common External Tariff, or CET, and incorporated in the laws of Grenada in 2014 by SR&O number 13 of 2014. That was made pursuant to the Customs Act 1960. SR&O number 13 of 2014 was also amended by SR&O number 15 of 2014. I think those background information is important, so I hope people take a lot of notes. In 2015, Madam President, the Custom Act 1960 was repealed and replaced by the Custom Act 2015, and the new Customs Act saved the application of SR&O number 13 of 2014 as amended by SR&O number 15 of 2014. However, new Customs Act did not establish a procedure for implementing a new harmonized commodity description and coding system. So accordingly, this bill seeks to amend the Customs Act number 9 of 2015 to establish a procedure for the new edition of CARICOM Common External Tariff approved by CARICOM in 2022. And it goes on and on. So this is this is the basis. But I was just trying to move as quick as possible. But I think the concern was reasonably raised, and I humble apology for if I did not present that earlier. Thank you.
Senator St. Clair, back to you.
No, you close it.
I wanted to hear you say that.
Knock it harder, man, next time, man.
I thank you. Other contributions to the bill? That was a wrap-up, so honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Reading, clerk.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Customs Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this honorable Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say nay. Passed. The Senate is now in the committee of the whole.
Clause 2, amendment to Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say nay. Passed.
Clause 3, amendment to Section 108 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Section 3 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary say nay. Clause 3 passes.
Clause 4, savings.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay.
Clause 1, short title.
We sort of slide through 3, I'm sorry about that. Let me go back. All those who are of the opinion that Clause 3 should form part of the bill. 3, I want to go back on 3 because I wasn't sure it was thorough. All those who have the opinion that Clause 4 on savings forms part of the bill say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Thank you. Clause 4 forms part of the bill.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, all those who have the opinion that Clause 1 forms part of the bill say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed. Honourable Senator.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chair report progress on the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Senate is resumed. I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Honourable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Thank you, honourable members. The question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Adopted. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honourable members, the question is that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Customs Amendment Bill 2025.
Item number 16, public business. Item number 17, adjournment.
Leader of Government Business in the Senate.
Madam President, I beg that this honourable house be adjourned sine die.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable Senate be, yes, I see him, be adjourned. And before we take the adjournment, as is our custom and our rule, we pause for other business comments and the like. I offer the floor to the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, Honourable Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to touch on a couple issues, just very short and quickly. I know if we're pressed for time. It's been 2 long days. The first thing, Madam President, I wanted to bring some clarification. I think it's important. I did mention it in this honorable place before, but I think it's very important to make necessary corrections. And I think it was part of the presentation from Senator Andrew regarding Bishop's College and the absence of a water tank. Madam President, this project was conceptualized a few years ago. And what happened, the Caribbean Development Bank, who was the funder of that project, in the whole design, one of the school wings and classroom were to be retained. And also the existing water tank for the school was under that classroom, were to be retained as well. However, between the time that the project was approved in that regard and the time the project was about implemented, when the contractor started work, they recognized that the integrity of that said classroom and water tank was not good. As such, they now had to demolish that, and that created additional costs for the project. And so what happened as a consequence, the bank agreed that they will be able to do just the classroom, but they were unable to do the water tank. And that is a result as to why that school completed without a water tank. So I just wanted to clear that up. As a Minister for Education, it's important for you to understand the background and the story behind that. And there was a commitment for support going forward to build a water tank thereafter. So I just wanted to clear it up, Madam President. Madam President, the next thing I just want to reiterate, I did make that pronouncement in my presentation, but I want to say it again, the issue of the property tax waiver for Carriacou and Petite Martinique land tax. I am still making that plea, Madam President, that the government should strongly consider to keep that waiver in place for another 12 months. I just want to put that on the record again, Madam President, on the adjournment. Madam President, quickly, very important, parliamentary offices. And I just want to correct the Leader of Government Business. He is very much incorrect to say that there were no parliamentary offices before their time in office, and that is entirely true. That's not true, Madam President. There were existing parliamentary offices throughout.
Point of order.
Just for clarification, Madam President, I made the point that it was difficult to make the distinction between party office and parliamentary office. So, and at present, this is very distinct now. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm a little bit confused because all the parliamentary offices had signs, as they do now. They were in separate buildings.
Hello.
Madam President, I have seen that all the parliamentary offices had signs, as they do now. Yeah? If I could recall. Yeah? Clearly. Just as they do now, indicating that this is the parliamentary office. There were parliamentary staff assigned to those offices as well. So, we will talk about appears and appears. And Madam President, while we're on that, the whole issue of the vehicles, I mean, we in here not so consumer about those vehicles because they're not going to come to us in any case. But I want to say something, Madam President. The challenge that I have with the vehicles is not anything to do to say it's something that, person is not receiving service, you don't get a vehicle. The challenge I have, Madam President, of the vehicle is that these vehicles present a gray area. It is very easy, the same gray area that my colleague was talking about, that those vehicles can be easily used to do political work. It's very easy to take government assets to do political work, Madam President. How are we going to treat and ensure that these government asset vehicles are not going to be used for party work? I think that is the challenge I have with the vehicles. That is just my own personal take on it, Madam President. I don't know, so because it's very easy to cross that line. Madam President, I just want to end on a little lighter note. You know, I was very happy to hear my colleague on the other side indicating that, you know, he loves to debate. I mean, I love to debate too. I enjoy debating. So, Madam President, I just wanted to say this. He did indicate that he's trying so hard to persuade us on this side.
I think he himself struggled to convince himself of what he presented, Madam President, over these past 2 days. But I want to say, if after taking on this name, Paul Schrader, and after 2 decades or more, Madam President, he couldn't convince the judges to win a Calypso crown, I don't know how he expects to convince me after 3.5 years, Madam President. I just want to put it out there. So I have a little advice for him. I think his parents would have spent ample time to give him a wonderful Christian name, which is Adrian. I ask him to please keep that name, cherish it, and leave Paul Schrader alone. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you. I thank you. We have comedians in the house, humorists. Senator Queens Britton.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very, very, very short, just like how I am. I'll be short. Madam President, 2 things, and in relation to St. Mark. First one, Madam President, and we always appreciate the law enforcement people. They are the ones that keeps us safe, even when we are asleep. So the Victoria Police Station, and my dear friend through you, Madam President, the Labour representative, will be happy to hear this. The police station is in the process. As we speak, work is ongoing on a building that the government had bought some years ago, which is the former Victoria Hotel. This, right now, they've been doing some retrofitting and renovating of that facility to accommodate the police station. And I really hope that would be a permanent move, because it's a lot of work to retrofit and to ensure, and also they will be taking into consideration some new aspects for department like CID and the fire services, and also will be included in that building, Madam President. So that, I really, happy to see that being done, because for years, even I had clamored and spoken about the conditions in which the police is operating in, because it has been so for many, many years. Secondly, Madam President, again in St. Mark, and my brothers on the other side, the leader of the opposition on the other side, sought to bring some form of clarity. And the way in which it had been operating for many years, you see a sign saying the St. Mark's constituency office, but really and truly, the party office operates there as well. And I'm pretty sure that's the same case. So that, when we say, we try to make a clear distinction as to what is party office as opposed to what is constituency office. And the way the constituency office is and has been there for the last several years, so too is the party office in the same place. Right? Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you. Senator, I was going to say, the woman after my own heart in passion, but not in the other P. But this is the public recorded Senate, so I won't say so. I will simply and happily offer you the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I'm just going to take a few seconds, actually, on behalf of the opposition, to extend warm season's greetings to all my colleagues in this honorable house, to you, Madam President, to the clerk, all the parliamentary staff, everybody that is here with us right now, and the wider public. And I hope you have a joyous season filled with love, peace, and renewed hope. Thank you, Madam President.
Well, thank you on behalf of the Senate. Other? Senator Rahman, you're poised to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to echo the sentiments of Senator Charles. I think that was quickly said, very nicely put. I would like to wish all Grenadians at home, abroad, those who have watched us debate over the last 2 days, they see us disagree, but we disagree with respect. And we have our own opinions, some of them strong, but we know how to unite on what is best for Grenada. And the reason why we have these strong opinions is not because we dislike one another, but it is because sometimes we can't agree on what is best for our country, and we hold strong and hold our positions and defend them. And that's the reason why we see sometimes we have heated debates. But when we go to lunch, and you see sometimes where we sit, you would not be able to tell which side or if there is a side. And so I want the public to understand that there are times that the leaders of the country may disagree, and even in their home, the parents may disagree. And sometimes you have to agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, we are all one people. We all want what is best for our country. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to extend best wishes, not only to businesses, but I'd like for us to have a safe season, an enjoyable one, and I wish us all the best for 2026 and always. I thank you.
Thank you for explaining parliamentary diplomacy, Senator Rahman, or parliamentary interaction. Senator Monty Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's a good reminder before the year is ended. Yes. I just about 4 points very quickly, just to pick up from where Senator Rahman spoke. Senator David Andrew spoke about the aspect of whether or not to speak about the glass half full or three-quarter full or empty. There are times, in order to make progress, it is important to pay attention that it is half filled or quarter empty, so that you can try to reach to the top and not be contented with half or three-quarter full. Just wanted to make that point, and to no disagreements, because there are times when you are doing exams or you are trying to make progress, that's happening. The instructor looks for errors to bring you better. There's certain training that deals with that. The aspect, yes, there are two issues here. I wish to call upon the government, if you can do that, and together with the Banking Association, to review the bank charges as we seek to cushion some of the impact upon the population. Hard-working people are losing their money because they are not, bank charges are eating up all of these things. So I'm just placing that there, and if we can come together here to see what we can do to come up to make us recommendations. I know the ECCB has some final say, but there may be some things that we can do locally. Here we can use suasion and not persuader. Suasion to try to get some form of humanity. Because when you look at the auditor's statement of, we have about 2 or 3 banks in Grenada, at least 2 of them are doing extremely well, right? And they're doing extremely well while ordinary people are losing their monies. Secondly, I thought that the leader of government business may have made this clarification. He did not, probably it's an oversight. And he can help us. Senator Joseph, in her role as Attorney General, etc., said that she was the government face of the Tongue of St. George. As far as I know, there is a parliamentary representative for the Tongue of St. George. I've had calls to address this here before. I'm just saying, our choice of words. The other colleagues, in giving what I call a constituency report, didn't go so far as to say that they are the face of the constituency. right? So I just wanted to place that on records. I represent workers. I represent workers, and I think it is important because we speak about procedure and process. Yes? What movement? No,
You heard better than I did. I didn't hear.
No, I heard, because I know the contradictions he may be going through right now as to where he should go. Peace, my brother. I also want to recognize the furtherance of the point raised by Senator Britton. Yes, there has been an attempt by the government to repair some of the police stations, right? I mean, for instance, Grenville were in really deplorable conditions over the years. Yeah, Victoria, and therefore we commend those activities, right? I think it is only proper to do that. We'd like to see more done, right? But certainly where it has been done is to recognize it. And to end by wishing everyone happy holidays to all workers, the rest of the Grenadian community, both local and abroad, the staff of Parliament, the clerk, the police officers, colleagues who have always been putting their life at risk. And I support fully the point raised by Senator Rahman for special attention to be paid. As a matter of fact, the Grenada Trades Union Council, as part of its charter of workers' demands, the government have asked for that, for public officers to be able to be given consideration to housing. And that is why I'm very disappointed that the government took the Chinese homes that were designed for low-income people and allow the approach where that may have boxed off some low-income people from getting those homes, because we must agree that housing is a major challenge in Grenada. Madam President, I wish you all the very best for the holidays, and all the best, and we look forward to 2026. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Senator Lewis, Labour representative in the Senate, proudly so. And the farmers and fishers representative in the Senate, Honorable St. Clair.
Yeah. Oh, you.
Roderick St. Clair. I saw you first. Go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, no, that's fine. You want to keep the movement across here. Anyways, thank you, Madam President. I rise in the spirit of this season and, of course, the last series of comments, particularly as we go into the Christmas holidays and to the New Year. And we'll say that we must thank God for the year that has passed so far and giving us strength and energy and camaraderie, and as Senator Rahman said, the strength and the debate, because we have one interest to see Grenada be better, to make it better for everyone. And we do take our responsibilities very seriously. We thank you for being tolerant of us most times, and understanding the little humor in between to keep the spirit. We want to pray that you continue with God's grace into the new year, and that you have a good holiday, you and your family, of course, and the rest of the staff of the Parliament, everyone, you know, including the police officers, the Sergeant of Arms and his team, who was able to make us very comfortable and at home. Of course, I want to wish all the fellow senators in here all the best for the holidays, that we continue to be safe and be ready for work in 2026. Of course, beyond the farmers, the fishers, but the entire Grenada and all those who really tune in and follow us, you know, who would stop what they are doing and listening, or go and listen again and participate, and that we can really be of good value to them. We take our responsibilities very serious. And of course, we say God bless to everyone. Be safe and do what this season requires. It's a season for what it is for. You know, different persons have different ways of doing the different things, but we say, keep safe, don't overdo, and let us have a good holiday. For all the visitors who may be coming in for this time, we ask them to enjoy the spice. You know, we are a good country, we are a safe country, and continue to be here. And this is the sentiment I wanted to share at this moment. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator St. Clair, and offer the floor to Senator Seville Francis. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I promise that we're going to leave here before 6 o'clock today. Madam President, I take this opportunity to join with my colleagues to say thank you first and foremost. It has been a hell of a year, but Madam President, we have survived. I also want to say how sincerely grateful I am for the level of camaraderie that we share in this upper house, the best house of Parliament. Madam President, despite our different affiliations, we deliberate respectfully for the greater good of the people whom we serve, and I hope to see a lot more of that throughout our years of service in and out of Parliament. Madam President, I also take this opportunity to wish the staff of the Division of Youth and the Division of Sports at the Ministry a wonderful season, and I thank them so much for allowing me to represent them at this level. And also, Madam President, to the members of my foundation, the Chrysalis Impact, I also say a special thank you for all the love and support that you've provided this year. And the reason I'm doing that is because we are coming to the end of the year, and we have an annual charity initiative called Remembering the Forgotten. And we take that time to feed the homeless people or the unhoused persons of our society from St. George's to St. Patrick down the East Coast, Madam President. I mention that simply because it is also an encouragement to anyone out there who is willing to partner, not necessarily with this foundation, but you can do it on your own. There are a lot of, throughout the Christmas season or the festive season, we do a lot of, in my opinion, excessive spending and catering, and sometimes we forget those who are less fortunate. So this is my encouragement to you to at least just take one cause for the festive season, and while you celebrate, there are persons who would have lost persons throughout the year, families who has been displaced and they're not able to enjoy the finer things of life like we may have those privileges too. So I urge us to remember them, as it may affect their mental health, and we know once that happens, you know, it can be devastating. So thank you all so much, and I wish everyone, staff of the House of Parliament, the Cabinet of Grenada, and to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PC Martinique, a very Merry Christmas season. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The floor is passed to Senator David Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to join my voice in echoing expressions of gratitude to you for your leadership of our deliberations over the year, and to your staff, our new Clerk of Parliament, and Ms. Galston, and the officers, all of the staff, the Sergeant of Arms, and all of you who serve us well inside of these chambers. We thank you. And to my colleagues here, you forced us to grow in our presentations, me personally, and to be thorough, and to be ready, and to be prepared. And I know it shows in the more robust engagements that we have been having as the months have passed. And I want to thank you for that on the other side, for the strength of the engagement. I want to thank my colleagues on this side for the support. And I echoed the sentiment earlier, but even as we do the Christmas celebration, I want to wish each of you a very Christ-centered, a very rewarding, enjoyable, probably I can say some restful ones too, because I know sometimes the schedules keep going when you're in these spaces. So I want to wish you some good rest and replenishing and rejuvenation as well within the Christmas season. And to all of the staff of the Ministry of Education, again, I want to wish them well over the holiday, to their families, and to all friends, family, well-wishers in St. Andrew Southeast, who wishes David Andrew well, and the work that I do and who supports it. I thank you very much and wish you a very, very enjoyable and Christ-centered Christmas season. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. The most honorable leader of government business in the Senate.
Madam President,
Madam
President, I stand here to wish my good friend and comrade, Senator Nolan Cox, leader of the opposition on the other side, all the best for the Christmas season. And I also want to thank him for his stewardship in this honorable house. I had to start there first, Madam President, because every time I sit here, that's the gentleman I see face to face. But sometimes I go a little to his left and, change focus on him. But I hope that all those things and they will change at some point. Madam President, I want to wish you all the best and thank you very much for the guidance that you have given to us for the last 12 months. It was a pleasure. The camaraderie that Senator Francis expounded on, I bear witness to that. And I'm very happy to be among people who understand each other and we can debate in such a brotherly and sisterly way. And I think really and truly it augurs well for Grenada politics. I also want to express my gratitude to your staff, Clark, and the team who make us very comfortable in the Senate. Madam President, I want to go a little further to express my best wishes to the people in the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture. They have been a tremendous, I see them every single day. Once it's a working day, and they are my close allies, and we really and truly have a good rapport, and I want to wish them all the best for the Christmas season. The people of St. David, that's where I live, that's where I traverse. I travel at Johnny every single day, and I'm so happy to be here, Madam President, to speak on their behalf in the Senate. So, in the Senate, Mr. Cox. No, sorry, Senator. And I want to wish them all the best in Dodma, Vincennes, Permuter, Child Island, Corinth, Tibaid, Bellevue, Upwitwood, Pomerose, Crochet, all the parts of St. David's, Madam President. I'm so happy to be here with them. To the people in Grenada on a whole, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora who have been tuning in on a regular basis, listening to the excitement in the Senate, I want to wish them all the best for the season. And to all the people of Grenada, I express the sentiments of Senator St. Clair, that this is a festive season, and I want to really and truly, in particular, appeal to the people consuming the alcohol and the motorists on the road to take it easy. There's life after Christmas. May God bless you.
Thank you, Senator. Other contributions? In which case it's left for me to remind us that we have arrived at the end of the calendar year and the end of the legislative year of 2025. It's been a long journey. We've done very critical and valuable work here. I could start by saying that some of my favorite legislation is the marking of Emancipation Day, real Emancipation Day, changing the Pledge of Allegiance, and the status of children rectification, I would call it. I think that these are, and I'm not speaking of transformative in the government sense, that it uses it, but I think it's transformative legislation. And I'm very happy that we've done so. and that the country now enjoys these rights, these transitions. I want to make two substantive reminders. One is that we celebrated World Human Rights Day 2025 yesterday, and I recall the theme, Human Rights, Our Everyday Details. And I bring it up today because I think that's important, our everyday details. Human rights are not something we put on or we take down from a shelf or so, but it is an everyday lived experience. And this Human Rights Day is based on the United Nations Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was first adopted in 1948 and continues. And we should all become very familiar and fluent with Human Rights Day, 10th December every year. So this year, as it's celebrated under the theme of our everyday details as human rights, I just remind us that we are called to enjoy our human rights as dignity, as food, as health, as safety, as freedom. And these are positive rights that bring happiness and prosperity to us, particularly at this time of happiness, blessings, and prosperity for the next year. So belatedly but sincerely, happy Human Rights Day in the everyday details of our lives. Enjoy it and pass it on in our households, constituencies, and beyond. And secondly, I want, in the context, the regional context we live in, since we are not meeting again and developments don't depend on when the Grenada Senate meets or doesn't meet, I want to call to our attention that the first gathering of the Parlamerica's Parliamentary Network on Security was formed, and the Speaker and I attended the meeting in Panama a few weeks ago. I'm passing out now the outcome of that meeting, which is a network, a security network that is centered around human security and regional stability. What can and could be parliamentary responses to challenges in the Americas, of course, and the Caribbean. It was a two-day meeting at the end of November, attended by around 30 countries of the hemisphere. And interestingly, Canada is the founder, funder, and leader. The United States is not present, and the Caribbean is amply represented along with Latin America. It was the first gathering, so it's just been formed, a parliamentary network on security for the Americas, focused more on human security than the traditional war and peace security. But the declaration was issued, a 7-point declaration, which focused on integrating human security and multi-dimensional aspects of security into our legislative processes. And so I would want us to reflect on that for our work next year in this place and the other. The declaration also calls for regional responses to threats. It calls for the facilitation of more effective dialogue on regional security. And I know this was and probably continues to be a topic in the region, and certainly here in Grenada, calling on the region to be a zone of peace. And so we have a new forum for conversations around that. Let me lastly say in relation to this new hemispheric security network, that our Caribbean representatives are the speakers of the houses of Parliament in St. Kitts, Nevis, and Barbados. They represent the region. And interestingly, it is chaired, as I said, by the leadership of Canada, a young politician who is also an attorney, a filmmaker, a member of the House of Commons, and a gentleman of Somali origin. We may be able to find a listening ear in the chair and all other members of the executive of this new network if we ever needed regional conversations about security matters. Those are my two substantive inputs. I want to join all of you in saying what a journey we've been on for the last year. But let me join the humor first, or the observations. Senator Cox told us we had one colleague who goes by the name Persuader, but is probably not doing having such a great success on suasion. Persuade her, you are succeeding there. He's succeeding in persuade her. So I looked around the room today as you were speaking, and I said, who is here in the Senate? With whom am I working? And I just started it. I'm going to go home over the holidays and think some more and write a poem on it. But we have one medical doctor, 2 practicing attorneys, 4 veterans of the Senate, 4 women, 8 men, 12 persons. I observed that with quite keen interest. 12 senators with origins from, deep connection to, or residence in the rural area. Think about that and celebrate it, because 100 years ago, the Senate of Grenada was predominantly of elites of the urban region. This Senate, I looked at everyone. There isn't anyone here whose parentage is not from the rural sector. Perhaps Senator Rahman. But your people came long enough that they live in St. Mark's, I think. There you go. And I assume the St. Mark's connection on your part was as deep as it is for Senator Queen's Britain. So we are a rural people in this Senate. Senator Andre Lewis struts up and down St. George's, man from La Digue. And I can go around the room and remember our origins. So although we have 4 veterans, you know who you are, Senator Cox, Senator St. Clair, Senator Andre Lewis, and I think Senator Seville Francis had served here before in the Senate as a youth some time ago. All the rest of you and us are, so 67% are novices. Think about that. And the last profile I analyzed was the professional people who are advocates for people. Okay, you'll say we are all advocates for people. But whether it is labor, youth, social development, you can argue businesses people, fishers and farmers are people, but we have a large representation of persons here who professionally are
Madam President, I beg to, I regret interrupting you, but just for the record, I was in the Senate for the entire Tillman Thomas administration. I'm no rookie here.
5 veterans. 5 veterans, my apologies. Thank you for the correction. And all you professional advocates and all others, you have conducted yourselves, ladies, gentlemen, lawyers, physicians, women, men, with dignity, with real commitment. The level of preparation seemed to have improved. I'm happy to hear Senator Andrew acknowledge that for himself. And we can still scale up on that, but it's really a wonderful year of growth that we have seen in this group of lawmakers. I thank you for working so assiduously on behalf of the people of Grenada, and I implore you to continue with the grace of God, for you are spared for service in the period 2026. I close by thanking all of you in this debate for informing the nation, those on the part of the government's team, led by Senator Adrian Thomas. And I thank each of the 12 presenters, including the opposition, for their level of preparation, inquiry, critique, and proposals. This makes not only for a healthy debate, but for the possibility of a strong implementation of a strong budget. I want to thank all those who have served the Senate in this process. I start off with the staff. The debate and the year, I'm stumbling. The clerk who is on holiday, Mr. Andrew Augustine. The clerk who is acting, Mr. Adrian Joseph. Ms. Galston, all the other staff members in the Parliament, and that includes from the gardener to the drivers, the Hansard reporters, Hansard note takers, in particular our Page PC, who runs up and down the Senate, keeping us informed and on our toes. Thank you very kindly. Those behind the scenes, the secretaries to the Senate and to the President, Ms. Janelle Palmer, all others who work and support her. I want to thank the persons who provide sign language, and all those who make this. That's right. Other communication experts and the media, those who help to make the work run smoothly. And those who help to make the work run at all, I want to single out the caterers for feeding us twice a day when we are here. Thank you, caterers, all the different ones we've had during the course of the year. I wish to to thank all of you for greetings, best wishes for myself. You've started it with your good spirit. Not only am I celebrating Christmas, and I take it quite seriously as a period of Christ and family, but I'm also celebrating a birthday in December. A couple of days before Christmas, so December is mine. I want to wish everybody blessings for your family. In fact, for my birthday, I have a special plan, which I will disclose in case you see me there. I'm on my way to Carriacou. And Carriacou, you must know, is the homeland of my father's people. And I will expect full hospitality, Senator Cox. to the people of Grenada, especially all the girls whom I am so proud of, school girls, college girls, girls at heart, and women, all the females. You know, on your record and courage I stand, and I thank you and wish you well for the holidays. To all the brothers, fathers, sons, whether you are a bishop, a prime minister, commissioner of police, bus driver, parent, to all the men of Grenada, thank you for your role in our lives as men, and thank you for taking a positive initiative this holiday. I'm asking men and women to protect our children. Make sure they are not abused. Protect their human rights. Make sure you don't feed them or serve them alcohol. Protect their health. It's part of their human rights. And for you, dear colleagues, a joyous and blessed Christmas and Happy New Year. And to all, happy 2026, based on the work we've done and the budget we've passed in particular to provide for the people of this country. Thank you all. God bless. There's a handout coming around as we together ask the question: is it your wish to have this session adjourned? All those who are in favor say aye, and those opposed remain. The Senate is adjourned with one condition: that you find yourself upstairs, if you so wish, for dinner. Thank you.